The man was waiting beneath the solitary street lamp at 11 o'clock sharp, just as arranged. The light was exactly where he'd been told it would be, the only one still burning in the whole compound. It stood at the far end, a few paces back from the torn metal fence marking the border. He was alone and unarmed, holding to the agreement. At 2 minutes past the hour, a car appeared. It rolled slowly down the center of the lane, flanked by rows of sun-warped metal storage garages, their sides sandblasted and worn. There were 5 on one side, 4 on the other, with the shattered remains of a 10th unit lying off to the side as if it had blown apart long ago. The car's high beams were on, washing out its shape and turning the windshield into a blinding mirror. It stopped about 15 feet away, its tired suspension rocking as it settled into a puff of dust. Then all 4 doors opened at once. 4 men stepped out. This was not the plan. They paused, taking him in. They'd been warned he was a big guy, and he certainly lived up to the description. He stood well over 6 feet, built solid like a piece of heavy machinery, with a broad chest and large, rough hands. His appearance was unrefined, messy hair, days of stubble, clothes that didn't quite fit, though his boots were sturdy. He looked like someone who wouldn't leave much of a trace behind. The driver, a man slightly shorter and leaner in black jeans and a sleeveless shirt, stepped forward, his head shaved but face covered by a thick beard. The others fell in behind him. "You have the money?" the driver asked. The stranger tapped the back pocket of his jeans. "Good," the driver said, jerking his thumb toward the vehicle. "Get in the back." "Why? So I can take you to Michael." "That wasn't the arrangement." "Sure it was." The stranger shook his head. "The deal was you'd tell me where to find him?" "Tell you? Show you? What's the difference?" The stranger stayed silent. "Come on," the driver pressed, his patience thinning. "Hand over the cash and get in the car." "I keep my word. You want the money, you give me the location." The driver shrugged. "The deal's changed. Take it or leave it. I'll leave it. Enough of this." The driver's hand moved behind his back, coming out with a pistol from his waistband. "Stop wasting my time. Get in the car. You were never taking me to Michael. No kidding. Genius. You were taking me to someone else." Someone with questions. "Shut up and get in the car," which means you can't shoot me. It means I can't kill you yet. I can still put a bullet in your leg. The stranger's voice was calm. "Can you?" To an observer, it might have seemed like the stranger barely moved, yet in an instant he had closed the distance and seized the driver's wrist. He wrenched the man's arm upward, lifting him onto his toes like a trophy catch. Then he drove his left fist into the driver's side with brutal force, a punch that should have dropped him. But the driver didn't fall. He was held aloft by his own arm. His feet skidded backward, the gun clattering to the ground. His shoulder popped from its socket, tendons tore, ribs cracked, a sickening series of injuries. In that moment, however, the driver was barely aware of the individual damages. His entire upper body was seized by a white-hot agony, a lightning storm of pain radiating from one precise point just below his armpit, where a crucial cluster of nerves had just been obliterated by the stranger's fist. The stranger picked up the gun the driver had dropped and hauled the man himself over to the car's hood. He dumped him onto the dull paint where the driver lay wheezing and twisting in pain. Turning to the other 3, the stranger's voice was flat. "You ought to leave right now, while you still can." The one in the middle of the trio took a step forward. He was roughly the driver's height, maybe a bit stockier. His hair was clipped short, his face clean-shaven. 3 thick silver chains hung around his neck, and his expression was pure contempt. "You got lucky once. It won't happen twice. Now get in the car before we make you." "Really?" the stranger replied. "We're doing this again?" He didn't shift his stance. He watched the 3 exchange quick, nervous looks. In his experience, smart opponents would retreat to regroup. Skilled ones would coordinate a flanking move, one circling behind while the others provided a distraction, then a simultaneous rush from multiple angles. It was a messy plan that would likely see 1 or 2 of them hurt, but it could create an opening for the 3rd. These men, however, were neither smart nor skilled. They didn't fall back. No one tried to circle. Instead, the center guy advanced alone, dropping into a sloppy martial arts pose. He let out a sharp yell, feinted a jab at the stranger's face, then threw a hard reverse punch aimed at the stomach. The stranger swept the punch aside with the back of his left hand and drove his right fist, middle knuckle forward, into the man's bicep. A shriek tore from the guy's throat as he staggered back, his arm hanging limp, the axillary nerve stunned. "You should walk away," the stranger said calmly. "Before you do something you'll regret," enraged. The guy charged. No feint this time, he just swung a wild, looping punch with his good arm. The stranger leaned back, letting the fist sail past, then hammered his knuckle into the meat of the man's triceps. Now both arms were useless. "Walk away," the stranger repeated. "Last chance." The guy lunged again, his right leg snapping up in a brutal kick aimed for the groin. It never landed. The stranger met it with a low, straight kick of his own, his scuffed but solid shoe, a pair bought years ago in London, built from layers of leather and hardened by time, connecting squarely with the attacker's shin just as it reached full speed. Bone met toe cap with a sickening crack. The guy screamed, recoiling, his balance gone. When his foot touched the ground, the broken ends of the bone ground together. Agony exploded up his leg, overwhelming his system. He was unconscious before he hit the pavement, collapsing onto his back like a felled oak. The two remaining men didn't hesitate. They turned and sprinted not for the car doors, but past them around to the trunk. The lid sprang open. The shorter one ducked inside and emerged holding two long, thick, square-ended clubs, pickaxe handles, crude but effective. He tossed one to the taller man, and they strode back, stopping a few feet away. "How about we break your legs?" the taller one said, his tongue darting over his lips. "You could still talk, you'd just need a cane for the rest of your life, so quit wasting our time, get in the car now." The stranger saw no reason to offer another warning. He had laid out the rules from the very beginning. They were the ones who decided to escalate things. The shorter man feigned a swing, then hesitated. His taller companion took the initiative instead, committing to a full, weight-driven swing. This was poor form, a critical error with such a weapon. The stranger simply needed to step back. The heavy length of wood hissed through the air where his stomach had been, its own momentum carrying it uncontrollably forward. With both hands locked on the handle, the attacker left himself wide open, head, torso, knees, a full catalog of vulnerable points. On any other day, the stranger could have chosen his response at leisure, but tonight, time was short. The taller man got a reprieve, his partner intervened, jabbing the axe handle like a spear toward the stranger's gut. The first jab was a warning, the second tried to force space, then came the full lunge. It might have been the finishing move, if not for that split-second pause, that overplanted stance that telegraphed his intent. The stranger sidestepped, seized the handle at its center, and yanked hard. The man was hauled forward several feet before he understood what was happening. He released his grip, but it was already too late. His fate was decided. The stranger swung the captured weapon in a tight, vicious arc, bringing it down squarely on the crown of the man's skull. His eyes glazed over, his legs gave way, and he crumpled, a boneless heap at the stranger's feet. He wouldn't be rising anytime soon, that much was certain. The taller man looked down, saw his partner's condition, and swung his own axe handle back the other way, aiming for the stranger's head. He put everything into it this time, vengeance and desperation fueling the blow, and he missed again. He was exposed again. But this time, something spared him. He was the last one left standing from his crew, the only remaining source of intel. That gave him strategic value. It also gave him the chance to swing once more. He took it, and the stranger deflected the blow. The man kept at it, hacking left and right like a maniac in a forest, managing a furious dozen strokes before his energy finally gave out. "To hell with this," he muttered. He dropped the axe handle, reached behind his back, and drew a pistol. "To hell with your questions. To hell with taking you in one piece." He retreated 2 steps. He should have taken 3. He hadn't factored in the stranger's reach. "Let's talk this through," the stranger said, flicking the axe handle out to knock the gun from the man's hand. In the next instant, he closed the distance and seized the man by the throat. "Maybe we will go for that ride after all. Turns out I've got a few questions myself. You can. Stop." The voice was a woman's, firm, authoritative, coming from the shadows near the right-hand line of garages. A new player had entered the game. The stranger had arrived 3 hours early at 8 p.m. and had scoured every corner of the lot. He'd been sure no one was hiding then. Let him go. A silhouette detached from the darkness. She stood about 5'10", slender with a slight limp. Her arms were extended, the compact shape of a matte black handgun steady in her grip. Step back. The stranger didn't budge, he didn't loosen his hold. The woman paused. The other man was positioned between her and the stranger. Not an ideal shot, but he was half a foot shorter and slightly off to the side, which left a patch of the stranger's chest exposed, a rectangle, maybe 6 by 10 inches. Big enough, she judged, and roughly in the right place. She drew a breath, released it softly, and squeezed the trigger. The stranger staggered backward and fell. Arms splayed, one knee bent, his head turned toward the perimeter fence. He lay utterly motionless. His shirt was shredded, his chest a wet crimson mess, but there was no pulsing fountain of blood, there was no pulse, no indication of life whatsoever. The plaza, as it was known today, was a neat and orderly space, but it had not always been that way. Long ago, it was a dense, wild forest of black walnut trees. They stood for hundreds of years, untouched. In the 1870s, a weary trader began pausing there with his mules during his cross-country journeys to California. He found the shade peaceful and decided to erect a simple cabin. When age made his travels impossible, he sold his animals and settled down for good. Others were drawn to the location, and a small community formed. That settlement grew into a town which eventually divided and spread, both northern and southern halves thriving for a time. Years of growth gave way to a long, dreary period of stagnation and then a slow, seemingly irreversible decline. That changed unexpectedly in the late 1930s with a sudden infusion of activity. Teams of surveyors arrived, followed by laborers, builders, and engineers, even artists and sculptors, all funded by the WPA. Locals never understood why their two towns were selected. Some whispered about a clerical error, a misread file that sent resources to the wrong map coordinates. Others speculated a political favor had been called in from someone in Washington, D.C. Regardless of the reason, no one complained, not with all the new roads, bridges, and buildings springing up. The project lasted years and permanently altered the area's character. The classic adobe arches became slightly more angular. The stucco facades grew more standardized. The street grids were laid out with military precision, and the public amenities expanded dramatically, adding schools, government buildings, fire stations, a police headquarters, a courthouse, a museum, and a medical center. After the federal funding ended, the population slowly shrank again over the subsequent decades. Some facilities fell into disuse, were sold, or torn down. But the medical center remained the primary healthcare provider for the region. It housed a doctor's office, a pharmacy, a clinic with 24 beds, a pediatric wing with rooms for parents, and, thanks to the ambitious vision of those New Deal architects, even a morgue. It was located in the basement, and that is where Dr. Houllier found himself working early the next morning. At 72, Dr. Houllier had dedicated his entire career to the town. Once part of a larger practice, he was now the sole remaining physician, handling everything from births and common illnesses to complex diagnoses, and, as was the case that day, the dead. He had been on call since the pre-dawn hours, summoned about a shooting on the town's outskirts. He knew from experience such incidents drew official scrutiny. He was anticipating a visit, and soon, so he needed to be prepared. A computer sat unused on the desk. Dr. Houllier preferred writing his notes by hand. He found it aided his memory, and he had developed his own efficient system. It wasn't sophisticated, but it was reliable, far superior, in his opinion, to any convoluted software those tech geniuses from Silicon Valley tried to push on him. More crucially in this instance, it left no digital trail for anyone to ever uncover. He sat down, took the Mont Blanc pen his father had given him upon his graduation from medical school, and began documenting the findings from his night's work. The door swung open without a knock, a greeting, or any pretense of politeness. The same man as always entered, early 40s with tight, curly hair and wearing a tan linen suit. Dr. Hollier thought of him privately as Perky due to the unnervingly buoyant way he moved. The doctor didn't know his real name and had no desire to learn it. The man began his inspection at the far end of the room in the cold storage area, what Dr. Hollier, after decades of familiarity, grimly referred to as the meat locker. A row of 5 steel doors stood there. The man approached, scrutinized each handle in sequence, but, as was his habit, did not lay a finger on any of them. He continued across the room to the autopsy table at its center. His path took him past the line of steel gurneys parked against the far wall near the sterilizing unit before he finally reached the desk. "Phone," he demanded, his hand outstretched. Dr. Hollier surrendered his cell phone. The man checked it for any active recording, slid it into his own pocket, and gave a nod toward the door. "Clear," he announced. A second man entered. In Dr. Hollier's mind, he was always Mantis, the long, spindly limbs and angular frame, and those protruding eyes were impossible to ignore. The severe triangular burn on his cheek and the missing fingers that left his right hand resembling a claw only cemented the image. Of course, the doctor knew his actual name, Wad Dendonker. It was a name known to everyone in town, even those who'd never crossed his path. A third man trailed in behind Dendonker. He bore a slight resemblance to the first man, Perky, but with neater hair and a darker suit. His face was utterly forgettable, his movements so bland that Dr. Hollier had never bothered to coin a nickname for him. Dendonker halted in the middle of the room. Under the stark fluorescent lights, his pale hair seemed to almost disappear. He performed a slow, complete turn, his eyes methodically sweeping every corner, then his gaze fixed on Dr. Hollier. "Show me," he commanded. The doctor crossed to the large refrigeration unit, checked his watch out of habit, and worked the lever to open the central door. He pulled the sliding tray out into the room. A body lay beneath a white sheet, its form imposing, nearly as long as the tray itself and so broad the shoulders had barely cleared the opening. With a deliberate motion, Dr. Hollier drew back the sheet to reveal the head. It was a man with disheveled hair and a pale, rugged face, his eyes sealed shut with tape. "Move," Dendonker shouldered the doctor aside. He yanked the sheet completely off and let it fall to the floor, leaving the body exposed. If Michelangelo's David was the pinnacle of masculine grace, this corpse could have been a study for a statue meant to capture sheer, unrefined force. There was no elegance here, no delicacy. This was a physique built for raw power, plain and brutal. "This is what killed him?" Dendonker asked, pointing to a raised, jagged wound on the chest, its edges already browning. "Well, he certainly didn't die from laziness," Dr. Hollier replied dryly, another glance at his watch. "I can absolutely guarantee that." "He'd been shot before," Dendonker observed, indicating a cluster of older scars on the opposite side of the torso. "And then there's that, the mark on his stomach." Dr. Hollier looked down. "It looks almost organic, like a sea creature's bite. Must have been a stabbing at some point." "That's no knife wound," Dendonker countered, his tone dismissive. "That's something else entirely. What else do we know?" "Not a great deal," the doctor admitted, snatching the sheet from the floor and draping it loosely over the body, head included. Dendonker immediately pulled it off again and let it drop, his attention riveted to the largest of the scars. Dr. Hollier retreated toward his desk. I spoke with the sheriff. The man was apparently a drifter. He had a room at the Border Inn, paid in cash through next weekend, but there were no personal effects. He used a fake address on the register, 1 East 161st Street, the Bronx, New York. "How do you know it's fake?" "Because I've been there. It's basically the address for Yankee Stadium." Dr. Hollier said, a flicker of dark amusement in his eyes. He used a fake name, too, signed in as John Smith. "Smith could be real." Dr. Hollier shook his head. He opened the top drawer of his desk, retrieved a sealed plastic bag, and handed it over. "See for yourself. This was in his pocket." Dendonker broke the seal and extracted a worn, creased passport. He flipped it open to the personal information page. This is expired. The expiration doesn't matter for identification. Look at the photo. It's old, but it's him. Dendonker's eyes scanned the page. All right, name, Reacher Jack with no middle name. Nationality, United States of America. Place of birth, Berlin, West Germany. Interesting. He looked up from the document, his gaze returning to the formidable figure on the cold metal tray. Dendonker's gaze lingered on the scar across the man's stomach. Perhaps he wasn't after Michael at all. Maybe his real target was me in a way that crazy woman did us a favor by finishing him. He turned, flicking the passport into a wastebasket beside Dr. Houlier's desk. Your report? Dr. Houlier handed over one of his detailed assessment forms, freshly completed. Dendonker scanned each line twice, his expression unreadable, then crushed the paper into a ball and dropped it atop the discarded passport. Burn these, he ordered. He nodded to the two men who had accompanied him. Take care of the body. Use the usual disposal site. Chapter 2. My path crossed with the limping woman 2 days prior. We met on a desolate stretch of road outside the town, not far from the dimly lit compound and the medical center where Dr. Houlier was stationed. The place was empty, silent under a baking sun. I was walking. She was in a Jeep, a beat-up ex-military model that looked like it had seen action decades ago, maybe back in Vietnam. Its olive drab paint was buried under a thick layer of pale dust. The stenciled numbers on its side too faded to make out. It had no roof, no doors. The windshield was folded down but not secured. Empty racks and loose straps meant for fuel cans and tools hung uselessly. The tires were bald, worn well past any safe limit, and the spare was gone. You wouldn't call it roadworthy. The sun was directly overhead. A thermometer might have read a little over 80 degrees, but without a shred of shade, the heat felt intense and oppressive. Sweat traced a line down my spine. A gusting wind kicked up grit that bit into my skin. Walking hadn't been in my plans when I woke up that morning, but plans have a way of shifting, and rarely for the better. It seemed the woman's plans had taken a nasty detour, too. A long, dark smear of rubber was streaked across the faded asphalt where she'd locked up her brakes. She'd veered off the road and slammed straight into the trunk of a tree, a stunted, gnarled thing with sparse leaves, an ugly specimen that wouldn't win any beauty contests. But it was stubborn, the only thing standing taller than knee-high scrub for miles in every direction. If she'd lost control a few feet earlier or later, she'd have just plowed into the rough brush and probably backed right out. The landscape rolled out like a lumpy green blanket pulled taut by unseen hands. Hitting that one lonely tree seemed like spectacularly bad luck. Maybe the sun glared in her eyes. Maybe a jackrabbit darted out or a hawk swooped too low. Another car being involved was unlikely. For a dark, cynical moment, I wondered if she'd aimed for it on purpose, but her reasons were a puzzle for later. Right then, she was slumped forward over the steering wheel. Her left arm was stretched across the flattened windshield, hand open as if begging the tree for assistance. Her right arm was tucked against her stomach. She was face down, motionless in the footwell. I saw no blood, no obvious injuries, which was something, but I also heard no breathing. Figuring I should check for a pulse, I moved cautiously to the Jeep's side. I reached slowly for her neck, brushing her hair aside to find the carotid artery. Then she moved. Fast. She twisted up to face me, her left hand swatting my arm away while her right came up, holding a pistol aimed squarely at my midsection. She paused, watching me, making sure I wasn't going to do anything stupid. She had my complete attention, no question about it. Her voice was steady, firm, and completely calm when she finally spoke. Step back, just one step. I complied, taking a generous step backward, and I understood then why she'd been peering down at the floorboards wedged between the gas pedal and the transmission tunnel was a small, jagged piece of mirror. She had clearly trimmed the branch to the perfect length and placed it just so, a simple but effective alarm for anyone coming her way. So, where's your partner? Her gaze swept left, then right. It's just me, I told her. I'm alone. Her attention snapped to the rearview mirror, which was tilted to reveal anyone trying to creep up from behind. They only dispatched one person? Seriously? Her tone was a mix of insult and genuine letdown. I was beginning to appreciate her style. Nobody dispatched me. Stop lying. She thrust the gun forward to punctuate her words. It doesn't change anything. One guy or an entire team, you all get the same offer. Tell me where Michael is right now, and it better be the truth, or I'll put a bullet in your gut and leave you right here to bleed out. I wish I could tell you, I said, raising my hands with palms open. But here's the issue. I can't. I have no idea who Michael is. Don't you? She stopped short, her eyes scanning the surroundings once more. Hold on. Where's your vehicle? I didn't drive here. Don't play games. Your Jeep, your truck, your motorcycle, whatever you used. I walked. That's a lie. Did you hear an engine a minute ago? Any sound of a machine? All right, she finally said after a long pause. You walked from where? And what's your reason?
Let's just take a breath, I said, keeping my voice calm and easy. We should think this through. I could give you a play-by-play of my entire day, and under different circumstances, I might even enjoy the chat. But right now, are my travel plans really the priority? Maybe the better question is, am I actually the person you're waiting for? The one with news about Michael? She offered no reply.
Because if I'm not, and the guy you really want rolls up while I'm still here, your whole broken-down car act is going to fall apart still. She said nothing. Is there some rule that says only your intended targets are allowed on this road? Is it closed to everyone else? I noticed her. Check her watch. Look at me. I'm alone. I'm on foot. I'm not carrying a weapon. Is this what you were anticipating? Does that add up for you? Her head tilted slightly to the left, her eyes narrowing just a bit. A second later, I heard it too, a sound in the distance. A vehicle engine, grating and uneven, getting closer. Time to choose, I said. She remained quiet. The engine noise grew louder. Think about Michael, I said. I don't know where he is, but if the people heading this way do, and you keep me here, you'll miss your shot. You'll never get your answer. She stayed silent. The engine's roar intensified. Then she gestured sharply across the road. Over there now, about 30 feet up, there's a ditch. It's angled like an old creek bed. It's dry. Get in it. Keep low. Don't move. Don't make a sound. Don't tip them off. Don't ruin this, because if you do, no need to worry, I said. Already on the move, I understand completely. Chapter 3. The ditch was exactly where she described. I located it without any trouble, reaching it before the approaching vehicle came into view. The dry creek bed offered decent concealment, but the real dilemma was whether to hide or to simply leave. I glanced back at the Jeep. The woman had resumed her position, slumped over the steering wheel with her face turned away. I was outside the line of sight of her mirror and fairly certain she couldn't see me. Even if she did, I doubted she'd risk firing a shot and alerting the newcomers. Walking away was the smart, obvious choice, no question about it. Yet I had questions of my own, too many to just walk off. Who was this woman? Who was Michael? Who was coming for her? And a darker curiosity, was she truly capable of shooting a man and leaving him to die? I peered down the road and saw a distant speck veiled in a cloud of dust. Figuring I still had a little time, I picked up a rock from the ditch floor, roughly the size of a building brick. I placed it on the edge between me and the Jeep. I found another, narrower and flatter stone, and propped it against the first to create a small, triangular gap, a makeshift viewport. It was then I noticed the faint, weathered carving on the first rock, initials maybe decades old, a quiet reminder that others had passed through this lonely place long before any of tonight's troubles began. The peephole was just big enough for one eye, a little trick from high school physics. My line of sight fanned out like an invisible wedge, giving me a perfect view of the Jeep and the surrounding area. But the angle worked both ways. From their position, spotting me would be nearly impossible. The approaching vehicle finally cleared its own dust cloud. It was another Jeep, also military surplus, moving at a steady, deliberate pace. Then, as it neared the spot where I'd first seen the skid marks, it veered slightly and came to a halt. Two men were inside, both in khaki t-shirts, matching baseball caps, and mirrored sunglasses. An animated discussion erupted between them immediately. full of sharp gestures and pointing directly at the tree. Their surprise was obvious. They hadn't expected company. The fact that the other vehicle matched theirs suggested they were from the same organization. Or maybe they hadn't anticipated any of this. I figured they'd radio for new instructions, or if they had any sense, just leave. They did neither. Instead, they started moving again, faster now, pulling up right next to the driver's side of the woman's Jeep. "You've got to be kidding me," the passenger muttered as he jumped down, positioning himself between the two vehicles. I could see the worn, checkered grip of a pistol sticking out from his cargo pants. The driver came around and joined him, hands on his hips, a gun visible on his own belt. "Damn it, Dendonker's going to lose his mind." "Not our circus, not our monkeys," the passenger replied, his hand closing on his pistol. "Let's just get this done. Is she even breathing?" The driver scratched his temple. "I hope so." The passenger took a step forward. "We've earned a little diversion. Ever been with a cripple? I haven't always been curious." He reached toward the woman's neck with his free hand. The driver edged closer. "I don't think." The woman moved. In one fluid motion, she sat up, twisted, raised her gun, and fired. The passenger's head snapped back. For a split second, there was a faint pink haze in the air where the top of his skull had been. His hat tumbled to the dirt. His body crumpled backward, one arm swinging wildly and slapping the driver's thigh as he fell, his neck cracking against the open door frame of his Jeep. The driver fumbled for his own gun. He got his right hand on it, yanking it about 3/4 of the way from his waistband before trying to aim. It was a rushed, clumsy move. The barrel caught on his belt. His hand slipped from the grip, leaving the weapon dangling. It twisted and fell. He grabbed at empty air, then dropped to his knees, frantically pawing at the ground until he saw the woman's gun. Its muzzle was tracking him, settling on his face. He froze, then threw himself backward, scrambling for cover behind the woman's Jeep. He crawled a few frantic yards until he hit the road, stumbled to his feet, and broke into a run. The woman pivoted in her seat. She took a calm breath, aimed, and squeezed the trigger. The bullet whistled past, so close it nearly took the man's right ear off. He hurled himself to the left, tumbling over twice in the dust. The woman climbed out of the Jeep. That's when I first noticed she favored her left leg and moved to the rear bumper. She waited for him to stagger back up, then fired again. This shot almost removed his left ear. He dove the other way, then began squirming along the ground like a wounded animal. "Stop." Her voice was edged with impatience. He kept crawling. "The next one won't miss," she said flatly, "but it won't kill you. It will cut your spinal cord." The man rolled onto his back, as if that would somehow make him safer. He thrashed his legs in a desperate swimming motion against the dirt. It was a useless struggle, kicking up a cloud of dust that gained him mere inches. His limbs went slack, his head lolling back against the earth. For a long moment he just lay there with his eyes shut, drawing ragged breaths. Then he pushed himself up, hands raised as if fending off some unseen terror. "We can discuss this," he pleaded, his voice thin and trembling. "It doesn't have to end like this. My partner, I'll frame him. I'll tell the boss he orchestrated everything. We arrived, the meat was empty. He drew on me because he was the rat all along, but I was quicker. We have the body. That's evidence, isn't it? What more could you want on your feet?" "It'll work. I can make them believe it, I swear. Just don't kill me, please. Stand up." "You don't get it. I was only." The woman leveled her pistol. "Get up now, or I'll put a round in your leg. Let's see how you enjoy the nickname Gimp." "No." "All right." The man scrambled upright, unsteady, stepped back. He shuffled a single hesitant step further. He took another, which placed him just outside the range of a reckless lunge. He stopped with his ankles locked and his arms pinned stiffly to his sides, an odd, rigid posture that reminded me of a street performer I once saw frozen in a dance pose in downtown Boston. "Good. Now you want to walk out of here alive?" "Oh, yes," he stammered, his head bobbing frantically. "I do, fine. I'm willing to allow that. But you have to do one thing for me first." "Anything," he insisted, still nodding. "Name it." "Tell me where Michael is." The man's nervous motion ceased entirely. He fell silent, his body locked in that same awkward stance. "Tell me where to find Michael. If you refuse, I will kill you, but not cleanly like your friend. No, nothing like that." The man said, "Nothing. Ever watched someone die from a gut shot?" The woman took deliberate aim at his midsection. "Seen how long it takes? The sheer agony they endure the whole time?" "No," he blurted, shaking his head. "Don't. I'll tell you." It was then I noticed what looked off about him. His hands still pressed to his sides. His left was open, but his right was a tight fist, the wrist cocked back. He was hiding something. I bit back a shout. Breaking her focus now would only make things worse. "Well," her voice turned icy, "Michael's location now. Okay, it's a little complicated, but he's—" The man's right arm shot up. His fingers splayed, hurling a fistful of gritty sand straight at her face. She moved fast, throwing up her left arm to shield her eyes and pivoting on her good leg. She avoided the brunt of the cloud, but not the man himself. He lunged, batted her gun arm aside, and drove his shoulder into her chest. He was only slightly taller, but far heavier, and the force sent her staggering. Her feet tangled and she crashed onto her back. She still clutched the pistol, trying to bring it up, but he was on her. Stamping down on her wrist, she held on, gritting her teeth until he leaned his full weight into it. A cry of pain and fury escaped her as her fingers sprang open. He kicked the gun away, then stepped over her, planting a foot on either side of her hips, looming above her. "Well, look at this. The tables have turned, Gimp. Though I guess that's a sore subject, considering—" The woman lay motionless. I rose from my position. The man had his back to me, less than 50 feet away. "My buddy had a special plan for you," the man said, fumbling with his belt buckle. "A final request, you could say. I think I should honor it, once for him, once for me. Maybe more, if the mood strikes." I climbed out of the shallow ditch. "And then I'll end you," he sneered, finally working his belt free and tossing it aside. "Maybe I'll put one in your stomach first. See how long you can last," he taunted. I began my descent down the slope, forcing a calm I didn't feel. "This could take hours," I replied, my voice steady. "Maybe all night. Dendonker won't care about the timeline or what shape you're in when it's over. He just needs you dead when I deliver you." I consciously slowed my pace, careful not to disturb the loose gravel underfoot. Across the road, the woman adjusted her position slightly, then stretched her arms out to her sides. "So you noticed my foot? Give yourself a gold star for observation, but tell me, how much do you actually know about titanium?" The man's hands froze. I had reached the far edge of the blacktop. "It's a fascinating metal," she continued, bracing her palms against the dirt. "Incredibly strong, remarkably light, and exceptionally hard." In one fluid, brutal motion, she whipped her right leg up, bent her knee, and drove her prosthetic foot directly into his groin. The impact was perfect, devastating, and delivered with every ounce of her strength. The man's scream was a strangled gasp as he pitched forward, landing face first in the dirt. She rolled clear, narrowly avoiding being pinned, scrambled a few more feet, and snatched up the gun. Using both arms, she levered herself upright. I froze in the middle of the pavement, straddling the faded yellow center line. The man rolled onto his side, curling into a fetal position, whimpering like a beaten animal. "Last chance," the woman said, raising the weapon. "Michael, where is he?" "Michael's ancient history, you fool," the man spat between ragged breaths. "Forget him. Ancient history, explain? What do you think I mean? Dendonker brings someone in for a chat and then need me to draw you a picture." "No picture necessary," she said, her voice turning cold and hollow. "But I need confirmation. He was a dead man the second he started passing notes." The man groaned, lifting his head. "You know Dendonker? The guy makes paranoia look relaxed. It was only a matter of time. Who did it? You?" "No, I swear it wasn't me." "Then who?" "I thought it would be us." Dendonker told my team to be on standby, ready to clean up as soon as he finished asking his questions. We dropped everything. Nobody lasts long once he starts working on them, you know that? So we were geared up and waiting. Then he told us we weren't needed anymore. Why? What happened? How should I know? I wasn't in the room. Maybe Michael was too slow to talk, maybe he was too smart with his mouth, or maybe his heart just gave out. Whatever it was, Dendonker stood us down. Then this morning, he sent us for you. The woman was silent for a long moment, the desert wind the only sound. Michael's body, she finally said. Where is it? Where they all go, I guess, if there was enough left to bother with. Her shoulders slumped a fraction. The gun in her hand dipped slightly. The man, seeing his opening, curled tighter, his hand creeping toward his ankle. Slowly, smoothly, he slid a hidden object from his boot. He rolled onto his stomach, and a second later he was on his feet. The sun caught the short, broad blade in his right hand. He lunged arm high, swinging horizontally, aiming to slash across her forehead to blind her with blood so she couldn't see, couldn't aim. She leaned back sharply from the waist, the blade whistling past her face. He switched the knife to his other hand, coiling for another strike. This time she didn't wait. She simply pulled the trigger. The man was thrown backward. The knife clattered to the ground as he screamed, both hands clutching his stomach, where a dark stain rapidly bloomed. She had hit him exactly where she promised she would. She moved closer and stood over him, looking down. 30 seconds crawled by, undoubtedly the longest half-minute of his life, filled with his writhing, moaning, and futile attempts to staunch the flow of blood with his hands. She took a single step back. Then she raised the gun, aligned the sights with his head, and pulled the trigger a final time. Some of my questions had found their answers, but a new, more urgent one now screamed in my mind. This woman had just killed 2 men. I had seen it all. I was the only witness. I had to understand what she planned to do next. Legally, her actions could absolutely be considered self-defense. She had a strong argument, and I wouldn't dispute it. The problem was, she couldn't know that for certain. Trusting a stranger's opinion was a huge risk. Any trial would be its own kind of gamble, dependent on the lawyers, the jury, and the endless delays. She'd likely spend months behind bars before even setting foot in a courtroom, which was a grim prospect on its own. Jails aren't exactly known for improving a person's health or longevity. I moved closer. Turning back now was pointless. A few extra feet of distance wouldn't change anything. The pistol in her hand was a Glock 17, one of the most dependable firearms ever made, with a misfire rate somewhere around 1 in 10,000. Excellent odds from her perspective. Not so comforting from mine. The magazine held 17 rounds. To my knowledge, she'd fired 5 shots. If she'd started with a full load, that meant 12 bullets remained. She wouldn't need even a handful of them. She'd already proven herself a crack shot, and she hadn't hesitated when violence was required, a fact the 2 men on the ground had learned the hard way. I took another step. Then I got my next answer, though not the one I anticipated. The woman gave me a slow nod. She turned, walked back to her Jeep, and leaned against the rear bumper. She shrugged, let out a heavy sigh, then raised the gun and pressed the muzzle firmly against her temple. "Stop!" I rushed forward. "You don't have to do this." She looked at me, her eyes wide and startlingly clear. "Oh, yes, I do." "No, listen what you did back there." "Get back," she ordered, holding up her free hand. "Unless you want to be wearing my blood and brains, I'll give you 3 seconds." Then I pulled the trigger. I believed her. I saw no way to physically stop her. All I could manage was to ask, "Why?" She looked at me as if the answer were painfully obvious, barely worth the breath to say it. Then she spoke, "Because I lost my job, I disgraced myself, I put innocent people in danger, and I got my brother killed. There's nothing left for me. I'd be better off dead. Losing a job is a blow. I've been there, but that feeling shrinks to nothing next to losing a brother. It vanishes completely. I know that experience too. And if you believe you're responsible for your brother's death, that weight must be crushing. Maybe too heavy to carry. Maybe there's no way back from that. I wasn't sure, but I hoped there was a path to survival for her sake. I admired how she'd stood her ground. I didn't want her story to end with a self-inflicted gunshot on some desolate roadside. I held my position and counted silently to 3, slowly. She didn't pull the trigger. I wasn't sprayed with blood. I took that as a hopeful sign. I heard what that guy was saying, I began. After another moment, my eyes stayed fixed on her finger. Michael was your brother? Was my brother, she corrected. The gun remained at her temple. You were looking for him? That's what got him killed? You were looking alone, is what I mean. You didn't go to the police. You're asking if he was a criminal. The answer is yes, he was. She finally lowered the gun just a little. Gold star for you, detective. And you? No. Well, technically, yes, by association, but only because I infiltrated Michael's crew. I was trying to get him out. He wanted to leave to get straight. He reached out to me. Her voice tightened. You didn't know him. He was a good man at heart. That last deployment changed him. What happened over there, it was wrong. It broke him, left him open, and other men took advantage. He made some poor decisions, no question about it. That's on him, and I'm not trying to excuse it, but it was a temporary lapse, a brief stumble. The real Michael was still in there somewhere deep down, I'm certain of it. If only I could have reached him sooner. I'm not here to judge. I get why you didn't go to the authorities before, but the situation is different now. The woman stayed quiet. I pressed on. The man who killed Michael, have him arrested, attend his trial, give your testimony, make sure he spends the rest of his life behind bars. She shook her head slowly. It wouldn't work. The man who killed Michael is meticulous. He wouldn't have left a trace. Even if the police believed my story, they could search for months and come up empty. Maybe the police don't need to find anything. We could pay the guy a visit. I caught a name. Dendon. That's the bastard. We could have a conversation. I'm confident he'd feel a sudden urge to confess, given the right kind of motivation. A faint, sorrowful smile touched her lips. I would love nothing more than to visit Dendon. Believe me, I'd be there in an instant, but we can't. It's not possible. Nothing's impossible, just poorly planned. Not this time. Getting to Dendon can't be done. How can you be so sure? Because I've tried. What stopped you? For starters, no one ever knows where he is. Then make him come to you. He won't. He only surfaces under one specific condition. Then manufacture that condition. I'm about to, but it won't help. I don't follow. He only shows himself when someone he considered a threat is dead, even if he only thought they were a threat, even if he just imagined it or dreamed it. He has them eliminated. Then he has to see the body with his own eyes. It's a paranoid ritual. He won't take anyone's word for it. He won't trust a photo, a video, a death certificate, or a coroner's report. He only believes what he sees himself. I took a moment to process that. So it takes two people? What? If that's his pattern, it'll require two people to trap him. You and I could manage it. If we work together, that's nonsense. You have no idea what you're saying. Actually, I do. I spent 13 years tracking down people who didn't want to be found, and I was good at it. You're serious. Completely. You were a bounty hunter? Try again. Not a cop? Military police? Really? You don't look the part. What happened to you? I let that question hang in the air. She was silent for a long moment, the wind picking up and carrying the distant scent of rain. Finally, she said, "What difference does a second person make?" I don't see it. All in due time. The real question right now is this: is catching Dendon something worth living for? She blinked a few times. Then her gaze drifted toward the horizon, lost in the gathering dusk. She stared in silence for a full minute. When she looked back at me, her eyes were clear, stopping him, capturing Dendon. That would be a start, I suppose, but two people, working together, you and me. Why would you do that? Michael was a veteran. You are too. I can see it in you. We've lost too many already. I'm not going to stand by and watch another life get thrown away. I can't ask you to help. You're not asking, I'm offering. It would be dangerous. So is crossing the street. She paused, weighing my words. All right, but can we actually pull it off? Absolutely, you promise? Of course, I said. Would I lie to a woman holding a gun? Chapter 6. My fingers weren't literally crossed behind my back, but they might as well have been. I had no earthly idea how to capture Dendon, and frankly, I had zero intention of figuring it out. The last thing I wanted was to get entangled with a paranoid lunatic. He hadn't done anything to me as far as I was aware. I suppose the whole setup held a certain twisted appeal. It sounded like the guy had crafted his own personal version of a no-win scenario. You could only get close enough to take him down by being in a state that rendered you incapable of doing so. It was clever in a deranged sort of way, almost a dare in itself. I was sure it could be done if someone put their mind to it, gathered enough intelligence, maybe deployed some specialized gear. The simple truth was, I had no interest in any of that. My own life was complicated enough without volunteering for someone else's crusade. I wasn't going to tell her the truth. The idea of catching her brother's killer was the only rope I had to pull her back from the edge. It would be reckless to cut that line before she was on solid ground. Worse than reckless, it would be a failure. I wasn't committed to hunting down a man I'd never seen, but I was dead serious about keeping her alive. We've lost too many veterans that way. Even one is a tragedy. If I could stop it from being one more, that's exactly what I'd do. My plan was to go slow, let her come around to seeing that the authorities were her real path forward. Sure, I was misleading her for now, but a little deception beats a permanent ending any day. Michaela stepped back from the Jeep and stood there, motionless, her eyes fixed on the dirt. She looked diminished somehow. Her posture slumped, the fight visibly draining out of her. After a long moment, she lifted her gaze to mine. She tucked the pistol into her waistband and extended her hand. I'm Michaela Fenton, and before you make the joke, yes, Michael and Michaela. Twins. Our parents thought it was adorable. We thought it was annoying. Reacher, I said. Her hand was slender, her grip cool. Her fingers closed around mine with a firm pressure, and I felt a faint, unexpected tremor run up my forearm. All right, Reacher. She withdrew her hand, scanned the empty horizon to either side, and her shoulders sank a little lower. These two, we should probably deal with them. Any brilliant suggestions? It was a fair point. If Dendonker had sent these men for me personally, I'd have made a spectacle of returning them. Left them on his doorstep, maybe. Sent a message he couldn't possibly misinterpret. I don't believe in subtlety with that kind of greeting, but this wasn't about me, and if we were supposedly on a mission to apprehend him, a quieter approach was necessary. Hiding the evidence would be the smart play, keeping our intentions under wraps. Problem was, we were stranded in the desert under a blazing sun. Digging graves hadn't been on my morning agenda, and I felt I'd already been accommodating enough for one day. One of them has to have a phone, I said. We call it in, let the cops sort it out. Is that wise? These men clearly didn't just pass away peacefully. It'll be fine. But won't that bring a whole task force out here, detectives, crime scene techs, the full circus? She hesitated. Listen, if I have to face consequences for what I did, I'll accept that when the time comes, but I don't want to sit in a cell while Dendonker is still walking around, and I don't want some massive police operation getting in our way and screwing up our chance to get him. My own agenda was a little different. I was hoping for a whole task force, the more law enforcement, the better. I wanted the place crawling with cops. It's pretty hard to orchestrate a kidnapping with a bunch of detectives watching your every move. I was banking on Fenton figuring that out eventually, just not right this second. That's all part of the strategy, I said, offering what I hoped was a convincing smile. You said Dendonker is paranoid. If he sees police all over this, he'll get nervous. Slip up, give us an opening. I suppose, she said, her tone dubious. I walked over to the man she'd shot second and went through his pockets. He had a key ring with a rectangular plastic fob. One key was for a Ford. Two others looked like house keys, one a shiny new Yale, the other an old worn mortise lock key, probably for an outbuilding like a garage or a shed. He also had a cell phone and a wallet, no driver's license, no credit cards, just $200 in 20s, which I pocketed. Fair compensation for the trouble. A search of the other man produced similar results. A key ring with the same style fob, a key for a Dodge, two Yales, and another scratched mortise key. His wallet held $120, and his phone had a cracked screen protector. I pressed the man's thumb against the phone's central button and held it until the screen glowed to life. What's this place called? I asked Fenton. She gave a slight shrug. Locals just refer to it as the tree. Give me a moment. She retrieved her own phone, tapped and swiped for a few seconds, then turned it toward me. Got it, map coordinates. When the emergency dispatcher answered, I relayed the location and reported witnessing two men shoot each other during a dispute. After wiping the phone clean, I tossed it aside. Is your Jeep still drivable? I asked Fenton. It's fine. I didn't actually hit the tree. Take a look. I moved to the front of her vehicle. The gap between the fender and the massive trunk was barely wide enough to slip a playing card through. She had some serious driving skills. Good, I said. We'll use yours. The other one stays. Why? Having a second vehicle could come in handy, maybe. That compromised Jeep would be handy, all right, as a fantastic puzzle for the forensic team to obsess over, not for transportation. But it's too dangerous. Dendonker is going to panic when his men don't check in. He'll send people looking. If anyone spots us with their Jeep, it would blow everything wide open. Suppose you're right. I collected the men's handguns along with a faded baseball cap and a pair of mirrored sunglasses. I don't think help will be rushing here, but we shouldn't stick around. Where are we going? Somewhere quiet. We need to talk. All right. Fenton walked to the driver's side of her Jeep and pushed the windshield up. My hotel. She started the engine, shifted into reverse, and then paused. Both feet were on the pedals, but her hands were clenched at the top of the steering wheel, pressed together so tightly her knuckles were bone white. Tendons stood out on her forearms. She closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling in a ragged rhythm as if she couldn't get enough air. Gradually, she regained her composure. Her grip loosened. She opened her eyes, releasing a couple of tears that traced lines through the dust on her cheeks. Sorry, she murmured, brushing them away. She moved her right foot to the accelerator and eased out the clutch. I was thinking about Michael. It still doesn't feel real that he's gone. Fenton drove the Jeep aggressively. The old suspension groaned in protest. The engine clattered, the transmission whined, and a plume of grayish smoke coughed from the exhaust. She fought the steering wheel, making constant small corrections, yet the vehicle still wandered on the uneven road. After about 10 minutes of trying to watch the path ahead, she noticed my eyes dart toward her right foot. IED, she said flatly. Afghanistan. She meant an improvised explosive device, a term I've always hated. It became common during the Second Gulf War, likely invented by some Pentagon spin doctor to make the insurgents' weapons seem crude and primitive, as if they were just junk assembled by amateurs in back rooms. What a joke. The reality is far more sinister. I remember Beirut, years ago, when a dump truck packed with thousands of pounds of explosives plowed through a barracks gate. Hundreds of Marines died that day. Dozens of French paratroopers were killed in a separate attack. And since then, the so-called improvised devices have only gotten more advanced. The builders now use sophisticated electronics, remote detonators, and infrared triggers. They're masters of placement and concealment. They've also gotten crueler, routinely packing their bombs with contaminants and anticoagulants so that even if you survive the blast, you might still bleed out or succumb to infection. I shoved the grim memories aside. Army? I asked. She nodded. 66th Military Intelligence Group stationed out of Wiesbaden. But that wasn't my story in uniform, no Purple Heart for me. You went with a private company? She shook her head. Not a chance. I have zero patience for that crowd. Call me old-fashioned, but I believe wars shouldn't be a business venture. What then? Not many regular folks end up in Afghanistan. I did. It's a whole saga. I'll save it for another day, right now. What about you? What brings a former military police officer to this exact spot, on foot of all things, out of every road in every town? That's its own long story. Fair enough. So I'm just going to ask you directly, are you running? Are you some kind of fugitive? I considered her question. I thought about the last place I'd been, a town in Texas. I'd left there yesterday morning, in a rush. I'd encountered a bit of trouble. It ended with a fire, a building gone, and 3 people dead. But there was no real trail leading back to me. Nothing she needed to hear, I said. No, I'm not a fugitive. Because if you are, no judgment from me, not after what you saw me do, but stopping Dendonker is everything to me right now. It's all I've got. And if we're going to do this, there will be risks. We have to trust each other, so I need to know. Why are you really here? No grand reason. I'm heading out west. A guy was giving me a lift. He had to turn around and go back east, so I got out. Got out, or were you told to get out? I got out. In such a rush, you left your bags behind. Seriously, what actually happened? I don't have bags. And I could have stayed with the guy, he offered, but I don't like going backward. I prefer to keep moving forward, so I stepped out. All right, let's start with the basics. No luggage at all? You're serious? Why would I need a suitcase? What would I even put in it? I'm going to take a wild guess here. You're on a cross-country trip, so clothes, something to sleep in, toothpaste, personal stuff? I'm wearing my clothes. Hotels have soap and shampoo. Anything personal fits in my pocket. You only own one set of clothes? How many does someone really need? I don't know. More than one. What do you do when they get dirty? Toss them and buy new ones. Isn't that incredibly wasteful and not very practical? No. Why not just take them home? Wash them, wear them again? Laundry isn't my scene, neither are laundromats or houses for that matter. So you're homeless is what you're saying? Call it whatever you want. The truth is I have no need for a home right now. Maybe someday? Maybe I'll get a dog. Maybe I'll put down roots, but not yet. Not for a long while. So what do? Just wander around the country? That's the basic plan. How do you even own a car? Never saw the point. You prefer hitchhiking? It doesn't bother me. Sometimes I take a bus. You take the bus, honestly? I stayed quiet. Okay, back to the guy driving you this morning. Why the sudden U-turn? He wanted to buy some vintage British sports car. He'd gone to Texas to look at a different one, but he walked away. The seller tried to scam him. Something about the vehicle identification numbers not matching. I don't get why that's such a big deal. I'm not a car person, so he was driving home again to somewhere in western Arizona. He needed to vent. He wanted an audience. So he picked me up outside a motel near El Paso. Hold on. We're miles off the main route west from El Paso. The radio said I-10 was a parking lot, a big multi-vehicle pileup, so he took a bunch of back roads. Cut through the southwest corner of New Mexico, made it all the way past the Arizona state line. Then his phone rang. It was his wife. She had a tip about another one of these old cars, this time in Oklahoma. But you wanted to keep going west. Why? What's out there for you? The Pacific Ocean. I don't get it. Call it a sudden impulse. I was in Nashville, Tennessee. There's a band I like. I saw them play at a couple of clubs, and then, as I was leaving the city, this strange bird flew right past me. For a second, I thought it was a pelican. It wasn't, but it made me think of Alcatraz out there in San Francisco Bay. Just like that, I decided I wanted to see the ocean. The thought of the ocean had been lingering in my mind, and you assumed the ocean was up this highway?
Not exactly.
I grew tired of waiting for a ride and decided to walk. That's when I noticed a huge stone structure beside the road with an arrow pointing this direction. It looked like an obelisk or some kind of monument covered in intricate carvings and designs. It sparked my curiosity. I figured if the sign was that detailed, the town itself must be worth seeing. Well, you're about to find out, she replied. We're almost there. Chapter 8. We'd been climbing steadily since leaving the tree, and just then we reached the top of the hill. The town lay spread out below us, maybe half a mile off. I could make out clusters of buildings with pale stucco walls and terracotta roofs. The layout was confusing. It seemed to form two rough ovals that overlapped slightly, like a Venn diagram sketched by an unsteady hand. The buildings on the left were lower, mostly single-story, with walls that appeared rougher and placements that looked more haphazard. The structures in the other section stood taller, straighter, and more orderly. Right in the center, the buildings rose even higher, with arches, curves, and courtyards visible. Maybe that was the municipal district, possibly where any bars or restaurants would be if the town even had such things. On the far side, a line of tall metal ribs rose from the ground. stretching east and west as far as I could see. They looked solid, permanent, and distinctly unwelcoming, set close together with sharp-pointed tips. I guess the land beyond them was Mexico, though it looked nearly identical to the U.S. side. The land sloped upward again, with a few hundred yards of undeveloped space like a no-man's land, before another set of pale stucco walls and terracotta roofs started up and continued into the distance. "What's your take?" Fenton asked. "I think I'm missing something," I said. Here was a man, Dendonker, who had just ordered Fenton killed. He reportedly had at least 3 others on his payroll. Fenton had described him as a kind of Al Capone with an extra dose of instability, which meant he must operate from a place that could support serious criminal enterprise. Protection rackets, drugs, prostitution, the usual suspects. But this town looked like a sleepy backwater, the kind of place you'd visit to cure insomnia. I'd be shocked if they'd ever had so much as a shoplifting problem. "Was Dendonker born here?" I asked. Fenton stayed quiet for a moment, her gaze distant. I repeated the question. "What?" "No," she finally said. "He was born in France. So out of the whole United States. Heck, the whole world, he picks this spot to settle. Makes you wonder why. What else do you know about him?" "Not enough," Fenton admitted, her eyes fixed on the road before she turned back to me. "All right, his full name is Wad Ahmed Dendonker. His father was German, his mother Lebanese. He lived in Paris until he was 18, finished high school there, then got into the University of Pennsylvania. By all accounts, he was a bright kid, finished his bachelor's, started a PhD in engineering, but dropped out after a year and a half. He went back to France, drifted around Europe and the Middle East for a couple of years, and then he fell off the radar. I didn't pick up his trail again until 2003 when he showed up in Iraq working as a translator and fixer for the Army. Then in 2007, the U.S. government began a program to bring some of those workers stateside to protect them from reprisals. Dendonker applied in May 2008. The vetting was thorough, so he didn't get his visa until April 2010. The government relocated him to a town named Gooseneck, Georgia, securing him a position at a poultry processing facility. He maintained a spotless record with impeccable attendance. His travels were confined to the continental United States, and he became a regular at the local library. After a year, he resigned and moved to this location. Fenton turned left past the initial structures on the town's edge, navigating a maze of winding streets. "I get not wanting a lifetime of chicken parts," I said, "but it doesn't clarify why he chose this specific spot. I have a thought on that." Fenton guided the vehicle through an archway into a courtyard repurposed as a parking area. Shortly after arriving, Dendonker quietly established a business. He owns it through a labyrinth of shell companies which screams a need for secrecy. Therefore, he'd want an operation that flies under the radar. This town is ideal for that. It's isolated, stuck at the remote end of a single road, with a population that's been dwindling for years. Locals say it's practically a ghost town. There's no border crossing for miles in any direction, official or otherwise. The perimeter fencing is solid, with no reported breaches in over a decade, so there's nothing here to pique any official interest. What's the nature of his business? Catering. A company called Pie in the Sky, Inc. Fenton steered to the right, proceeding to the farthest end of the parking row. She took the last space tucked between a plain white van and a bare wall, pulling in deep so the Jeep was nearly concealed. "So, why the need for shadows? You think he's dodging the health department? It's not about the menu or the kitchen. It's about the clientele. It's a specialized operation preparing in-flight meals exclusively for private jets. Dendonker has contracts with several operators. His team packs the food into those specialized thermal containers or trolleys, delivers it to the airport, loads it directly onto the aircraft, and collects the empties later. He even supplies the flight attendants. Now, the operation could be perfectly legitimate, of course. People on private jets need to eat and drink, same as anyone crammed into economy. Maybe Dendonker hides his involvement because he's dodging alimony payments to a string of ex-wives. Perhaps he's creatively avoiding taxes, or the whole thing could be a front for something else entirely. The airports servicing private aviation aren't like the major hubs. Security is far more relaxed for both passengers and support services. It's easy to see how such an arrangement could offer a man like Dendon unique opportunities and why he'd prefer to keep his movements discreet. Fenton cut the Jeep's engine. He could be moving narcotics, gems, arms, virtually anything. Any evidence, just a strong hunch for now, but it's not baseless. Consider my first day working on his crew. I was a last-minute replacement for another flight attendant who called in sick, or maybe she knew what was coming. The job was repulsive. There were two of us serving 4 passengers, a bunch of wealthy creeps. They spent the entire flight trying to grab us, hinting at additional services. One guy was fixated on my leg, his hands constantly wandering. I was this close to dragging him to the lavatory and teaching him a very painful lesson. Not even the lavish spread distracted him. The provisions were obscenely extravagant. Kolakov, albino caviar, jamon iberico ham, Pooley cheese, Boral and Croft champagne, Lecomte secret brandy. There was a mountain of it, a dozen large containers. And here's the curious part. We only used 10, 2 went completely untouched. Maybe they just overordered, or maybe Dendonker was inflating the charges. No. I considered checking the spare containers while the other attendant was away, but they were sealed. Small lead seals on thin wires tucked near the latches. I nearly missed them, so I inspected the ones we had opened. None of those seals were broken. Where did the sealed ones go? They were unloaded at the arrival airport. 2 more took their place, identical in size, shape, and seals. What if you'd opened one accidentally? I thought about testing it, but the return flight was empty. No new passengers meant no reason to open any containers. Reflecting on the outbound trip, I noticed something: the other attendant always chose which container we opened. At first it made sense. She was experienced, I was new. But later it felt deliberate, like she was guiding me away from the sealed ones, and it was the same on every flight I worked. Different people, different cities, but there were always containers that didn't add up. Fenton stepped out of the Jeep and headed for a door midway along the courtyard. I trailed behind, taking in the layout. The buildings on all 4 sides had clearly started as separate structures, but were now linked under one continuous uniform roof, a later addition, I guessed. Each original section bore a sign announcing its first occupant: a blacksmith, a cooper, a hardware store, a provisions merchant, a warehouse. One entire side had once been a saloon. Though the businesses were independent in their day, the signs now shared the same shape, colors, and font. Doors and windows varied in arrangement, but matched in style and materials, looking equally aged. Near each door was a glass panel the size of a keypad, but with no buttons. "What is this place?" I asked. "My hotel, where I'm staying. Where we're both staying, I suppose?" I scanned the courtyard. "Where's the front desk?" "There isn't one. It's unmanned. Part of a new chain in maybe 5 or 6 cities now. The whole point is you never see a soul." "How do you get in? You book online? No key. They email a QR code." I stayed silent. "You know, a 2-dimensional barcode," she said. "You show it on your phone and the scanners rate it. It's perfect." "Is it?" "Especially if you book with a fake ID, a bogus credit card, and a throwaway email. Then you're completely untraceable." "That won't work for me. I don't have a fake ID or any credit card or a phone." "Oh," she shrugged. "Well, we'll deal with that later. There are cameras." I pointed to 2 housed in a protective cage near where the Jeep was parked. "Someone could trace you through those. They could try. The cameras look operational, but if anyone pulls the footage, they'll just get static. That's the real value of the training at Fort Huachuca, the gift that keeps on giving." Chapter 9. Fenton tapped her phone, then held the screen to a scanner beneath a sign reading Carlisle Smith, wheelwright. The door clicked open. I followed her inside, struck by the quiet. It was hard to imagine the clang of hammers or the smell of wood ever filling this space now. The room was a soft wash of pale colors, scattered with decorative pillows and framed with old black and white photos. It had all the usual hotel furnishings: a bed, a sofa, a desk space, a closet, and a bathroom. Everything you'd want for a comfortable stay, really, except for a coffee machine. I didn't see one anywhere over by the door. A suitcase stood neatly packed and waiting. Fenton noticed me looking. "Old habits die hard," she said, rolling it toward the bed. "Always be ready to go." She turned, her expression weary. "I thought I'd be moving on today. I hoped it would be with Michael. Deep down, though, I knew better. There was never a real chance. I was always going to leave alone. I just needed to be certain. It wasn't a shock, but back there at the tree, it still hit me, harder than I'd prepared for. It nearly knocked me off my feet for a moment. Sorry you had to witness that. It won't happen again. Now, let's get to work. Make yourself comfortable. It was just past 3 in the afternoon. My stomach growled. Breakfast back in El Paso felt like a lifetime ago. I doubted Fenton had eaten anything all day, and she'd surely burned through a lot of adrenaline. Food seemed like a good idea for both of us. When I suggested ordering something, she didn't object. She just pulled out her phone. "Is pizza okay?" Fenton took the desk chair and started tapping on her screen. I settled on the couch and waited until she'd finished ordering. "I've told you why I came," I said. "Now it's your turn." She hesitated, gathering her words. "I guess it began with Michael's message. We were close, like twins usually are, but we'd drifted apart. He wasn't the same after he left the Army. I should explain. He was in something called a TEU, a technical escort unit. They're the specialists called in for bomb disposal and chemical threats. I know of them," I said. "If regular troops find chemical munitions while clearing a zone, they're supposed to call a TEU." "Supposed to," Fenton echoed, a hint of bitterness in her tone. "But it doesn't always work that way. A soldier might not recognize a chemical round in Iraq. The enemy wasn't officially using them, so the shells weren't marked right. Sometimes they were mislabeled on purpose. They can look like signal rounds, especially since those also have a separate chamber inside. And even if the guys suspect chemicals, sometimes they try to handle it themselves. They don't want to wait with the best intentions. It can take 12 hours for a TEU to show up, sometimes a full day. That's another day exposed to snipers and traps, another day not clearing other areas, leaving weapons caches for insurgents or civilians to stumble into. So a lot of times Michael's team would arrive and find the site already contaminated. Like their very first call, it was an underground brick room. Some infantry guys had literally fallen through the ceiling. They started poking around, then got spooked. The shells were old, in terrible shape. They must have cracked one without knowing. It held mustard gas. One of Michael's buddies was exposed. It was awful. Did he survive? Barely. They flew him out. The hospital put him in a coma before the worst symptoms hit. It saved him a world of suffering, and probably his life. What about Michael? Was he exposed then? Not that time, but it happened later. See, however they come across chemical shells, the TEU has to dispose of them. If they're found in a populated area, the team has to move them before they can be destroyed. And if there's something unusual about the munitions, they have to recover them for study. That's what got Michael. He was transporting 2 shells some analysts wanted shipped back to Aberdeen Proving Ground. He had them in the back of his Humvee on his way to link up with a Black Hawk. One of them leaked. It made him sick. He made it back to base, but the medics dismissed his symptoms as imaginary. There were no burns, no blisters, no visible injuries. They accused him of faking it or treated him like an addict because his pupils had constricted, anything to shift the blame from the Army onto him. His body rebelled with spasms and chest pain. He couldn't keep anything down, his digestive system in chaos. Only after all that did they finally transfer him to a hospital in Germany. It took weeks for him to recover. That's brutal. It was. The way they handled him was awful. But the real insult? Michael, his friend exposed to mustard gas, and so many others, the Army refused to acknowledge their injuries. No Purple Heart? You know why? Because the poison wasn't released during active combat, so their wounds weren't considered caused by enemy action. It was as if the Army was saying they'd done this to themselves. Meanwhile, in identical situations, the Marines award their people. It just wasn't fair. Michael was crushed. He finished his next tour and left the service. He drifted for years, lost his way. I tried to stay in touch, but then I had my own struggles. She gestured toward her leg. and work kept me busy. What do you do? I'm a lab technician at a facility near Huntsville, Alabama. Is that the job that sent you to Afghanistan? She nodded. I went to oversee some field sample collections, materials we needed to analyze back home. My boss knew I was former Army and thought I could handle it. Afterward, I was out of commission for a while, surgery, physical therapy. I fell into a low place, pretty wrapped up in myself. Then Michael's message arrived and it jolted me awake. I couldn't just ignore it. What did it say? Just help, M. Handwritten on the back of a card from a local spot called the Red Roan Cafe. So you dropped everything and came. I dropped everything, but I didn't rush straight here. Old habits. First I did some digging. Reached out to his friends, used some contacts of my own, tried to piece together what he might have been involved in and where he'd gone. Everyone claimed they didn't know. A few said they'd ask around. Then a buddy from the 66th mentioned a guy who worked like an agent. If you were a veteran looking for work and weren't too fussy about legality, he could make connections. I contacted him, leaned on him hard. He admitted he'd introduced Michael to Dendonker, though indirectly. Pushed further, he confessed he'd placed a handful of guys with Dendonker over the years. Sometimes Dendonker just wanted anyone with a military background. Other times he needed specific skills. The guy remembered placing an ex-sniper who was a .50 caliber rifle expert. Michael got hired because of his knowledge of landmines. Sounds like Dendonker might be smuggling weapons. That was my first thought, too. So I came down here, poked around, but found no trace of Michael's smuggling rings or any obvious criminal activity. I was getting desperate. That's when I went back to the agent and asked him to connect me with Dendonker. I expected resistance, but he was oddly cooperative, said I'd be doing him a favor. Dendonker was looking for another recruit. No specific military occupational specialty required, just one condition: it had to be a woman. I was uneasy about what that might mean, but with my brother's life potentially on the line, I agreed, told him to set it up, and you got the job just like that. Not exactly. My background was already solid, but I fabricated a couple of references to polish it up. Then I had an interview with Dendonker's sidekick, a huge, unsettling man. He took me out into the desert and made me demonstrate I could shoot, strip a weapon, drive, things like that. Didn't Donker connect you with Michael? You have practically the same first name? No, we have different last names. His was Curtis. Mine was too originally. But I got married. I took my husband's name and kept it after he was killed in Iraq. I'm sorry, don't be. It wasn't your fault. Fenton's gaze drifted to the floor. I waited silent until she looked back up. So Dendonker wanted Michael because of his expertise with landmines, I asked. That's what my source claimed. How does that fit with a catering company? I'm not sure, she admitted. My theory is Dendonker operates as a high-end procurer. He sources specialized items for clients who can pay, smuggling them across borders. Sometimes he'd need a technical expert to verify the quality of the goods. But Michael remained with him after that. Fenton nodded. You never crossed paths with him, even while you were embedded there? No, I made attempts, but I had to be extremely careful. Then 2 days back, I spotted a woman I recognized. Her name was Renee. She was also working at Dendonker's catering operation, but on a different team with a separate partner. Her schedule was opposite mine. She'd been there much longer and knew the ins and outs of the place. Where did you know her from? I didn't, personally. I'd seen her face in photographs, pictures Michael kept from his old military unit. She worked at the airfield loading zone? No, Fenton said, shaking her head. At the Red Roan. That's the bar Michael's postcard came from. I trailed her when her shift ended and confronted her at her hotel. She confessed that Michael was still in the city, still on Dendonker's payroll, but assigned to some special project. She insisted she didn't know the details, only that it involved Michael conducting periodic tests out in the desert, testing landmines. Possibly. Fenton gave a weary shrug. So I asked Renee to arrange a meeting between Michael and me. She refused, saying it was far too risky. She was genuinely frightened. Her hands were shaking. As a compromise, I asked her to pass a note to him. She agreed to that. What did the note say? I kept it brief. I'm here. Contact me. I'll help with anything. I included a private email address I'd created just for this. No one else knew it existed. This was 2 days ago. Right. She warned me it might take time to get the note to him. Then this morning the email arrived. I knew Michael was in serious trouble the second I read it. A cold dread settled in my stomach, but I had to know for sure. How could you tell? From the greeting. In my note, I signed it Mickey. That's my childhood nickname. The email setting up the meet at the tree was also addressed to Mickey. I don't follow. Michael would know that name. You're missing the context, Fenton said, her tone shifting from grim to almost sarcastic. When we were kids playing soldier, we had this whole dramatic spy game rule, stolen straight from bad movies. You only use the person's real name if there's imminent danger. The reply used my real name. So either Michael was signaling he was in peril, or my note was intercepted by someone who didn't know our silly childhood code. What about Renee, the woman who took the note? I don't know. I went to her hotel room first thing this morning right after getting the email. Some of her clothes were missing from the closet. All her underwear and toiletries were gone. It looked like she packed in a hurry. I think something terrified her right after she gave Michael that note. I think she ran for her life. Fenton's phone chimed, followed shortly by a knock at the door. "Pizza's here?" she whispered. I shifted to the far side of the bed, out of view. I heard the door open, a brief exchange, and then Fenton returned. She grabbed a towel from the bathroom, spread it over the bed, and placed the large square box on it. We ate without speaking, the only sound the rustle of cardboard. When we were done, I broke the silence. You mentioned Dendon examines the bodies himself. Where? At the scene. Or does he have them moved? He always does it at the city morgue, Fenton said. He prefers everything clinical, the body on a slab, proper lighting, a full examination, the whole production. Is the medical examiner on his payroll? I'm not sure. It's possible. That means for our plan to work, we need to overcome 3 major obstacles, I said. First, convince Dendonker that one of us is a legitimate threat to him. Second, make him believe that person is dead. Third, get the medical examiner to play along. That's a tall order. I reached the same conclusion, Fenton replied, brushing a crumb from her chin. I've been turning it over in my head this whole time. It is a huge ask, but it's not impossible. And I've got a plan to handle both steps if you're willing to play the part of the deceased. How? All right, first obstacle. We need Dendonker to see you as a genuine threat. That's the simple part. You just step into Mickey's shoes. Dendonker's already bought the story. He dispatched 2 men to take Mickey out, and they never returned. By now, he's got to be doubly sure Mickey is a serious issue. I stayed silent. Second obstacle, we make Dendonker believe you're dead. That's trickier, but still within reach. We arrange another meeting for Mickey, which I'll attend representing Dendonker then. How do we arrange that? The groundwork is already laid. Dendonker must have intercepted my original note because he used the email address from it, but he didn't know I was the sender, or he would have come straight for me instead of setting up that first meeting. So, I'll write another note. The handwriting will match, and that will clinch it. What will the note say? That nobody showed today, so let's try again. He'll know that's false. At the very least, he believes his men are missing. If he has contacts within the police, he'll know they're dead. Naturally, he'll know, but that's irrelevant. He won't care if Mickey is lying to him. All he'll want is to remove the threat as swiftly and cleanly as he can. What's he going to do? Leave Mickey out there free to strike whenever. Just because he wasn't truthful? No. He'll leap at the chance to finish him. He'll agree to the meeting and plan another double cross again. Assume you're right, assume he agrees, then what? He sends another pair of guys, maybe more? No. In the note, I'll state that Mickey knows he's not dealing with Michael, but he's offering $10,000 for information on Michael's location. And he'll only deal with me. How do you get the note to Dendonker? I'll deliver it to his second-in-command. I'll request a meeting. Tell him a guy approached me outside the Red Roan. I'll describe you. That's believable because they likely assume Renee delivered the last note to Michael, given she's vanished. If they take the bait, they'll propose another rendezvous. We'll both be there, and I'll shoot you. At least, that's what I'll report back to Dendonker. I paused to consider. That's a major risk for you if they don't believe it. I don't think so. Fenton ticked points off on her fingers. The scenario? Someone getting a member of Dendonker's crew to carry a note? It fits. The handwriting on the note, it matches. The email address for Dendonker to reply to, it matches. The note leading to a meeting, it matches. The setup is solid. I can sell it. I've done this kind of work before, remember? I didn't answer. Okay, Fenton said. Yes, there is a risk, but deciding to take it is my choice. That's fair. Getting them to set up a meeting might work, but what if they send someone with you or have a hidden observer? You can't just claim a shooting. We need to stage it, and it has to look convincing. That's easy enough. I've done it before. Years ago in Kosovo, on a mission, we needed leverage over a local crime boss, so we made him believe he'd killed a man we later revealed was a U.S. diplomat. All we used was fake blood in a special pouch, a detonator, a transmitter, and some tape. The Army supplied the materials, of course, but I know where they sourced them, a shop in New York. I can have the items shipped here. The only other prop is blanks, and I already have some. I brought them with me. I didn't know what Dendonker would have me do, and I thought I might need to avoid taking out the wrong people. The trick with blanks and fake blood could work. I knew from experience, though not in Kosovo and not involving a diplomat. I said that leaves the medical examiner could be a problem if he's loyal to Dendonker. We'll have to be careful. True. Although I'm sure he could be persuaded to call in sick for a day. Maybe he suddenly remembers a pressing family obligation out of state with the right incentive. Fenton gave me a knowing look. But maybe we save that for the finale. Let's see if Dendonker takes the bait first. We also need a convincing injury. Dendonker has to believe it's real, even if just for a moment. That's not an issue. Undercover operatives often use fake wounds to conceal items, a handcuff key or a small blade. It stays with them even if they're captured and searched. Basic psychology, people naturally avoid touching an open wound. We can get the supplies from the same shop that sells the stage blood. I'll include it in the order. Fenton disposed of the empty pizza box and placed her suitcase on the bed. Opening it, she retrieved a card and a pen from an interior pocket. Same type I used previously. She began writing. I grabbed several just to be safe. A minute later, she set the pen aside and handed me the card. One side featured an image of a horse, a red roan, I assumed. Her message was written on the back beside the cafe's address. It looked good to me. I nodded. She placed the card down, picked up her phone, and typed out a text. I told him I was just approached by a hostile stranger who asked me to deliver a note to someone named Michael. Fingers crossed. The reply arrived within a minute. Okay, Fenton announced. That was Dendonker's top lieutenant. He wants to meet. He wants the note. This could be our opening. Fenton stood and shook out a jacket from her case to hide her firearm. I asked, "Where's the meeting, the Border Inn?" She turned toward the door. "It's my other hotel reservation, a standard kind of place. I'm booked under my real name, but it's just for appearance. I never actually stay there. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." The door shut, and the room fell into a sudden silence. It felt hollow, the only trace of her presence a faint scent of perfume lingering in the air. I returned to the couch and lay down, attempting to summon some music in my mind to pass the time. John Primer seemed fitting. He played backup for Muddy Waters until his death, then for Magic Slim for 14 years until his death. Primer's blues are about as good as it gets, but no matter how hard I tried, the melody wouldn't come. I was anxious about Fenton, whether she could sell our ruse to Dendonker's man, or more grimly, if she couldn't, then they'd kill her. If she was fortunate. I shook my head, telling myself to get a grip. Fenton was former military intelligence. She would have had exhaustive training in all manner of covert tactics. She could undoubtedly persuade anyone of anything. Ironically, that thought only heightened my worry. I truly knew nothing about her, only what she had chosen to tell me. which was precisely what she wanted me to know. I stood and began to search the room. I didn't like it. Even though she had invited me in, that old sensation of being an intruder returned, the same feeling I used to get when searching a deceased person's home. I hoped it wasn't an omen. I went through her suitcase. Everything was neatly folded or rolled. There were clothes, toiletries, extra ammunition for her Glock, a spare prosthetic foot, a blonde wig, glasses with plain lenses, and a field medical kit. Nothing indicated she had lied to me. I checked under the mattress, along the curtain seams, beneath the couch. Still nothing. I moved to sit back down, but halted. The answer was clear. I should leave, walk out, and never glance back. That would sink the plan entirely. It required two people. There was no way Fenton could pull it off alone. I took a step toward the door and stopped again. If Fenton failed to get to Dendonker, what would she do? I imagined her with a gun to her temple again. I disliked that image intensely. So I returned to the couch and waited in the quiet. There was no sound of a key turning, just a soft click 72 minutes later. Then the door opened and Fenton stepped inside. I believe they bought it. She checked her phone. No final confirmation yet, but I made some headway while I was waiting for the contact. I had the fake blood and other supplies on order with expedited shipping to ensure everything arrived by morning. My real hope was that our contacts wouldn't push for a meeting tonight. I agreed with that sentiment, but my concerns ran deeper. We still had two major obstacles ahead, and I desperately wanted to keep it that way. Fenton slipped into blue silk pajamas and settled into bed while I stayed dressed and stretched out on the couch. She pulled a sleep mask over her eyes and lay still, though I doubted she actually slept. Her breathing was off, too quick, too shallow, too anxious. I kept my own eyes open, awake for hours as a quiet alarm blared in the back of my mind. I couldn't pinpoint the source, but a persistent unease kept me from relaxing. I must have finally drifted off around 4 in the morning, only to be woken at 7 by Fenton calling my name. She was sitting up, her mask pushed above her forehead, hair tousled, holding her phone out toward me. 11 tonight, she said, her voice rough from sleep. They want to meet you. We're in. So much for a gentle start to the day. I'd been conscious for all of 15 seconds, and already we were down to just one hurdle. Replied to them, I told her, reiterate the terms. You alone, unarmed, cash for information. Fenton tapped at her screen. A minute later, a soft ping confirmed a response. They agreed, she said. Not long after, her phone chimed again with a new text. She read it, then turned the screen toward me. Hook, line, and sinker. It's from Dendonker's deputy, telling me to stand by for a job tonight. Fenton leaned back against her pillows and started searching on her phone. All right, I looked up medical examiners in the area. Only one shows up, a Dr. Julia. Seems he's the go-to doctor for everything around here. His office is at the medical center, that big stone building in the middle of town. We'll wait for our delivery, then head down. It's supposed to come before noon, so we should have plenty of time. We can't both go, I said, sitting up. What about the delivery? Does it need a signature? Fenton nodded. You should handle that. I'll go talk to the doctor. Fenton ordered breakfast using her phone while I took a shower. I was getting dressed when a knock came at the door. Stepping out of the bathroom, the rich scent of coffee hit me. Nothing compares to that first cup. She'd also gotten us burritos. We ate quietly, and when we were done, I gathered the paper plates, grabbed the sunglasses I'd taken from the guy at the tree, and moved toward the door. No gun? Fenton asked, looking concerned. I'm going to an official building. They'll have metal detectors. In a town like this, I doubt it. Not worth the risk. Besides, I won't need one. If the doctor's straight, I'll persuade him. If he's in Dendonker's pocket, a gun won't change his mind anyway. I stepped outside and left the courtyard through the same archway Fenton had driven through. It was a stunning morning, ideal for a walk. The sun shone brightly, yet the air held a pleasant coolness, the last traces of the desert night still lingering. The sky was a vivid, almost unreal blue, so clear you'd be accused of exaggerating it in a painting. The streets were narrow and meandering, lined with buildings that felt old and unpretentious, as if they'd grown naturally over time along paths once used by wagons pulled by mules or donkeys. There was no obvious planning here, no pretense. I could imagine the people inside simply living their lives, caring for their families, doing their work. Glancing up at the rooftops, I spotted a few TV antennas but no cell towers, reinforcing the feeling that this was a place progress had overlooked. Probably little of substance had changed here for decades, nothing, that is, except the arrival of Dendon. I found the medical center without trouble. A sturdy, imposing structure built from pale stone. The building was a testament to pride, its construction clearly the work of true artisans. The care was evident in every detail, from the carved doorway to the elegant windows and their sturdy lintels. Stepping inside, my eyes were drawn to the polished white floor where an intricate mosaic of the staff of Hermes was laid. A grand lamp, fashioned like a globe, hung directly above it, casting light on a domed ceiling painted with a sweeping mural. It depicted medicine's journey from primitive caves to modern hospitals, the timeline halting somewhere before the Second World War. In its grand style, it could have been a library or a courthouse, but the moment you closed your eyes, there was no mistaking it for anything but a hospital. That antiseptic scent was pervasive and unique. The reception area stood empty, a stately desk of rich teak, its surface gleaming from decades of polish, held only a closed laptop, a leather binder, and a message pad on the wall. An old-fashioned directory used individual white letters pressed into plush burgundy fabric rolls. It listed various wards and clinics, but made no mention of a morgue, hardly a feature medical staff would care to advertise, I supposed. Passing through a doorway beside the desk, I entered a corridor lined with plain, numbered wooden doors. At its far end, a staircase descended. The directory had shown all the active medical spaces were upstairs, so I went down, partly out of logic and partly from a grim instinct that felt right. The dead naturally belonged below. The lower corridor was starkly bright, lit by triple fluorescent tubes hanging at close intervals. It held only one pair of doors clearly labeled morgue. As I approached, I heard a man's voice. At first, I thought he had company, but the cadence was too formal, too measured. He was dictating, likely medical notes into a recorder. I raised my hand to knock, then let it fall. A cold clarity washed over me. What was the point? No conversation with this doctor was going to salvage our crumbling scheme. Facing the plain truth, I turned, retraced my steps up the stairs, and emerged onto the street. I made my way to the Red Roan and paused, looking it over out of sheer curiosity. It had a garish horse racing theme that clashed wildly with the sober buildings around it. Finding the vibe distinctly uninviting, I moved on to a smaller, more humble diner farther down the block. The atmosphere was simpler, more grounded. I ordered 2 black coffees to go and carried them back to the hotel. Fenton yanked the door open the second my knuckles touched the wood. "Well?" she demanded, letting the door swing shut behind me. "Tell me." I handed her one of the cups. On the bed, her macabre toolkit was laid out, bags of fake blood, miniature detonators, and materials for crafting wounds. Her gun was there too, with a glass full of bullets on the nightstand. "You switched to blanks?" I asked. She gave a sharp nod. "Yes. But the medical examiner, how did it go? Blanks were safer than live rounds in our situation, but not without risk. Get the muzzle too close and the explosive gas alone could be lethal, a fact I knew from investigating 2 such cases in the Army. One was a tragic accident from a fool playing one prank too many. The other was a darker, more complicated affair. I set my coffee on the desk. "Michaela, we need to talk. This plan isn't going to work. It's dead on arrival. We need a plan B." The ME wouldn't cooperate. Fenton slammed her cup onto the nightstand with such force that coffee geysered from the lid. "Why not? What was his problem? How hard did you actually push him?" "I'm not going to lie to you," I said, my tone shifting from weary to bluntly sarcastic. "I didn't speak to him. I took one look at that place and realized the whole idea is Swiss cheese full of holes." You handled the threat and the staged death, sure, but this third hurdle, it's a mountain, and frankly, sending you in there to lean on a coroner in a building that smells like a museum and a bleach factory isn't a solution. It's a fast track to a real body bag. Never send a man to do a woman's job? Fine, but don't send anyone to do an impossible one. I'll handle it, Fenton said, her hand moving toward her weapon. I moved to block her path. It makes no difference which one of us confronts him or if we both stay silent. The result will be identical. Either the man is on Dendonker's payroll or he isn't. He's either friendly toward us or he's hostile. We might need to convince him, intimidate him, or pay him off. Regardless, there are no guarantees. Even if he agrees to cooperate, can we actually rely on him? What if he has a change of heart later? What if his courage fails him, and suppose he does back off? How will Dendonker react? Will he examine the body, my body, poke at it, stab it, hack off a piece, put a bullet in it? Fenton offered no response, and Dendonker probably won't come alone. How many men will he bring? What kind of firepower will they have? Who else might be in that building? She gave a slight shrug. And if we actually grab him, what comes next? We'll need time to persuade him to talk. Where would we even go? How long would it take? Where's the closest police station once we're finished? I understand your concerns, Fenton said, crossing her arms, but the plan could still succeed. It could. Nothing is completely impossible. I'd rate its chances of working at about 50%, no better, and the risk of unintended consequences is extremely high. I'm willing to accept those odds. I'm not. Not when other options exist. There are no other options. We have to proceed. Fine. We'll switch parts. I'll say I'm ill. I'll play Mickey's role at the meeting point. I'll fake getting shot. Let them take me to the morgue. I'll handle Dendonker personally when he arrives. That won't work. If you're sick, they'll just send replacements who will kill you for real. Unless you kill them first. Neither outcome helps our situation. All right, then you come to the rendezvous too, hide in the shadows until everyone is there, then shoot me with a blank before anyone else gets the chance. They won't care who pulled the trigger as long as they believe I'm dead. And what happens when they check for a pulse? Fenton fell silent. Or if they give you a sharp blow to the head to confirm you're gone? She opened her mouth, then closed it again without a word. I continued, why not have Dendonker arrested? I know a federal agent. He's trustworthy. You could work with him. Stay undercover, supply intelligence. Isn't that what you were trained to do? That process would take too much time. We have to act tonight. I'll find a way, with or without your help. Why is this so urgent? The best way to honor Michael is to take the necessary time to do this properly. What about the security personnel, for instance? Who approved Dendonker's entry into the country? They likely have significant resources, and if they made an error, they'll want to correct it, if only to avoid the embarrassment. This was never just about Michael. Not really. No. Then who else is it about? I don't have specific names. Innocent people. The veterans working for Dendonker? No, just random, ordinary people. Who? What kind of people? Fenton took a deep breath. Reacher, there's something I kept from you. I know what Dendonker is doing with those aircraft, what he plans to transport in them. Bombs. How do you know that? I know because Michael was the one building them. Fenton pushed the bags of fake blood away and sat down on the bed. She buried her face in her hands, her elbows resting on her knees. She remained perfectly still for more than a full minute. Then she sat up straight. I didn't lie to you, Reacher. I just didn't tell you the complete truth. You'd better tell it now if you want me to reconsider my position. All right, let's go back to when I left the Army. I went into law enforcement. I joined the FBI and became a special agent. My specialty was evidence processing. I worked out of a few field offices, did well, and that led to an assignment at TDAC. Are you familiar with it? Not really. It's the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center. Think of it as applying forensic science to the battlefield. It started during the Second Gulf War. Our troops were getting hit hard. Someone had the idea to collect evidence and send it all back to Quantico. A team was assembled to analyze everything that came in. They developed methods to identify IEDs and to defend against them. They learned to defuse the devices, and in time they could trace them back to their origins. Sometimes they pinpointed a specific bomb maker, other times they identified the very factory where components were produced. Every recovered piece tells its own story, as do the assembly techniques. Even the particular twist of a wire can hold meaning. The unit's success led to its expansion and a relocation to a new base in Alabama. Its mission grew as well, now global and without time constraints. Intelligence is shared with allied agencies, leading to arrests worldwide with TEDx support from London and Berlin to Addis Ababa, all within recent weeks. Evidence continues to arrive from more distant places and from deeper in the past. I heard material from the Lockerbie bombing in Scotland is en route, along with items from Yemen. Some evidence has already come in from Beirut, related to that massive barracks bombing back in the 80s. This brought a strange echoing reminder of my own past. Over the years, I'd often reflected on the man whose jawbone ended up inside me and on the other Marines lost that day. But I hadn't spent much time considering the physical evidence itself. I knew it had been meticulously examined back then, scrutinized by experts using the best tools and techniques available. I assumed that once every clue had been exhausted, whatever remained would have been disposed of, cleaned up, thrown out, preferably incinerated. It never crossed my mind that fragments could have been shipped back to the States, long after the bodies were laid to rest, she explained. There's a program designed to support this kind of work. The International Collection and Engagement Program, ICEP. I was part of it. Specialists are deployed to partner nations to assist with training, and that included Afghanistan. Given my background, I was sent there to a site that hadn't been properly cleared. It plays into a classic al-Qaeda tactic. They hide multiple devices, some obvious, some not. The rest, as they say, is history, at least for my foot. Is that why you shifted to lab work? Exactly. I didn't leave the bureau, I just couldn't work in the field anymore, so they let me retrain. I became a bio-recovery technician. My job was lifting prints, mostly from older devices, and recovering hairs or any material that could yield DNA. It was routine, often dull, but sometimes deeply satisfying. Take a case from about a month ago. We had a lead on a former employee of a Kuwaiti oil company suspected of sympathizing with AQE, al-Qaeda, in Iraq. The Bureau set up a sting and recorded him boasting to an undercover agent about building bombs in a basement in Abu Ghraib. We cross-referenced dates and locations, pulled unprocessed evidence, and guess what? I matched his print to a fragment from a roadside bomb. Gold star for me, life in prison for him. I was happy with that outcome. Unlike my final case, an unexploded bomb came in. That's our holy grail, everything intact, a feast of evidence. This one had several standout features. First, it was found within the United States, not imported from overseas. Second, it contained a GPS chip, which we believe let the terrorists know when their target was near for detonation, but that was a backup. Because the third thing was a transponder. I'm not sure what that is. Think of it in two parts. One unit sends a radio signal, and the other returns a reply. One was in the bomb, the other would be carried by the target, presumably without their knowledge. I believe it was meant to be the primary trigger. What if some other signal accidentally set it off? They don't work that way. Each pair has a unique code. If the codes don't match, nothing happens. That's likely why it didn't detonate. The other half of the transponder probably never came within range before the bomb was discovered, which was fortunate for all the lives saved, and because of the fourth detail we found, a fingerprint, right on the transponder itself. It was brought to me for verification, she said. Who did it belong to? Michael, what was your reaction? Fenton paused, her gaze dropping before meeting mine again. I was stunned, of course. I examined the print repeatedly, but there was no error. It was his could there. There's more, she interrupted. I was also given the card from the Red Roan to analyze. It was blank. I invented the part about writing on it because I omitted the bomb. There was also a condom inside, still sealed. I don't know why, perhaps to make it seem like random items had accidentally fallen in. in case one of Dendonker's men saw it. I concluded Michael was seeking redemption. He wanted to stop, to escape. He knew where I worked and what I did. He knew I'd identify his print, which was unusually clear. Modern bomb makers typically wear gloves, aware of what we can recover now, so I panicked. I'm not proud of it. I destroyed his print, the transponder, and the card. I erased all records and resigned. The rest you know. Everything else I told you is true. Did you learn anything further? She closed her eyes briefly, then shook her head. No, I never reached Michael. I took a slow drink of coffee, processing her story. A bomb with a transponder, a fingerprint, a business card, and a condom. But no message. Something felt off. Where was the bomb discovered? A private airfield. Was that the intended target? Unknown. How large was it? Compact enough to hide, yet powerful enough to cause significant harm. If detonated in the wrong place, fewer than 50 casualties would be miraculous. What if it was meant for a plane? Not just as cargo, but to explode mid-flight over a city, a mall, or a stadium. Possible, but improbable. The bomb we found contained shrapnel, an anti-personnel design for targeting a plane. You'd expect a shaped charge to breach the fuselage or cripple critical systems. That's a small relief, I suppose. What's the timeline if there are more bombs? She shrugged. Tomorrow, next week, next year, can we risk waiting? How many bombs did Michael create? Another shrug. Could be any number scattered anywhere across the country. We were potentially facing hundreds, even thousands of deaths. Dendonker had the resources, the opportunity, and there were plenty of groups with the funds to make it profitable for him. Suddenly, a 50-50 chance with possible collateral damage seemed almost acceptable. I finished my coffee. Stay here, I need to speak with the medical examiner. Chapter 14, I quickened my pace. The sun felt more intense. The buildings loomed closer, and the deserted sidewalks seemed to constrict. The air grew thick and heavy. Reaching the medical center, I entered directly. The lobby was unchanged, except a woman now sat at the reception desk. Her age was ambiguous, perhaps nearing retirement. Her silver hair was woven into intricate braids, and she wore pointed vintage-style glasses from the 60s, a subtle strand of pearls, and a crisp cream blouse. She glanced up as I approached, but averted her eyes when I moved toward the basement door. An assumed perk of Dendonker's operations here, no doubt, though I disliked being mistaken for one of his thugs. Pausing in the lower hallway, I listened at the morgue door. Classical music drifted out, mostly piano Beethoven, I guessed. I knocked and entered without waiting. Immediately, the odor assaulted me, an invisible barrier composed of familiar scents, blood, bodily fluids, disinfectant, and preservative chemicals. It was so potent it halted me in my tracks. The man stood in the center of the room, his white hair stark under the harsh lights. He wore a lab coat and metal-rimmed glasses on a chain. His posture stooped behind him. A line of 5 steel doors gleamed. A nearby desk held a dormant computer, a neat stack of blank forms, and an expensive-looking pen. At his elbow sat a stainless steel table with raised edges, a naked male body laid out upon it. The skull was open, the rib cage split, the abdomen hollowed out. Blood traced the channels along the table's sides, dripping steadily into a floor drain. One trolley was arrayed with sharp, bloodied tools. Another held jars of red and brown gelatinous matter and a scale, its pan cradling a human brain. The man removed his glasses and fixed me with a stare. "You knocked, I'll give you that now. Who are you and what do you want?" He struck me as a direct man, so I matched his tone. "Reacher, your doctor." "Holier," he gave a single, sharp nod. "I am, and you're here because." "I need your help. Medical, is someone injured? I need you to not come to work tomorrow." "Impossible. In over 40 years I haven't missed a single day." "That's a hell of a streak. Spare me the flattery." "Fair enough. Let's talk about someone you know." "Wad Dendonker." The doctor's eyes tightened. "What about him? How well do you know him?" In a flash, Holier grabbed a blood-smeared scalpel from the trolley and pointed it at my chest. "Make another insinuation like that and I'll carve out your heart." "Oath be damned, size won't save you." He jerked his head toward the corpse. As you can see, I know the procedure, so I take it you're not friends. He dropped the scalpel back onto the steel with a clatter. Let me tell you about my history with Dendon. It started a decade ago. I was here working. The door burst open. No knock, no courtesy, and two of his men walked in. They didn't speak, just handed me an envelope. Inside was a photograph of my brother Donald standing outside his home in Albuquerque. I have no wife. My parents are gone. Donald was all I had left. The man told me if I ever wanted to see my brother breathing again, I'd go with them quietly. You went? What choice did I have? They shoved me into a beat-up old army jeep and drove 10 miles into the desert. Maybe more. It's easy to lose track out there. We stopped where a group of men were waiting. Dendon, a few of his thugs, and two others I pegged as clients. They were there to buy hand grenades and apparently wanted a demonstration. A pit had been dug inside where two naked women. Who were they? Strangers to me. One of the drivers told me later they worked for Dendon and had disobeyed him. This was their punishment. Dendon tossed a grenade into the pit. There were screams, then the blast. Everyone else rushed to the edge to look. I didn't want to, but Dendon grabbed my collar and forced me. In my career, I've seen every kind of trauma, every surgical procedure imaginable. But this was different. What was left of those women, it was an abomination. I vomited right there on the sand. I was terrified he'd order me to handle the remains, but he didn't. One of his men used a jeep fitted with a plow blade to push the dirt back over the hole. Dendon and his buyers stayed to talk. The two who brought me drove me back here. They said a body would arrive on my table in a day or two. I was to examine it completely but keep no official record. And I was to be ready to answer questions from Dendon. Exactly. And if you refused, they said they'd dig another pit. They'd throw my brother in it, and they'd make me watch when the grenade landed. They threatened to remove my eyelids, so I'd be forced to watch everything. And the body they talked about, did it actually appear? 3 days later, I couldn't sleep, imagining what condition it would be in. When it finally arrived, it had only been shot. A small mercy, at least for me. How many have there been since? 27. Most were gunshot victims. A few were stabbed. A couple had their skulls crushed. Does Dendon come to examine each one? Dr. Hoolier gave a slow nod, every single time, punctual as a metronome. He's mellowed a bit, though. In the beginning, he demanded exhaustive reports, stomach contents, residue under the nails, signs of recent travel, everything. Now he settles for a brief summary, but he still insists on seeing the bodies himself? Yes. Any idea why? Could be any number of psychological conditions. I'm not qualified to diagnose him, and frankly, I don't want to. The man gives me chills. Whenever he walks into my office, all I want is for him to leave as quickly as possible. He paused. Actually, scratch that. What I really want is for him to stop coming altogether. Since I can't make that happen, I've learned to tolerate it. I might have a way to put an end to his visits, and it starts right here in this room. If you're planning to stop Dendon in this room, someone will have to play dead. Is that someone you... I nodded and explained the fake gunshot wound to my chest and the props we'd used to sell the illusion. Where is this supposed shooting going to happen? I gave him the address Dendon's man had texted to Fenton. I see. And how do you plan to get your body from there to here? I hadn't worked that part out yet. When a plan is already full of holes, more tend to appear. You don't know, do you? I stayed quiet. What time are you scheduled to be shot? A little after 11 tonight. All right, I'll bring you in myself. No, you can't be involved. Think about your brother. Donald passed away last year. Was he married? Any children? No kids. He had a wife, but I never liked her. Besides, she's ill cancer, metastasized. If Dendon went looking for her, she'd be gone before he even found which hospice she's in. So here's what we'll do. I'll give you a direct number for your partner to call. It bypasses 911, which should simplify things. Are you certain about this? Yes. Now, Dendon won't show up until morning. That means you'll have to spend the night here. He may have people watching the building, and a dead man walking out and coming back would raise questions. I'll arrive early to prepare you for the cold storage. You'll have company in there, I'm afraid, so I can't adjust the temperature, but I can give you a mild sedative to prevent shivering. I'll also tape your eyes shut as a precaution. How long can you hold your breath? Once underwater and fighting for my life, I'd manage just over a minute. This would be different. No physical strain, just the discipline of absolute stillness. 90 seconds, I said. 2 minutes at most. Fine. I'll keep track of the time. If Dendonker lingers too long, I'll create a distraction. He's usually quick, so I'm not overly concerned. Now, tell me truthfully, after you stop him, what do you intend to do? Turn him over to the police. A flicker of disappointment passed over Holier's face. I asked, does Dendonker usually come alone, or does he bring protection? 2 apes. I call them. One enters first to sweep the room. Then Dendonker follows with the second. Are they armed? Not that I've seen. That helps, but even with your brother gone, there's still a risk to you. You'd be safer at home, or even out of town. Holier shook his head. No, Dendonker has held the advantage for too long. I promised myself that if I ever had a chance to push back, I would take it. With Donald gone, I only have myself to worry about. Now feels like the right time. Thank you, Doctor, I mean that. But if you change your mind, I won't. All right, until tonight, then. One final thing, Mr. Reacher. I took an oath to do no harm, you didn't, especially where Dendonker is concerned. I understood exactly what he meant. At 11 o'clock sharp, I was waiting beneath the cold glow of the street lamp. The night air had a real bite to it. I'd spent the last 3 hours inside the compound making absolutely certain I was alone. A jacket would have been nice. All I had was a T-shirt, a massive canary yellow thing hanging off me like a tent. It had to be that way. I needed the space to hide the pouch of stage blood taped to my ribs. A coat could have draped wrong, and then where would my bullet hole be? The car rolled up at 2 minutes past. Its high beams were blinding, washing out any details about its make, but I could tell it wasn't a Jeep. Not what I'd pictured Fenton driving. If it was even Fenton, I couldn't see a thing through the windshield. Then the front doors swung open. Both of them, 2 men got out. That wasn't the deal. A second later, the rear doors opened too. 2 more men climbed into view. This was definitely not the arrangement. I gave them a quick once-over. They were all big. Each one probably 6'1" or taller and pushing 200 pounds. Nothing about them seemed particularly concerning. My main focus was on the back seat waiting for Fenton to appear. She didn't. Either Dendonker had sidelined her after losing 2 guys yesterday, opting for more muscle, or he'd seen through our little act and she was permanently out of the picture. I doubted the 4 gentlemen in front of me would know which. Paranoid bosses don't tend to share their strategic insights with the hired help, so I adjusted my plan on the fly, thinned the herd, then convinced the last one standing that his best move was to take me up the chain of command. The driver sure as hell wasn't going to be that last man. He stepped forward and launched into some pathetic spiel, trying to talk me into the car. That wasn't happening. Not yet, anyway. When he saw his bluff wasn't working, he switched tactics. He went for force, pulling a gun, a classic error when you're within arm's reach. Maybe he thought my size meant I was slow, maybe he was just an idiot, or too confident for his own good. Either way, I closed the distance, seized his wrist, and disarmed him. Then I put him down with a single efficient punch. I scooped up his fallen pistol just in case the other 3 had the sense to rush me together. They didn't. The guy in the middle of the remaining trio was next. He let out a ridiculous roar like he thought it would scare me, faked a jab, then tried to bury his fist in my stomach. I blocked it and drove my knuckle hard into his biceps. I even offered him a chance to walk away. Seemed only fair. He didn't take it. He came charging back in with a wild looping punch aimed at my head. I let it sail past, locked up his other arm, and gave him one more opportunity. His gratitude was an attempt to kick me where it counts. He didn't come close. I slammed my foot into his shin, using his own momentum against him. The crack was audible, at least 1 bone, maybe more. He screamed, hopped on one leg for a second, then passed out cold when the broken ends of the bone ground together. Now it was down to 2. These two decided to up their game. They went to the trunk and came back with axe handles. The taller one led with a huge theatrical swing that missed by a mile. Then his buddy got in close, jabbing the air, 2 feints. Then he went for my gut again. He might as well have sent a telegram. I grabbed the handle, ripped it from his grasp, spun it around, and brought it down on the crown of his head like I was splitting a log. The final guy completely lost his nerve. He took a couple of hopeless windmilling swings before it must have dawned on him he had no chance. He went for his gun. But just like the driver, he was far too close. I knocked it from his hand, grabbed him by the throat, and started to explain his very limited options. Then a voice cut through the night, ordering me to stop. It was Fenton. She stepped out from the shadow of a row of garage doors to my right, arms extended, gripping her weapon with both hands. She was trying to salvage our original plan, but the last guy was standing right between us, which was a less than ideal complication. He was a witness, and there was no way he'd buy that I'd been shot unless Fenton's bullet had gone straight through him first. Shoving him out of the way would look just as suspicious. Better to pull him in tighter, use him as a human shield. I met Fenton's eyes, then glanced deliberately down at my own chest, marking the spot she'd see it or near enough. Taking the shot was the smartest play here. I willed her to pull the trigger. I watched her draw a breath and let it out. I braced for the crack of the gun. Instead, I felt a sharp flick against my sternum, followed by an icy, wet spread. I threw myself backward. I've seen enough people die by gunfire to know the reactions vary. Some fold quietly like they're just going to sleep. Others get thrown into grotesque, tangled heaps. I aimed for something in between, flinging my arms wide, keeping one knee bent, and snapping my head back hard. Thought you didn't need me, huh? Fenton's voice was closer now. No rush, you can apologize whenever you're ready. Just make it convincing. What the hell was that? The guy sounded furious. Dendonker wanted him breathing. He had questions. Fenton paused. Dendonker wanted him alive, funny? If I hadn't shown up, this guy would have been the last one standing. Your 3 friends are already down, and you weren't far behind. Then I felt fingers on my neck, long, slender, and cool. A shiver ran through me. Anyway, he's gone, no use crying over it, Fenton said. She reached around and pretended to pat down my back pockets. Empty, just like I figured this was a setup from the jump. What a jerk. All right, I'll call 911 to get the body collected. You can report it to Dendonker. Throw me under the bus if you want. On one condition, you load up your buddies. I've got a long walk back to my car after the ambulance arrives. Chapter 16. I've crashed in plenty of strange, uncomfortable spots over the years, but a morgue was a first. Physically, it wasn't as bad as I'd imagined. Dr. Hollier brought me a bedroll, a sleeping bag, and one of those eye masks they hand out on long flights. He left me to rest and returned at 6 in the morning with coffee. While I drank it, he got to work sculpting a fake gunshot wound for my chest from a special clay, meticulously shaping it, getting the size perfect, the jagged edges, and the colors, a mix of furious red and clotted brown. Satisfied, he pressed it onto my skin. Then came the injections, one in each arm, each leg, my chest and my stomach. He cleared away my bedding, tucking it behind the door of the right-hand fridge, and checked the wall clock. Okay, it's time. He opened the center door and slid out the rack. I stripped out of my clothes and he hid them with the bedding. I lay down, he draped a sheet over me and used a bit of tape to secure my eyelids shut. Good luck, he said. Try not to wreck my morgue when Dendonker shows up. He pulled the sheet up over my head and pushed the rack all the way into the refrigerator. The door sealed shut. I felt the light vanish, replaced by a thick, absolute darkness. The skin between my shoulders prickled. I've always hated tight spaces. A deep, primal dread to fight it, I forced myself to imagine the empty void around me. Behind the door, as the fridge was one open chamber, not separate compartments. There was space. I started to calm down. Then I remembered the dissected body. I wondered which side it was on. Part of me wished I could see. Most of me was grateful I couldn't. I'd been inside for nearly an hour when the refrigerator door opened without warning. Light flooded my senses. The rack rolled out smoothly, the sheet was pulled back from my face. A nasal voice, sharp and commanding, said, "Move." The sheet was whisked off completely, rustling as it settled on the floor. The same nasal voice spoke again. Dendonker, I assumed. He questioned what had killed me. Dr. Hollier answered. There was talk of my old wounds, the scars they'd left, and what might have caused them, what else they had uncovered about me. A full minute without breathing, unpleasant but something I could handle. The sheet was draped over me once more, first my body, then my face. Before I could draw a breath, it was ripped away again. An argument broke out over my forged identification, my actual ID, my real name. Questions flew back and forth. Then I sensed Dendonker moving nearer. I couldn't see him, but I felt his stare. 90 seconds without air, I needed oxygen desperately. A fiery ache began to spread through my lungs. Every muscle screamed to move. I heard Dendonker remark that I had been looking for him, not for Michael. So, narcissism to go with the paranoia. What a delightful mix. No surprise he had trouble working with a team. The rustle of papers, more questions. Then talk of burning my passport and disposing of my body. Dendonker's voice grew louder, sharper, like he was issuing final commands. It sounded like he was finishing up. 2 minutes without a breath. My lungs had had enough. I sucked in a massive gulp of air, tore the tape from my eyes, and sat up. 4 men were in the room, all staring, mouths agape. Dr. Hollier was behind his desk. 2 men in suits, maybe in their 40s, stood near the door. The one facing me looked to be in his 60s. He had a sharp, angular face with a triangular burn scar on his left cheek. His eyes bulged slightly. His arms and legs seemed unusually long. 3 fingers were missing from his right hand. He was using his thumb and remaining finger to adjust his watch. I said, "Dendonker?" He didn't respond. I slid off the tray. He fumbled in his jacket, pulled out a gun, a small revolver, an NAA 22S, barely 4 inches long. I took it from him, tossed it into the refrigerator, and pushed him toward the back corner. I needed him away from the door, with no chance of slipping out, while I handled his men. Both suited men were already advancing. One on my left had pale suit and curly hair. The other on my right wore a dark suit with straight hair. About 2 feet apart, they reached under their jackets for their weapons. They never got them clear. I moved forward fast, drew back both fists, and struck their jaws simultaneously. The blows weren't my hardest. The sedative had taken a slight edge off, but my forward momentum combined with their advance made it feel like they'd walked into a moving truck. They collapsed together in a tangled heap and didn't get up. I turned to check on Dendonker and saw him standing in the corner, reminding me of a stick insect trapped in a zoo enclosure. Then a sound came from behind me. The door burst open as if blown by a gas explosion. A man stepped through so broad he seemed to turn sideways to fit. He was at least 6'6", easily 350 pounds, bald with a head like a bowling ball, his small features, eyes, nose, mouth all pinched together in the center, tiny ears protruded, his skin was a shiny pink. He wore a black suit, white shirt, no tie. A pity ties can be handy for strangling. He began moving forward with a strange, stomping, robotic rhythm. As he closed in, his steps became kicks and his arm swings became punches, steady and relentless like a martial arts drill. It was hypnotic. Any one of those blows would be devastating. Several would be lethal. I stepped back to buy a moment. Dendonker tried to scuttle past. I grabbed him and flung him behind me without looking where he landed. I couldn't afford to take my eyes off the human battering ram coming at me. Dendonker tried again from the other side. I shoved him back. The giant kept coming. I could tell he was planning to play with me for a bit, backing me into a corner before finishing me off when I had nowhere left to run. He showed no concern about staying outside my reach. I retreated another step, then suddenly pivoted off my back foot and darted around his side. As I passed, I drove a sharp jab into his kidney, a solid hit that would have dropped most men. This guy didn't even flinch. He took a step and shifted into an elaborate spinning maneuver, his arms crossing and uncrossing before he planted on the balls of his feet and launched another kick. but I was already in motion, turning quicker, pushing harder off the floor. I charged headfirst before his next strike could land, slamming into his chest with enough force to stagger him despite his size. As he reeled back, I aimed for his throat. No time for fair play now, but before I could strike, his legs caught the extended refrigerator rack. The latch gave way and the rack slid out. He toppled backward, his head cracking against the door frame. It wasn't enough to knock him out, but it dazed him just long enough. I closed in and hammered my elbow down into the side of his skull with everything I had. The impact was brutal and precise. His limbs jerked upward like a bug's, then went limp, dangling over the sides of the rack. His tongue lolled from his mouth. I waited a beat to be sure, then turned to look for Dendon. He was gone. Aside from Dr. Houllier and the 3 unconscious men, the room was empty. She was fast, Doctor. Houllier said, his voice dull. A woman, limping. She put a gun to Dendonker's head and dragged him out. She left this. He handed me a grocery bag. Inside was the shirt I'd worn earlier before swapping it for the now ruined yellow one and a single folded sheet of paper. I opened it and read the handwritten note. Reacher, I'm sorry. I missed our meet because Dendonker sent me on a wild goose chase. I never meant to use you. I hope you don't see it that way, but things are about to turn ugly, and there are lines I can't ask you to cross. I'm glad we met, even briefly. I hope you make it to the ocean soon. XOSO. P.S. You saved my life, I won't forget. I crumpled the paper and tossed it in the trash, peeled the fake bullet wound from my chest, pulled on the shirt Fenton had brought and crossed to the refrigerator where Dr. Houllier had stashed my clothes. I got dressed, then fished my passport out of his trash can. Where are you going? Dr. Houllier asked. Wait, what about the woman and Dendonker? As I saw it, I had 2 options, let Fenton go or try to find her, and trying to find her seemed pointless. I had no doubt she could handle one frail old man or a room full of strong ones. If it came to that, she'd do whatever it took to stop Dendonker's bombs. She had the contacts. She just needed the intel. How she got it was her business. Maybe she'd cross a line, maybe a dozen lines, but that was her choice to make. I wasn't her conscience or her confessor. Sure, my pride was stung. She'd blindsided me cleanly, but part of me had to tip my hat. Nicely played. The truth was, I liked her. I wished her luck. I'm not doing anything about either of them, I said. If Fenton's taking over from here, I'm more than happy to step back. Dr. Houllier scratched his temple. All right, but what about these men? You can't just leave them in my clinic, especially not the large one. I stitched him up after one of his associates bit him, and the wound turned septic. His name is Mansour. He's utterly unhinged. What do you think he'll do when he regains consciousness and sees me here? It's clear I assisted you. No need to worry. I'll clean this mess up on my way out. You won't be seeing any of them again. I began with the one called Mansour. A quick search of his trousers yielded exactly what I needed, a heavy set of keys on a thick plastic fob. Among them was a car key with the Lincoln emblem molded into the grip. I was hoping for a town car. Those are roomy vehicles, perfect for transporting passengers regardless of their state of awareness or vitality. That particular feature had been a selling point since the first model debuted, favored by a certain clientele. People like me, given the current circumstances. My initial plan was straightforward: secure the 3 men, load them into the car, ditch it somewhere, and make an anonymous call. They likely had lengthy rap sheets anyway, yet I couldn't shake the memory of the police's complete non-response to the bodies I'd reported near the tree. Not a single patrol car, detective, or forensics unit had shown up. It reminded me of a theory a man in Texas once shared over lukewarm coffee. He believed that in isolated areas, any officer assigned to a messy case like multiple fatalities was probably in his supervisor's doghouse. His goal wouldn't be a meticulous investigation, but a fast, neat closure, a way to get back in good standing and ensure the next unpleasant assignment went to someone else. Maybe that guy was onto something. Perhaps I'd be wiser to leave the car farther out, maybe on a highway shoulder or in a larger town. I didn't want to create more work for myself, but I did want a clean resolution. On top of that, my stomach was growling. Planning on an empty stomach is a recipe for poor judgment. It skews your perspective. Food first, then decisions. "It's been a long morning," I said. "I need breakfast. Care to join me?" Dr. Houlier's face contorted as if he'd caught a whiff of something foul. "Eat now?" "Absolutely not. I couldn't possibly. I tried to pocket Mansour's keys, but the bulky clusters snagged on the fabric. As I sorted through them, one key stood out, a mortise key, nearly identical to the ones carried by the men from the previous day. "Who serves the best coffee around here?" I asked. Dr. Houlier blinked, then shrugged. "Try the Prairie Rose, I suppose. I've heard their coffee is decent. Turn left out the main doors, walk about a football field's length. You can't miss it. Appreciate it." I scanned the room. "Do you have anything I could use to restrain them?" "Wait here," he said, an idea seeming to strike him. I might have something. He hurried out. I used the time to finish searching Mansour's pockets. His wallet held cash, but no identification or anything with an address. His phone required Face ID on a whim. I held it up to his unconscious face. The screen unlocked. It was barren. No call history, no texts, no contacts, a dead end. I took his firearm and moved to the men in suits. Their possessions were similar: guns, wallets, phones, and keys, including plastic fobs and another mortise key. The keys were worn and scratched. I held them side by side, the teeth aligned perfectly. Mansour's was a match, too. These keys were clearly linked to Dendonker's operation somehow. The curiosity was there, but it was a moot point now. Dendonker was currently preoccupied with the business end of Fenton's Glock. His team was on their way to lock up. I planned to be out of the city right after I finished my meal. The door opened without a knock, easing inward more gently than before. Dr. Houlier stood in the doorway, his arms full of identical packages wrapped in clear plastic. They were slick, and as he tried to hand me one, the entire bundle slipped from his grasp and scattered across the floor. I knelt to help collect them and saw they were elastic crepe bandages, each labeled with a manufacturer's logo and a sticker marking the size, 4 inches wide by 5 feet long. "They're reinforced with polyurethane fibers woven into the cotton," Dr. Houlier explained. "They'll stretch, but they won't snap. Usually these are for stabilizing sprained joints. Here we need them for snake bites. You wrap the area tightly to contain the venom." I tore open one packet and tested the material's strength. "Fold it over for extra hold," Dr. Houlier added. I used the first bandage to bind Mansour's ankles, checked the knot, and felt confident it would stay put. After securing his hands behind his back, I repeated the process with the suited men. Dr. Houlier watched quietly, then gathered the empty wrappers and tossed them into the trash. I dumped their firearms, wallets, and other items into the clinical waste bin. "If someone wanted to move through this building unseen," I asked, "how would they do it?" "Through the ambulance entrance, the same way I brought you in last night. I was zipped in a body bag last night. You could have hauled me through the air ducts for all I knew." "Right, of course. Well, it's at the very back of the building, isolated with its own street access. There's a gate, but it's never locked and you can't see inside from the road. The doors are automatic and the hallway splits before reaching the ER. One side leads to an elevator that goes directly down to the basement. If no ambulance is arriving at that moment, nobody would know you were ever there." "Any security cameras, Doctor?" Houlier shook his head. "It's been suggested but never implemented. Officially, it's about patient privacy. Honestly, it's the budget. Come on, I'll show you." I followed him out of the morgue and down the corridor to the elevator. We waited without speaking until the doors rattled open. The cab was roomy, lined in stainless steel. We rode up one floor, exited, and turned down another hall to a set of tall glass doors. They slid apart as we neared, releasing us into a rectangular courtyard. Faded red lines were painted on the cracked asphalt, marking ambulance routes, a curve for turning, another for backing into the unloading zone. There was space for 2 emergency vehicles, and parked beside the right-hand wall, facing away from the entrance, sat a single sedan, a black Lincoln Town car. I pressed the button on Mansour's key fob. The car's lights flashed and the door locks thumped open. It was the old boxy model, utterly nondescript except for the heavily tinted windows, whether for the heat for Dendonker's nerves or just for style I didn't know or care. The tint meant no one could see inside. The town felt still. The ER was unlikely to be flooded with patients at this hour. I decided the Lincoln could stay put for another 30 minutes. After locking it, I trailed Dr. Houllier back to the morgue. I wrestled Mansour onto the gurney with some help, then wheeled him down the corridor into the elevator and out to the ambulance bay. I got him to the car, popped the trunk, and managed to lift and roll him inside. The curly-haired man in the light suit was next, and he was easier to handle. I slid him onto the back seat like a board. The straight-haired guy in the dark suit was more difficult. I tried to lay him on top of his friend, but he slipped off and ended up face down in the footwell. I left him there after returning the gurney to the morgue. I thanked Dr. Houllier, said my goodbyes, and made my way to the medical center's main entrance. The Prairie Rose was exactly where the doctor said it would be, on the outskirts of the town's central area. It was a two-story building wrapped around a courtyard, a common architectural style around there. The cafe occupied the ground floor with an office above and a store on each side. Inside, it was plain and square, with 12 tables arranged in 3 neat rows. The furniture was sturdy, the silverware basic. No decorations, no flowers, no fuss. The place was empty, and I liked it. I chose the table at the end of the right-hand row. A few minutes later, a waitress emerged from the kitchen. She wore a pink gingham dress with a frilly white apron and a pair of pink New Balance sneakers. She looked to be in her 60s, wore no jewelry, and had simple gray hair. Something about her reminded me of the receptionist at the medical center, maybe a sister or a cousin. She flipped over a cup, poured coffee from a glass jug, and raised an eyebrow at me. I ordered a full stack of pancakes with extra bacon and a slice of apple pie. Her eyebrow lifted a little higher, but she offered no other comment. Near a payphone on the wall, a rack held 4 copies of the same local paper. I took one and flipped through it while I waited. There wasn't much actual news. Instead, every other page featured a new poll or the results of an old one. The publishers seemed to think reader interaction trumped reporting, or maybe it was just cheaper. They didn't skimp on graphics, though. The pages were filled with bright, vivid pie charts, bar graphs, scatter plots, and diagrams I hadn't seen since high school, all debating local issues, whether to build an armadillo sanctuary, repaint the border fence, add recycling facilities, or attract wind and solar power. My food arrived just as I reached the last page. The Police Blotter, a fancy title for a rundown of recent local crimes. I read it carefully. No mention of Dendonkers, smuggling planes, or bombs. Just a handful of minor offenses, most pretty tame, and nearly all ending with an arrest for public intoxication. I finished my last bite, drained my coffee, and was waiting for a refill when the street door opened. A man walked in. I recognized him immediately. He was the 4th guy from last night, the one under the street lamp who'd tried to bludgeon me, and then watched me get shot. He didn't look shocked to see me alive again. He just walked straight over wearing the same clothes, unshaven, and carrying a black trash bag. Something inside was at least 9 inches long and heavy enough to stretch the plastic taut. My hands tightened on the edge of the table, ready to shove it into his legs at the first sign of a weapon. But he didn't draw one. He just stood there, sneered, and raised the bag. My fingers closed around the lower edge of the box. With a quick twist of my wrist, I flipped it over, sending its contents spilling onto the tabletop. It was a single, chilling object composed of 3 distinct parts. First, a carbon fiber socket precisely molded to fit a residual limb. Next, a gleaming titanium shank. Finally, a boot, identical in every detail to the one Fenton had been wearing. "Come with me," the man said, his voice flat, "or she'll be missing more than just part of her leg." He turned toward the diner's exit. "You have 30 seconds. I pushed back from the table and stood, pulling a roll of cash from my pocket. I peeled off a $20 bill and let it flutter down. 10 seconds gone, I scooped up the prosthetic foot, its weight cold and wrong in my hand, and walked toward the door. Another 10 seconds elapsed. I paused just inside the threshold, counting down 9 more heartbeats in my head before stepping out into the pale morning light. He was waiting, leaning against a dusty, medium-sized sedan. In the daylight, I recognized it as a Chevy Caprice, an ex-police cruiser. The worn-out searchlight mount on the driver's door was the tell. The paint job was faded and rippled, suggesting a second life as a taxi. The man offered a thin, humorless grin and pulled open the passenger door, stepping back with a mocking flourish. I moved forward slowly, shifting Fenton's foot to my right hand. As I stepped into the narrow gap between him and the car door, I dropped all pretense. My left hand shot out, grabbing the back of his head, and I slammed his face down onto the roof's edge. The impact against the doorframe was wet and brutal. Teeth scattered. I didn't stop to count them through the sudden rush of blood. I yanked the pistol from his waistband, spun him around, and drove a fist into his solar plexus, emptying his lungs with a whoosh of air. I shoved him into the passenger seat, folded his limp form into it, and slammed the door. A quick scan of the quiet street showed no witnesses. I circled to the driver's side, racked the seat all the way back, and climbed in. Leaning across the center console, I wrapped my hand around his throat and squeezed. I felt the fragile cartilage of his larynx begin to give way. His eyes bulged, his tongue lolling uselessly from his bloody mouth, utterly silent. "New rules," I said, my voice low. I ask, "You think I'll loosen my grip just enough for you to whisper an answer? You stay quiet, or I don't like what I hear, and I finish this right here. Understood?" I waited a beat, then relaxed the pressure a fraction. "Yes," he rasped. The word a shredded gasp. Crystal, Fenton was taken. "How?" "Dendonker's watch," he choked out. "GPS has a panic button transmitter. He hit it. We grabbed her before she even cleared the building, got him to safety. That's always the first move. When his other guys didn't report back, he sent me to collect you. Where is she now?" "I don't know." "Is this the hill you want to die on, in this stolen cop car?" "I swear, I don't know." "Where's Dendonker?" "Don't know that either." "Then where were you taking me? To the house?" "That's all I was told. Just the house. Give me the address." "I don't have an address. We all just call it the house." "So I get there. Then what?" "I send a text. Someone comes out for you. Is it far?" "No." "In town?" "Yeah, fine. You'll navigate, we go together, then you send your text." From up the street came the low rumble of an engine. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a car approaching at a deliberate, prowling pace. A Dodge Charger, its hood and fender painted black, a bull bar on the front and a slim light bar on the roof. Police, local or state, it didn't matter. Their timing was spectacularly bad. I released the man's throat, dropping my hand into my lap and making a fist. "Try anything clever, don't worry," he mumbled, fumbling in the seat gap. He pulled out a large, folded road atlas, opened it wide, and held it up to hide his battered face. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. "I'm not an idiot." The Charger glided closer, slowed, and pulled up alongside us, stopping parallel. 2 officers sat inside. They weren't looking at me or yet at my passenger with his ruined mouth. Their attention was fixed, with professional curiosity, on the battered ex-cruiser we were sitting in. They weren't young men. They might have owned a car like that once, maybe even that exact model. Police officers always said the Caprice was the finest patrol vehicle ever made. Perhaps they were feeling nostalgic, maybe they were simply bored. I just prayed they weren't growing suspicious. They sat and watched for a minute, then 2. Finally, the driver activated the roof lights and sped off into the distance. I reached for the man's throat. He snapped the atlas shut and lifted it, holding it with both hands behind the glossy, slippery cover. My hand slid right off the surface, so I ended up grabbing his shoulder instead. He jabbed the corner of the book toward my eye, twisted free, and fumbled for the door handle. He got it open, tumbled out onto the sidewalk, rolled once, and scrambled to his feet, already running. I was out of the car and after him in an instant. The guy was quick, and he was powerfully motivated. I'd made certain of that. The distance between us was increasing. He reached a cluster of buildings arranged around another courtyard. The street-facing windows were all boarded over. He should have just kept running. I never would have caught him, and firing a shot in a residential area was out of the question. But he didn't keep going. The temptation of possible cover was too strong. He darted through an archway and vanished. I covered the last stretch as fast as I could and stopped just short of the entrance, not wanting to risk becoming a clear target in case he had a backup weapon. I crouched and peered around the brick corner. Inside was a jumble of separate structures similar to the ones converted into Fenton's hotel, though these were 2 stories tall. They were linked together and boarded up with heavy wooden panels like a solid fence. A scaffold tower stood in each corner, providing access to the roof. A conversion was clearly underway, but there was no hum of activity, no sound at all. The work had stalled, perhaps abandoned entirely. Maybe the market had collapsed, or maybe styles had simply changed. I didn't understand the economics of that kind of development. I leaned a little farther and spotted him. He was standing alone in the center of the courtyard, just turning in a slow circle. Apparently, the place wasn't the sanctuary he'd hoped for. There was no exit and nowhere to conceal himself. He shuffled a couple of feet left, then right, as if paralyzed by indecision. I stood up and walked through the arch. He heard me and spun around. His face was pale, and the blood from his mouth was flowing more freely now, the cost of his frantic sprint, I supposed. "Do exactly as I say, and you won't get hurt," I said, keeping my voice level and calm. The man took a single step toward me, then halted. His eyes flicked from me to the archway, back and forth, over and over. He was calculating the distance, the angles, weighing his odds of getting past me. Then he turned and sprinted for the scaffold tower on the right. He began to climb. Following him up was not an option. He was lighter and far more agile. He'd reached the top long before I could, leaving me to emerge with my head exposed and defenseless. He might already have a weapon, or he could find one, a length of scaffolding pipe, a chunk of broken brick, a loose roof tile, or he could just keep it simple and kick me in the face. Going up after him was definitely a bad idea, but letting him escape was equally unacceptable. So I ran to the tower on the left and started to climb. I moved quickly but carefully, keeping one eye on the guy in case he doubled back down. I saw him reach the top, scramble off the platform, and disappear. I pushed myself to move faster. I made it to the roof, stepped out onto the terracotta tiles, and steadied myself. The surface was slick, the old tiles felt brittle underfoot. I wasn't sure they would hold my weight. The guy was almost at the far side, probably hoping for another tower leading down to the street. I seriously doubted he'd find one. I went after him, trying to move smoothly and quietly. I didn't want him to bolt back the way he'd come before I was in a position to cut him off. He reached the edge of the roof and peered over. I came up beside him. He pivoted to face me, his complexion ghostly. "Let's go," I told him. "You've got no moves left. We're heading down. Show me the house and I'll let you walk." "You think I'm insane?" His voice trembled, high and thin. "Do you have the slightest clue what Dendonker does to people who cross him?" He was teetering on the edge of full-blown hysteria. I braced myself to knock him cold and haul him down, mentally calculating the precise force needed, a delicate operation. I couldn't afford for him to be out too long. I closed the gap by another 3 feet. He spun away, and then he stepped right off the roof. No hesitation, just a clean drop over the side for a split second. I thought there must be a lower structure, a fire escape, something. Then I heard the impact, a sickening, muffled thud like a heavy bag of grain hitting concrete from a great height. I rushed to the edge and looked down. His body was sprawled on the pavement directly below. One leg was grotesquely angled, an arm bent beneath him. A dark crimson pool was already widening around what was left of his skull. I doubled back to the tower, hurried down to the courtyard, slipped through the arch, and picked my way along the perimeter of the construction site until I found a path to the other side of the buildings. He lay motionless on the sidewalk, checking for a pulse was pointless. I went straight for his pockets. No wallet, no ID, nothing with an address. But he did have a phone. It had made it through the fall intact. He'd mentioned he was supposed to send a text once he delivered me to the house. That sparked an idea. If I could concoct a plausible excuse, I could reroute the meeting to a place of my choosing, somewhere I could find, and somewhere that gave me the upper hand. I used his limp finger to unlock the screen. The phone was a ghost town. No contacts, no saved numbers, no recent messages to reply to. Useless. His pockets yielded nothing else. I'd hit a wall. So I wiped the phone down with my shirt tail, dialed 911 through the fabric, tapped the call button, dropped it on his chest, and headed back to his car. The glove compartment was first. The insurance and registration were right on top, the only papers inside. Both were in the name of a corporation, Moon Shadow Associates, based in Delaware. Probably one of the shell companies Fenton had talked about. Interesting, but not helpful. I found the town's page in the atlas. No circles, no marks, no scribbled addresses or phone numbers in the margins. I checked the door pockets, the floors, the trunk, under the carpet, around the spare tire. Nothing, no gas station receipts, no coffee shop napkins, no takeout menus. The car was surgically clean. I slid behind the wheel, racking my brain for a next move, and the keys in the ignition jabbed my thigh. One was a mortise key, scratched and worn from use. I held it up next to the one on Mansour's key ring, a perfect match. I'd thought it might be for a storage unit or a shop. Now, a new, unsettling theory about what it opened clicked into place, and with it came the chilling realization of someone else I should have been worrying about all along. Ever since this guy dumped Fenton's severed foot on my table at the Prairie Rose, my entire focus had been on finding her. But he knew exactly where to find me. That was undeniable. And there was only one way he could have gotten that information. I rapped on the morgue door and pushed inside. Dr. Houlier was there, alone. He was on the floor, slumped against the leg of his autopsy table, his head lolled forward. A trickle of blood traced a path from one nostril and the corner of his mouth. His lab coat hung open, buttons torn away. His tie was stretched and crooked. He was missing a shoe. His right wrist was secured to the table leg with a plastic cable tie. I took a step toward him. He lifted his head, then flinched and turned his face away, a wave of raw terror flashing in his eyes. Then recognition dawned, and he slowly turned back to look at me. "Are you okay?" His voice was strained, almost gasping. "Did that brute track you down? I'm so sorry. I had to tell him which way you went." "You did what you had to," I replied. "I'm fine. But what about you? Are you hurt?" Dr. Houlier wiped at his face with his hand. "It's nothing major for now," that thug said. "He was coming for you, then coming back for me." He shuddered. "He plans to deliver me to Dendonker." "That guy won't be coming back." I moved to the autoclave, grabbed a scalpel, then returned to the table. I sliced through the cable tie, tucked the blade into my pocket, and helped the doctor stand. "But others might? Do you have a car?" "Yes, of course. Do you need to borrow it? Where is it parked?" "Right here in the staff lot." "Good. I need you to get in it and drive straight out of town. Don't go home. Don't stop for anything." "Can you do that?" Dr. Houlier touched his bruised cheek. "I've worked at this hospital for over 40 years. "I know, you mentioned that, but think about your patients. You can't help anyone if you're not alive. These people mean business." The doctor fell quiet for a moment. "How long would I need to stay away?" "Not long, maybe a day or two. Give me your number. I'll call when it's safe to return." "I suppose the world won't end if I disappear for 48 hours. He walked to his desk, scribbled a number at the bottom of a form, and handed it over. "What are you going to do? Things you're better off not knowing? They definitely conflict with your Hippocratic oath. That's a guarantee." Dr. Houlier found his shoe, tossed his torn lab coat in the trash, straightened his tie, and led me to his parking spot. A white Cadillac from the 1980s sat there, a massive land yacht that looked like it belonged in a daytime drama, complete with a hood ornament that practically begged for a pair of bullhorns. He climbed in, and I watched him drive off before making my way back to the ambulance bay. The Lincoln was still there, right where I'd left it. A wave of relief washed over me. Ever since finding Dr. Houlier on the morgue floor, a quiet dread had gnawed at me that Dendonker's men might have stumbled upon it during his search. I opened the rear door. Both men in suits were awake, writhing and straining against their bonds, mumbling through what were probably busted jaws. I pulled the scalpel from my pocket, held it up so they could see it clearly, then tossed it onto the floor behind the guy in the darker suit within his reach. Mansur's keys followed. I shut the door and headed back inside. I hurried past the main entrance, nodded to the woman with the pearls, passed beneath the ornate dome and out to the street. Circling the building, I reached the spot where I'd hidden the Caprice, tucked in an alley between two municipal-style structures across from the ambulance gate. I rolled a dumpster in front of it, not perfect cover, but enough to break up its outline. Better than nothing. The whole move from the Lincoln to the Chevy took about 4.5 minutes. After another 9, I saw the ambulance bay gates shudder and begin to slide open. I started the Chevy's engine. As soon as the gap was wide enough, the Lincoln shot out onto the street, turning right, away from me. I waited 2 seconds. It wasn't nearly enough, but it was all I could risk. I swung around the dumpster and pulled out to follow. The conditions were awful for a tale. I was driving a car that might be recognized. There was no other traffic to blend into, no team to swap positions with, and the streets were a tangled mess, forcing me to stay close. Easier said than done. Whoever was behind the wheel of the Lincoln knew exactly where they were going. They knew every turn, every place to speed up, every reason to slow down. I was flooring the Chevy, the engine screaming, but the Lincoln kept pulling ahead. It whipped around a corner and vanished. I pushed the gas pedal down further, past the point of comfort. The old car swayed on its tired suspension, tires shrieking as I took the next bend too fast, a rookie move when you're trying to stay unnoticed. I rounded another sharp curve, rubber protesting again, but the noise didn't matter. The street was deserted. The Lincoln was gone, just empty asphalt meeting a T intersection. I accelerated, then stomped on the brakes, skidding to a stop with the car's nose poking into the cross street. A small flower shop sat directly ahead. A woman arranging a window display shot me a dirty look before ducking out of view. I looked right, then left. No Lincoln, no tire marks hinting at heavier traffic one way or the other, no clue. I knew I was facing west. A left turn would head south toward the border, another dead end. A right would go north, maybe back to the long road past the tree to the highway, away from this town, away from Dendonker and his bombs, but also away from Fenton. I turned left. The commercial strip faded into a neighborhood of low, curved houses with rough stucco walls. Flat roofs had thick, rounded beams sticking out. The windows were small and recessed like weary eyes. Each home had a shaded porch, but everyone was empty. No people, no black Lincolns, no cars at all. A side street branched off to the right. I slowed, scanning. Nothing moved. After a gap, another street went left, equally still, then further on, a right turn. At the far end, a red light blinked out, brake lights dying as a car parked and shut off. I turned and crept forward. It was the Lincoln, parked at the curb by the last house on the right. A telephone company truck was stopped midway down the block. With no workers in sight, I pulled in behind it. I watched the 3 men climb out. Mansour had been driving. They hurried up the walk. He fumbled with keys, chose one, the mortise. I figured unlocked the door, and they all disappeared inside. I pulled out, swung around the truck, and stopped behind the Lincoln. The house's walls were sun-bleached and cracked, painted a deeper orange than its neighbors. Green window frames, a low roof. It was surrounded by short, twisted trees. Beyond it lay nothing but scrubland and cacti stretching toward the border. I drew the captured pistol and walked up the path. The door was made of plain, weathered planks, bleached nearly white, looking like driftwood. The iron handle was pitted and old. It was locked. I stepped to the side and knocked, the way I used to as an MP. Not a request, a demand silence. I knocked again. Nothing. I pulled out the keys I'd taken from the Chevy after the guy bailed at the construction site. I selected the mortise key, reached out, and slid it into the lock. It turned without resistance. I worked the handle and pushed the door. Its hinges were bone dry, letting out a long metallic screech of protest. No one came running. No one shouted. No gunfire erupted from the darkness. I waited a full 10 seconds, listening hard. There was nothing. No footsteps, no creaking floorboards, no sound of breathing. Not even the distant tick of a clock. I stood up and stepped inside. My intention was clear: shoot Mansour the moment I saw him. I had zero interest in a repeat of our brutal fight. I'd take down either of his companions if they made a move for a weapon. Then I'd make the last one talk, or, if his jaw was too messed up to speak, he could write it down. After that, for the sake of balancing the scales, I'd shoot him too. The air inside was noticeably cooler, a good 15 degrees lower than the desert heat outside. Whoever built this place knew their business. The walls were massively thick, constructed from some incredibly dense material that could soak up the sun's heat all day and slowly release it at night. The place had a strange, musty smell like old furniture and forgotten belongings, a weird residual effect, since the room was completely bare. No chairs, no tables, no sign of life. The space I'd entered was large and square. The wooden floor gleamed with age and polish under a high ceiling of exposed beams. Directly ahead, a door with a glass top led out to a shaded terrace. To the right was a basic kitchen, a few cupboards, a simple stove, a plain wooden counter. Two small square windows in the long wall reminded me oddly of portholes on a ship. To the left were three closed doors, and in the very center of the floor was something bizarre, a hole. It was roughly circular, about 8 feet across on average, with edges that were jagged and torn, as if someone had gone at the floorboards with a sledgehammer. Protruding from it was the top of an old-fashioned wooden ladder angled back toward the doorway I'd just used. I approached silently, careful not to make a sound, and peered down into the space below. The cellar floor was tiled in large squares. The walls were covered in rough boarding. An old furnace and a water tank sat among a tangle of lead pipes and cloth-insulated wires, a death trap of potential poisoning or electrocution for anyone living here. The heating equipment looked newer and oversized, maybe too big for the original access, which could explain the violent renovation overhead. I walked a complete circle around the hole, scanning every corner of the cellar, empty. The kitchen was empty. I moved to the first door on the left, kicked it open, and ducked aside. The room was vacant, possibly a former bedroom, but stripped of all furniture. The next door revealed a bathroom, a tub, a toilet, a basin, a mirrored medicine cabinet. A single drip fell from a dull faucet onto a stained patch of porcelain before sliding down the drain. It was the only movement I'd witnessed since entering. One room remained, the farthest from the entrance, the most instinctive place to hide, a bit of ancient psychology at work. I kicked the door in. It was a larger room, probably the main bedroom, set farther from the street, but it was just as empty as the others. There was nowhere else for three men to conceal themselves, no second floor, no other rooms, no closets. But there was one place I hadn't physically entered. One area I hadn't checked with my own 2 feet. I walked back to the ragged edge of the hole in the floor and looked down into the darkness again. I still saw no one. My hand closed around the top rung of the ladder. A cold sweat began to trace a path down my spine. The idea of descending into that hole was deeply unappealing. The image of the ladder snapping, leaving me buried alive, was a vivid one. I thought of the Chevy parked outside, its gas gauge sitting comfortably above the halfway mark. I could just get in and drive, putting this whole town in the rear-view mirror for good. Then I thought of Fenton and Dendonker and what was at stake. I took a sharp breath, placed my left foot on the highest rung, and carefully shifted my weight. The old metal groaned in protest but held. I brought my right foot down 2 rungs and descended, moving with a deliberate, controlled slowness. The whole structure swayed and bent, yet it didn't give way. At the bottom, I pressed my back against the cool concrete wall and scanned the cramped space. It was immediately obvious I was wasting my time. The area was barren, nowhere for one man to conceal himself, let alone 3. The only objects of any size were the furnace and the water heater, both clearly visible from above and offering no cover. I walked over and gave each a solid, testing shove. They were exactly what they appeared to be: heavy, immovable appliances, not secret gateways to some underground hideout. A meticulous check of the walls and a search of the floor for any kind of hatch revealed nothing but dust and despair. Climbing back up felt heavier than the descent. I crossed to the exit door left of the kitchen, the one I'd seen from outside. It was locked, but the key turned smoothly. On the other side, a narrow footpath twisted away toward the street on the opposite side of the property. No men, no waiting car, just empty silence. I slammed the door shut, frustration boiling over. The guys weren't meeting anyone here, and they certainly weren't hiding. The place was a textbook cutout, a maneuver as ancient as espionage itself. You go in one door and slip out another. They must have had a vehicle stashed nearby and were likely miles away before I'd even shifted the Chevy into park, and with them vanished any immediate chance of finding Fenton. Losing Dendonker's men was a significant setback. Let's be honest, it was a disaster, but wallowing in it wouldn't change a thing. What was done. I could beat myself up about it later if it served a purpose. But right then, the only thing that mattered was finding a new trail. Their lead had evaporated. They could be anywhere in this town they knew intimately, or they could have already fled to another state. Fenton had warned me about Dendonker's paranoia. His security protocols were a complete mystery. To move forward, I needed information. I needed a starting point. I drove fast back to the arched entrance of Fenton's hotel courtyard, the parking spot right outside her room. The old converted wheelwright's shop was empty. I left the Chevy there and got out. The new problem was her door. No keyhole, no traditional lock, just some digital code that pinged to a smartphone. Her smartphone, even if I had it, I wouldn't know the first thing about operating it. So I reverted to a more fundamental method. I turned my back to the door, scanning the courtyard in all directions. No pedestrians, no idling cars, no curious faces in the windows. I had to trust Fenton's claim about disabling the security cameras. Then I drove the sole of my foot into the door just beside the handle. It burst inward, crashing against the wall inside and rebounding. I slipped through the gap before it could swing shut. Inside, the room was orderly. The bed was neatly made, the couch cushions were arranged, and her suitcase stood once more by the door. I went to the window and drew the curtains closed. Taking the chair from the desk, I wedged it under the door handle. It wouldn't stop a determined assault, but it would prevent the door from simply blowing open. I carried her suitcase to the bed, then picked up the landline phone on the nightstand and dialed a number I knew by heart. It was answered on the second ring. The man was on a cell phone, his voice slightly hollow and distant, but clear enough. "Walwork," he said. "Who is this?" Jefferson Walwork was a special agent with the FBI. We had crossed paths not too long ago. I'd assisted him with a case, and from his perspective, it had ended well. He'd insisted he owed me one, telling me to call if I ever found myself in a tight spot. I decided this situation qualified when he answered. I said, "It's Reacher." There was a brief silence on the line. "Is this a social call, Major? Because I'm a little tied up right now." "It's just Reacher. I've mentioned that before." "And no, this isn't social. I need information. You know there's this invention called the Internet, right? I need specialized intel. A woman's life is in danger. Then call 911. She's a veteran. She also worked for your agency. Lost her foot in the line of duty." I heard Walwork exhale slowly. "What do you need?" "She worked at TEDAC, the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center. Familiar with it?" "I've heard of it." "She uncovered a plot to distribute explosives here in the U.S. A lot of people could die. The man behind it is Wad Ahmed Dendonker." "What kind of explosives?" "The kind that go boom." "How many?" "Unknown. More than enough." "Damn. All right, I'll alert the right teams." "That's not everything. The woman is missing. I believe Dendonker is holding her and plans to kill her. I need every address linked to him and his business, Pie in the Sky, Inc. You'll have to dig. He owns it through layers of shell companies. One is likely called Moonshadow Associates. The woman's name? Michaela Fenton, last known location, Los Gemelos, Arizona, a small border town. She's out there undercover for TEDAC. That's not standard procedure. The nearest field office should be handling this. Where's her partner? She doesn't have one. She left the bureau. This is more of a personal mission. Walwork went quiet for a beat. I don't like the sound of that. The last former agent I knew who went on a personal crusade is serving federal time. His ex-partner tried to help and ended up dead. I didn't respond. Just see what you can find. No promises needed. Look, Tedak isn't some casual outfit. It's sealed up tight. They handle extremely sensitive material. Ask the wrong question to the wrong person, and you're not just out of a job, you're looking at prison time. Understood. Don't risk your own neck. Here's another angle. I suspect Dendonker's business is a front for smuggling. I don't know what or for whom. Okay, that could help. I know a guy at the DEA and another at ATF. I'll reach out. What's your deadline? Yesterday? Can I reach you at this number? You should be able to, for a little while at least. I ended the call, checked the ringer was on, and turned toward the bed, unzipping Fenton's duffel. I flipped it open. Everything inside was neatly arranged, just as before. A trace of her perfume rose from the fabric, making me feel like even more of an intruder than I had 2 nights earlier. I began removing her belongings, the same mix of clothing, toiletries, and disguise materials. Nothing new surfaced, no notes, no files, no last-minute letters. The weapons I'd taken from the men at the tree were gone. She had also taken extra ammunition for her Glock and her field medical kit, which made sense given what she'd intended to do. Everything else was familiar, including a stack of red Roan business cards like the one she said she'd found in the faulty bomb alongside her brother's print, and a condom. Something about that detail had felt off when she mentioned it, and it still didn't sit right. I couldn't pinpoint why. It was like a faint, discordant buzz in the back of my mind. As I started repacking her things, I uncovered her spare prosthetic foot, wrapped in a shirt. Seeing it there, a sudden, sharp wave of optimism cut through the tension. Maybe she was more prepared than I'd assumed. I hurried to the car and retrieved the prosthetic limb that Dendonker's man had left on the table at the Prairie Rose. Back in the room, I placed it next to the one from Fenton's suitcase. Both sockets were crafted from carbon fiber. I traced the interior contours with my fingertips. The shapes were a perfect match. Their titanium shafts were identical in length. The only variation was the footwear, one a boot, the other a sneaker. This minor difference wasn't enough to confirm Dendonker was bluffing about holding her captive. Pushing down a surge of frustration, I carefully repacked Fenton's case, setting it neatly by the door for the trip back to the car. Then I combed the room once more, checking every conceivable hiding spot, every trick I'd ever known for concealing items. I came up empty. Alone in the quiet, Fenton's prosthetic foot lay on the bed, a stark reminder, while the digital clock on the nightstand blinked its cursor dejectedly, counting seconds Fenton might not have left. The phone's chirp from the desk snapped me back. It was Walwork. Progress is a mixed bag, he said. On the smuggling front, I hit a wall. My DEA contact quit last week, and my guy at ATF is out long-term, got shot. But there's a brighter spot with Tedak. An old supervisor of mine works there now. He trusts me and said he'd help if possible. I've reached out. He hasn't called back yet, but he will. Any addresses? I found a handful, all tied to Dendonker's business. Most looked like shell companies, so you were right about that. One seemed legit, though. It's in the town you mentioned. He read off a unit number and street name. Where's that in relation to downtown? I heard the clatter of his keyboard. About a mile west. It's a straight shot on the only road out that way. Looks like Dendonker's place is the only building on it. Okay, anything else? Nothing within 500 miles that isn't a lawyer's office or a P.O. box. What about Dendonker personally? That's where it gets weirder. No property records for him anywhere in the state. The IRS shows he files taxes. His accountant handles it. I got the address from his file. Give it to me. Won't help. I pulled it up on Google Earth. It's a vacant lot. I'm trying to trace the owner, but it's just more shell corporations. Is he married? Anything in a wife's name? No marriage on record. None of this smells right, Reacher. My advice is to walk away since I know you won't. Just be careful. There's one more place to check. I gave him the address of the house where I'd followed the Lincoln. Walwork paused to jot it down. All right, I'm on it. I'll call as soon as I know more. After hanging up, I thanked Walwork, but it was just politeness. His information was useless to me right now. Sure, his Tedak contact might eventually help unravel Dendonker's bomb plot, but my immediate focus was Fenton. Wallwork's single solid lead was a location Fenton already knew too public, a place his employees used for flight logistics. Fenton had been there herself while searching for her brother. She would have found him if he'd been there, so Dendonker had to have another site, maybe several, for his dirtier work. The scale of his operation would determine how many. I had a notion of how to find it, a long shot, absolutely, but it beat waiting for the phone to ring. The Red Roan was buzzing with more energy than I'd seen the previous afternoon. The lunch crowd hadn't thinned yet. Outside, two couples occupied the patio, settled at round tables on those flimsy metal chairs with their vibrant cushions, shaded by cream-colored umbrellas. Farther along the edge, two more tables had been shoved together, hosting a lively group of 9. They spanned a range of ages, dressed sharply, likely co-workers from a nearby office marking some occasion. Definitely not my targets. I was certain of that. The main double doors were propped wide open. Inside, a hostess stand to the right stood empty, so I made my way to a U-shaped booth on the opposite wall, sliding in until my back found the solid surface. The room was a long rectangle. One end held the bar and the kitchen passed through. The space between the booths and the windows was dotted with square tables arranged in a haphazard pattern, each sporting a small potted cactus. The walls were textured with a pale, sandy plaster and adorned with huge paintings of horses. Some depicted cowboys herding longhorns across open plains, others captured mid-race, and a few just stood aloof, looking downright judgmental. About 10 other patrons were scattered around, 2 couples and 2 trios. None seemed right. I was pretty sure Fenton had it easier spotting Michael's friend. She had a photo for reference. I didn't know any of Michael's associates, but I had my own edge experience. I'd spent years picking soldiers out of barroom crowds, especially when they were mixed up in business they shouldn't be. A waiter came over, a lanky guy in his 20s with curly red hair pulled into a bun on top of his head. I asked for coffee and a cheeseburger. I wasn't starving, but the old rule holds, eat when you get the chance. Plus, it gave me a reason to stick around, something to do besides pretending to read the same newspaper I'd finished at breakfast, waiting for the scene to change. I kept watch for half an hour. Both couples settled up and wandered out. One trio did the same. New arrivals trickled in, the receptionist from the medical center with a man in loose linen, his white hair neatly styled, feet in open leather sandals. They chose a square table in the farthest corner from the bar. Then came 4 guys in shorts and faded T-shirts, lean and sun-weathered, looking like they'd done outdoor work all their lives, probably regulars. They grabbed the table closest to the bar. The waiter brought them a tray of beers in tall, frosty glasses without taking an order, chatted with them for a minute, then turned with a smile to greet the next customers. 2 women walked in. One wore a bright yellow sundress, the other had on cargo shorts and a New York Yankees T-shirt. Both appeared to be in their mid-30s, with shoulder-length brown hair, fit builds, and an effortless, confident way of moving. And their shoulder bags were plenty large enough to hide a firearm. These might be the ones they took a booth 2 down from mine. The Yankees fan slid in first, moving all the way around until her back was to the wall, mirroring my position. Her body was perfectly still, but her eyes were in constant motion, darting from the entrance to each occupied table, to the bar, to the kitchen door, then back to the entrance, in a relentless, silent sweep. The woman in the sundress slid in after her, glanced at the drink menu, and dropped it back on the table. "White wine," she told the approaching waiter. "Pinot Grigio, I think." "Sounds good," the Yankees fan said, her tone dry and direct. "Just bring the bottle, don't bother with the ceremony." The women waited for their drinks. I observed them from the corner of my eye, the familiar quiet tension settling in the space between us. They huddled together, their voices a low murmur I couldn't decipher. The bar remained static, no one entering or leaving. The waiter delivered their bottle of wine, its label featuring an elephant, the glass slick with cold sweat. He polished it with a towel tucked into his apron, poured 2 glasses, and made a valiant effort at small talk. The women offered no response, their silence a wall after a persistent minute. He retreated. The woman in the sundress took a delicate sip, glanced at her companion, and resumed speaking. her free hand painting shapes in the air. The woman in the Yankees cap, however, downed her wine in 2 swift gulps and refilled her glass. She spoke little, but her eyes were in constant motion, cataloging every corner of the room. I left my booth and walked over, stopping precisely where the waiter had stood. "I apologize for interrupting," I said, "but I have a serious problem and I need your assistance." The sundress woman set her glass down gently, her hands coming to rest on the table. The Yankees fan shifted her glass to her left hand, her right drifting toward her purse. I paused, watching. When her hand didn't dive inside, I took a seat, leaning in and dropping my voice. "I'm searching for a friend. His name is Michael Curtis." Their expressions remained blank, unreadable. The Yankees fans' eyes continued their restless patrol. "He's in grave danger," I pressed. "I need to locate him immediately." "What was the name again?" The woman in the sundress asked softly. "Michael Curtis." She gave a slight shake of her head. "I'm sorry, we don't know him." "I'm not law enforcement," I insisted. "Not police, not FBI. I know why Michael is here. I know what he's involved in. I'm not here to make trouble for him. I'm trying to save his life." She offered a helpless shrug. "We truly can't help you. Just one address, a single place to start looking. Are you deaf?" The Yankees fan's gaze finally snapped from its scan and locked onto mine, hard and unblinking. "We don't know this Michael person. We can't help you find him. Go back to your seat and leave us alone. One location. Please, no one will ever know it came from you." Her hand slipped into her purse. She fumbled for a moment before pulling it out. It wasn't a weapon, it was a phone. She glanced down, the screen lighting up. With a few deliberate taps, she held it up for me to see. The numbers 911 glowed brightly on the display. "Your choice," she said flatly. "Do I make the call, or do you walk away?" I raised my hands in a gesture of surrender. "My apologies for disturbing you. Enjoy your evening." I returned to my booth and feigned interest in my newspaper. The Yankees fan put her phone away, finished her drink in one go, and poured the last of the bottle, first for her friend, then the dregs for herself. Across the room, the receptionist from the medical clinic and her date departed. The group of 4 men signaled for another pitcher. The bar's door stayed shut. When the waiter drifted toward the women's table again, they dismissed him with a wave. The Yankees fan finally stood, following the restroom sign. A moment later, the woman in the sundress also rose, but she didn't head for the restrooms. She walked directly toward me. She stopped at my table, placed her palms flat on its surface, and leaned in until her face was close to mine. "The border inn," she whispered, the words almost lost in the ambient noise. "Do you know it?" "I can find it." "All right. Room 212. Be there in 20 minutes. Come alone. It's about Michael." She started to straighten up, took 2 steps back toward her table, then suddenly turned and leaned in once more, her expression urgent. "When my friend returns, don't say a word. This stays between you and me." The Border Inn sat on the town's southeastern fringe. It was a broad 2-story structure with a flat roof hidden behind a concrete balustrade. Its name was spelled out in weary, faded neon tubing. At first glance, the facade was utterly nondescript. I approached the building from what had clearly been its back, the true entrance facing the border on the far side. That front wall was a canvas of ornate carvings and faded symbols. Near the top, the ghost of a sign spelled out Grand Central Hotel 1890, its original name. The architect must have banked on the town growing south, not north, leaving the whole place feeling backward. Now, inside, the wide rectangular lobby had walls of dark, cracked wood paneling and a floor of terracotta tiles, some plain, others patterned in dusty oranges and browns. A chandelier, likely real crystal once, hung from the ceiling, its elaborate cuts now dulled by age and a thick coat of grime. Most of its bulbs were dark, either broken or a sad attempt at saving power. Directly across from the door stood the reception desk, a 5-yard stretch of dark, polished wood. Behind it, a man had his snakeskin boots, soles worn through, propped on the counter. He wore faded jeans, a blue paisley shirt, and an unbuttoned black leather vest. his arms crossed and a wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his face in deep sleep. I left him to it, knowing my destination, and headed for the corridor to the stairs room. 212 waited at the end of the second-floor hall on the south side. Its door was held ajar by a skinny paperback wedged against the floor. Peering through the gap, I saw only a slice of coarse brown carpet, the foot of a bed with a floral comforter, and the edge of a window with matching curtains. No visible people, no obvious weapons, but the setup screamed trap. Walking away would have been the smart play, but playing it safe wouldn't find Fenton. I needed what was in that room. I stood to the side and knocked. "Come in." It was the woman from the Red Roan, her voice confirming it. So far, so predictable. I pushed the door open and stepped in. She was in the left corner, positioned just out of my line of sight from the hallway. Still in the yellow sundress, but now with a Beretta M9 held steady in her hand, a weapon she'd know intimately. If my hunch about her was right, it was aimed squarely at my chest. Her planning was solid. She was too far for a disarming lunge without giving her all the time she'd need to fire. My only real option was to dive back out, but she'd be ready for that, and I had no idea where her backup might be, possibly covering the corridor already. Plus, I still needed her information, willing or not. I nudged the book aside with my foot, let the door swing, and raised my hands to chest level. "To the bed," she ordered, gesturing with the gun. I complied. "See the pictures?" she asked. On the pillow was a stack of 5-color photographs, 4x6s, each showing a different man in hot weather ACUs. "Show me which one's Michael," she said, her tone flat. "Then we'll talk." I shuffled through them slowly. "Pick the wrong one," she added. "The Beretta unwavering, and the local vultures will have a feast tonight." 2 of the men were African American, 1 Hispanic, and the other 2 were Caucasian like Fenton. That narrowed it to a 50-50 shot, hardly comforting. I conjured Fenton's face in my mind, knowing she wasn't his identical twin, a fact that was painfully obvious. Having never seen Michael, I had no clue how much resemblance there might be. The whole scene, from the dusty chandelier to this armed standoff in a faded hotel room, felt like a grim joke on the town's misplaced ambitions. I had no other leads to follow. I studied the eyes of the 2 men in the photos, comparing them to my memory of Fenton. I examined the noses, the mouths, the ears, the hair color, the shape of their skulls, their approximate heights. Then I considered how I would try to trap someone in a deception. I threw all 5 photographs back onto the rumpled bedspread. What's the real game here? My focus remained on her finger resting against the trigger guard. Michael isn't in any of these pictures. She didn't lower the weapon. Be certain. Take another look. Act like your survival hinges on it, because it absolutely does. It's unnecessary. His image isn't there. Fine. Perhaps it's not. How are you acquainted with him? Through his sister Michaela. The older one? His twin? The one who enlisted in the Air Force? Army intelligence. The woman finally lowered the pistol. "All right. My apologies. Certainty was required. Please, have a seat." I settled onto the edge of the mattress. The woman stepped away from the corner and moved across the room, perching on the arm of a dated armchair that looked straight out of the 1950s, its fabric worn thin. The gun remained in her hand. "I'm Sonia, Reacher. What's your connection to Michael?" "We met in a hospital, in Germany." "A military hospital?" She gave a single nod. "What makes you believe Michael is in danger? Why do you?" "I never stated that I did." "Then what's the purpose of this discussion?" Sonia was silent for a moment. "My assumption is you haven't had contact from Michael in 72 hours, perhaps 96. She didn't confirm or deny it. Combine that with Renee also being missing, and you're getting nervous. Whispers are beginning to circulate. That's the reason for your extended lunch with your friend. It's the reason we're in this room. All right, I'm concerned. I can't reach him. This kind of radio silence isn't normal for him. If it was only Renee who vanished, that would be a separate issue, but both of them simultaneously. I need to know every location where Dendonker might have taken him. Dendonker? Why would Dendonker have taken Michael anywhere? Michael was finished working for Dendonker. He wanted to exit the arrangement. Dendonker learned about that intention. He was not pleased. That can't be right. It's the sequence of events. Michael managed to get a message to his sister. He requested her assistance. No. Sonia shook her head firmly, a flicker of exasperation in her eyes. You have this completely turned around. Michael isn't working for Dendonker. Dendonker is working for Michael. Michael is managing a smuggling ring. No, that enterprise belongs solely to Dendonker. Michael merely requires access to some specific equipment and to certain materials. For what purpose? How is that pertinent? Do you want to assist him or not? Sonia let out a frustrated breath. There is a particular device Michael needs to construct, understand, and it needs to be moved discreetly and securely. Dendonker possesses the necessary network Michael negotiated for its use, understood. So, besides the facility west of the city, what other properties does Dendonker control? I don't know. I'm not on his payroll. I'm just Michael's friend. Where does Dendonker reside? That's not common knowledge. Possibly Mexico? Michael hinted at something like that once, but I have no concrete information. Where does Michael live? He keeps a room in this building, but he's rarely here anymore. I suppose he primarily sleeps at his workshop. Where is that located? I don't know. I've never been there, but it's where he fabricates the explosive devices. Sonia was on her feet instantly. How could you possibly know about that? I stood up too. She still held the gun. It's the reason he sent a distress call to his sister. He was in too deep. He recognized it was a mistake. He wanted to halt everything before a point of no return. No. Sonia's denial was sharp. That's illogical. Listen, Michael was no saint. I'm not claiming he was. He began walking a dark road. This project is his chance for atonement. He believes in it completely. There is no scenario where he would want to quit. No conceivable reason he would. The plan is flawless, and it is a necessary action. No reason? Perhaps it finally dawned on him that murdering innocent civilians is never a necessary action. What are you saying? No one is going to be murdered. He's a veteran, for heaven's sake, not an assassin. He's planning to set off a significant number of explosive devices. You're talking about hundreds of people getting hurt. Not at all. Sonia nearly let out a laugh. You've got it all wrong. Then set me straight. I can't. You mean you won't? So I guess my help isn't needed here. I turned and moved toward the exit. Hold on. Fine. She sank back into her chair. Look, Michael built a few test versions, yes? But there's only one final device. He's using modified signal shells. They release colored smoke. That's the whole story. A few people might get some eye irritation, but it's nothing serious. He's working with Dendonker's smuggling operation, helping move illegal weapons. All for one smoke bomb? That doesn't add up for me. Sonia let out a long breath, her shoulders slumping. Dendonker is a terrible person, I'll give you that. I hated it when Michael started working for him. Absolutely hated it. But Michael was in a really bad place back then. And think about it. If Michael wasn't helping him, Dendonker would just find someone else. Sometimes you have to accept a small compromise for a much bigger cause. A cause for what? For success, for Operation Clarion. That's what Michael calls it. She leaned in, her eyes brightening. Imagine it's Veterans Day. Ceremonies are happening all over the country. At one of the largest gatherings at 11 minutes past 11, the entire area fills with smoke, gorgeous red, white, and blue smoke. It will be a spectacle. Every person there will wonder why. Everyone watching on TV will ask the same thing. It will be everywhere, online, and Michael will be there to explain. I'll be right beside him. The Pentagon won't be able to look away any longer. The government won't be able to keep lying. Lying about what? About chemical weapons? Wherever we've fought, but especially in Iraq. After the war was officially declared over, the Pentagon compiled a report. They sent some polished bureaucrat to the Senate to answer questions. The official story was that only a tiny number of chemical rounds were found, and the risk to our troops was minimal, which is a complete joke. And we know it's a joke not just because we were the ones getting poisoned, burned, and sick, but because, while they were cooking the books on that report, The Army was quietly issuing new medical protocols, detailed instructions for treating soldiers exposed to chemical agents. It stated there was a continuing and significant threat to our deployed forces. They knew. So they knew the whole time. Absolutely they knew, but they lied. And want to know why? Because of the shell casings. You need a special kind. The M110s are the most common. They look almost identical to regular M107s, especially when they're corroded or intentionally mislabeled. But inside, they have two separate chambers. They hold two different compounds, each one harmless alone but deadly when they mix. And where did the Iraqis get those shells? From the United States and our allies. From powerful corporations, the government chose to look the other way. A classified report Michael saw said hundreds of thousands were sold. Politicians were scared of being embarrassed, so they threw us soldiers under the bus to save their own skins, and we're not taking it anymore. Not now. This type of shell, Michael is using it for the smoke device. Exactly. Fitting, don't you think? Almost poetic. But are you certain it's only a smoke bomb? If the shells look so similar, is there any chance he's secretly making live explosive ones? Sonia leaned so far forward I thought she might leap from her chair. I ought to slap you for that, or worse. Yes, I'm sure. Do you think I'm a fool? The shells might look alike to an outsider, but not to me. Michael ran 3 separate tests out in the desert under different wind conditions. I watched every one. Do you honestly believe I'd be sitting here talking to you if I'd been standing 10 feet from a live artillery shell when it detonated? I suppose not, so when you do this for real, how will he trigger it? The primary method is a timer. The backup is a cellular signal. So Michael will be at the location? Yes, he'll drive out. I'll meet him there. Where? That was kept secret even from me. When was Michael planning to leave? Tomorrow it's even more bizarre that Michael has completely vanished now. Where does Dendon store the gear Michael was working with? The supplies? I don't know. Why are you so fixated on this? Dendon isn't keeping Michael. That would be illogical. You mentioned Michael has a room here. Do you know which one? Sonia gestured toward the wall behind me. It's right next door. We should check it. There's no point. I already did. When? A few days back. Sonia's eyes dropped to the floor. I wasn't prying. I'm not some obsessive stalker. Michael said he'd call, and he didn't. I got concerned. What did you see? Nothing unusual. The bed was made. His shaving kit was in the bathroom. His clothes were hanging up. His duffel was there. So was his emergency bag. As far as I could tell, nothing was gone. Does Michael own a car? He has 2, a private sedan and an old Jeep from Dendon. They're both still parked outside, spotless. I stayed quiet for a moment. Now you understand why I'm anxious. If Michael left on his own, he must have been under serious pressure to abandon all his things in his vehicles. In that case, why wouldn't he call me to tell me he's safe, or to warn me if I might be in danger too? We should take another look in his room. What for? I just told you everything that's in there. A new perspective can't hurt, and we won't find Michael by standing here talking. Sonia let out a long sigh and rolled her eyes. She grabbed her purse from the floor and slipped the gun inside. All right, follow me. She locked her own door with a large, sturdy key on a heavy brass teardrop fob, dropping it into her bag. She led the way down the hall and produced a different key. This one was a thin, shiny piece of metal on a cheap plastic fob printed with the logo of a nearby pharmacy. She unlocked the next door, pushed it fully open, took a single step inside, and froze. Her hand flew to her mouth, but no sound came out. I moved up beside her and stopped just as still. The room was a mirror layout of hers, a smart use of space with shallow back-to-back bathrooms to contain the plumbing noise. But where Sonia's room was perfectly tidy, this one looked like a hurricane had hit. The bed was flipped on its side, the mattress slashed in a dozen places, spilling out lumpy gray filling. The wardrobe lay face down on the floor, a pile of shredded clothing beside it. The chair was overturned, its cushion torn. The curtain rod had been ripped from the wall, the curtains sliced into ragged strips on the floor. Sonia whispered, "Who would do this? What were they searching for? This doesn't make sense." Does Renee have a room here? I asked. Yes, down at the far end of the hall, you don't think? I'm not sure, but we need to check. Sonia closed Michael's door and led me to room 201. She tried the handle and shook her head. It's locked. Stay here. I'll go down to the front desk and get a passkey. I shook my head. No, I don't want to bring anyone else into this. Do you have a knife in your bag? Or maybe a pair of tweezers? Sonia dug through her purse and pulled out a small, knurled black case. She opened it to reveal an assortment of tiny, gleaming tools. I assumed they were for manicures, though I couldn't guess the purpose of half of them. She offered the case. Take your pick. I chose a pair of needle-nosed tweezers and a slender wooden stick like a rounded lollipop stick. I bent one leg of the tweezers to a right angle, then crouched and got to work on the lock. It was an old, simple design, but solid, built in an era when things were made to endure. It likely came off a production line in some vast, grimy factory in Birmingham, Alabama. One of thousands used all over the country, maybe millions, probably installed indoors around the world. The lock was a solid piece of hardware, straightforward in its design. My fingers located the tumblers without trouble, but persuading them to move was a different challenge. Years of neglect had left the mechanism stubborn. After more than 60 seconds of careful pressure, it finally gave with a reluctant grind. I pushed the door open and surveyed the space. The chaos mirrored what I'd seen in Michael's quarters, a direct contradiction to Fenton's earlier description. Furniture was overturned, fabrics slashed. The sole distinction was the scattered pile of women's garments on the floor. It wasn't a shocking discovery, nor did it prove anything definitively, but it aligned with the idea that Renee had been suspected of passing Fenton's message. Dendonker would have wanted both rooms torn apart, hunting for any forbidden notes or hidden alliances. The scene offered no new direction for my search, and nothing pointed to Fenton's current location. With proper forensic tools, perhaps a speck of distinctive soil or a stray hair could have told a story, but relying on my own senses made digging through the mess a futile exercise. The frustration was real, but so was the clock. I was running out of options. Turning to leave, I nearly collided with Sonia. She had ghosted up behind me, standing frozen, her eyes wide and her jaw slack. "This doesn't make sense," she whispered, edging past me into the room. "It's the same mess. What could they possibly be after? And where are Michael and Renee?" She fell silent, her mind racing ahead. "Are they working together on something? Wait. You don't think they're involved, do you? They can't be. They better not be." A sudden, fierce anger took hold. She strode forward and viciously kicked the heap of Renee's clothes, sending a blouse spiraling into the air. The raw emotion in the act was impossible to ignore. "You and Michael," I said, keeping my voice level. "It's more than friendship, isn't it? That's why you had a key." She turned to face me, her expression stripped bare and vulnerable. "It's not official. No rings, no announcements. We didn't tell many people, but yes, we found each other in that hospital. We kept each other sane. He's my entire world. The thought of someone just taking him," her voice fractured. This was a twist I hadn't anticipated. I'd braced for dealing with cynical, self-serving operatives, the kind you interrogate and abandon when their poorly conceived plans implode. Instead, I was faced with a woman whose only crime seemed to be trusting the wrong person at a fragile time. A pang of sympathy, an unwelcome guest, settled in my chest. The decent thing was to be honest with her. Avoiding it would just be cruel. But delivering bad news has never been my forte. My skills are so notoriously poor that the Army once sent me for remedial training, which did remarkably little good. My standard tactic is to have these conversations in public, a busy diner or a cafe where the presence of strangers and the ritual of ordering coffee creates a buffer, allowing harsh truths to land more gently. I briefly considered the Red Roan, but the drive back would eat precious time, a commodity neither Fenton nor I could afford. Gently taking Sonia's elbow, I guided her out into the hallway. "Let's go back to your room. There are some things you need to hear." Back in her quarters, Sonia chose the chair, perching on its very edge. Every muscle in her body was taut, coiled tight with dread. I could see she was teetering on the edge, ready to bolt or throw a punch. I settled on the foot of the bed facing her, keeping one foot planted near her bag where her pistol was still tucked away. There's a reason people say not to shoot the messenger. Let me start with something positive, I began. There was never anything going on between Michael and Renee, I'm sure of that. Was nothing, she echoed, her voice tight. I'll explain. But we need to rewind a bit first. I walked her through everything, from Fenton getting Michael's message to the disastrous attempt to grab Dendonker. I included the part where Dendonker's man coldly informed Fenton that Michael was dead. Sonia fell silent when I finished, her eyes darting back and forth as she pieced it together. So Michael got caught with his sister's note? She finally asked. That's what blew everything up. That's how I read it. And Dendonker had him killed? I gave a slow nod. No, I don't accept that. I stayed quiet. What about Renee? My guess is she saw it coming. I think she managed to slip away. But not Michael. Sonia's voice trembled, threatening to break. You're absolutely certain? There's not even a sliver of doubt. I never saw a body, but I heard one of Dendonker's men swear that Dendonker killed him. He had no reason to lie. Sonia stood up and moved to the window, turning her back to me and wrapping herself in the curtain. I don't know what to do with this, she murmured, her voice muffled. He can't be gone. This has to be a mistake. I had no more words to offer. She let the curtain fall and whirled around. If you knew he was dead, why drag this out? Her eyes were glistening and raw. Why feed me that line about needing help to find him? I didn't know who you were back then, I said, raising my hand slightly. I might not be able to help Michael anymore, but maybe I can still help his sister if I can locate her. You still lied to me? She shuffled back to the chair and collapsed into it. I can't process this. What am I supposed to do now? My advice? Get out of town. I need to move, too. But first, I have to ask you something. It's going to sound callous, and the timing is terrible, but it might be important. What is it? In the package Michael sent his sister, along with the card from the Red Roan, there was something else, a condom. It strikes me as odd. Does that mean anything to you? No. Michael wouldn't have a condom, we didn't use them, and he'd never send one to his sister. That's disgusting. It was in there somehow. Then someone else must have put it in. I don't think so. Sonia shrugged, a weary gesture. Maybe he was trying to tell her something, to be careful, to take precautions. He loved his little puzzles. He was always leaving cryptic notes for me, to be honest, and I usually had no clue what they meant. I'd have to ask him to explain. A condom as a warning, technically, it was possible. You couldn't rule it out entirely, but it felt flimsy, like an answer that didn't quite fit the question. The nagging voice in the back of my mind wasn't buying it. It seemed the guy with the scuffed boots wasn't the deep sleeper he pretended to be. When I reached the lobby, his feet weren't propped on the reception desk anymore. He wasn't lounging in his chair. He was gone. But two other men were there, loitering with purpose, the two from the previous night who were still in walking shape. They were waiting for me, that much was obvious. They both straightened up when they saw me, then moved. The one who'd been driving positioned himself in front of the closed double doors, which were presumably locked. The guy I'd hit with the axe handle slid the other way, cutting off the corridor behind me. He needn't have bothered. I wasn't going back that way. They were dressed just like before. Black tees, black jeans, black boots. The driver's left arm was now secured in a sling, and both men carried compact backpacks of worn sand-colored ballistic nylon slung over their shoulders. Each pack sagged with the weight of something solid inside. Get down on the floor, the driver ordered. Face down, hands behind your back. You're serious? I replied, not moving. Tell me, did someone drop you as a child? Or maybe your boss took one too many hits to the head? Because most living things learn from their mistakes. You two not so much remember how this went last time? You had 3 extra guys then? Now it's just you and your one-armed friend. We learn, the driver said calmly. His partner slid his pack off and pulled out a black full-face respirator with drooping triangular eyepieces and a round filter on the left. an old M40 field mask, the kind the military used for decades. It wasn't pretty or comfortable, but it worked. He fitted it over his head and adjusted the straps. The driver, struggling one-handed, retrieved an identical mask from his own pack and put it on, looking for a moment like some kind of melancholy insect. Then he produced a small silver canister, about the size of a can of beans with a ring and lever on top. Ever hear of CS gas? The question came out, muffled and metallic through the mask's voice emitter. I'd done more than hear of it. Years back, during a training exercise, a dozen of us were sealed in a room with an instructor who placed a CS canister on a metal table, pulled a pin, and tossed it. He was already masked in an old M17. We had 20 seconds after the pin hit the floor to get our own masks on. We all managed that part. What came next was worse. We had to remove the mask one by one and shout our name, rank, and serial number, only covering up again when the instructor nodded. If he didn't like you, he'd pretend not to hear, making you repeat it. One guy had to say his information 3 times with agonizing pauses in between. By the time we stumbled outside, the front of his uniform was soaked with tears and mucus. He quit the program 10 minutes later. Ours is called DS gas, the masked man continued, raising the canister. Dendonker Special. Think of CS on steroids. It'll burn your eyes blind without fast treatment. Your nose, throat, lungs, pain you can't imagine, I promise. I stayed silent. Last chance, he said. Get down, do yourself a favor. If I use this, the game changes. You'll be crawling over here, begging at my feet to save your sight. Not happening, I said. His partner's robotic voice cut in. Come on, man, this is science. You can't fight chemistry. Chemistry's fine, I said. I still had the pistol I'd taken from the man outside the cafe. Part of me wanted to use it. It would solve the problem fast. But a gunshot would draw attention, and what I had planned required privacy. So I shifted slowly to my left, just enough to position the driver directly between me and the exit. Me? I always preferred physics. You were warned, the driver said, and flicked away the small clip, securing the pin against the curved handle of the canister. He shifted the canister to his left hand, hooking his right index finger through the ring. He pulled, nothing happened. Clearly, this was his first rodeo. Pulling the pin on a grenade is a lot tougher than Hollywood makes it seem. That locking pin is surgical steel with one leg bent at a sharp angle for a reason. Nobody wants an accidental detonation. The guy adjusted his stance, raising his elbow like he thought it would give him more power. I didn't stick around to find out. I drove off my back foot and sprinted straight at him. I closed half the gap, then 3/4 before launching myself forward. My shoulder slammed into his gut, lifting him off his feet. We crashed into the doors together, a combined 450 pounds, with my momentum multiplying the force. The ancient lock didn't stand a chance. One door swung violently and smacked the wall, the other tore clean off its hinges and tumbled away. We hit the ground with me on top, crushing his chest. I felt ribs snap on impact, maybe a collarbone too, but that pain would never register. His shoulders came to rest level with the top step leading down to the street. My weight held his torso pinned, but his head kept moving, swinging another 5 inches until the back of his skull struck the concrete. It split open like overripe fruit, spraying something warm and sticky across my face. He shuddered once, then went still. Half a second later, a new weight, a couple 100 pounds, landed on my back. An arm snaked around my throat. It was the second guy. He'd followed me out, seen his chance with me down, and piled on. He locked his elbow around my neck, grabbed his own wrist, and yanked back, driving his knee into my spine for leverage. He strained like an angler fighting a trophy catch. I clawed behind me, trying to reach his head, but he leaned back just out of range. Smart. We were locked in a stalemate, each refusing to yield. He must have sensed it too, because he started rocking, trying to intensify the pressure. Suddenly, breathing became a struggle. I flexed my neck muscles, but I could feel my windpipe beginning to collapse. Pain seared my larynx, my lungs burned. I needed to change the dynamic, and fast, with a sarcastic thought about how this clown clearly skipped grappling class. I dipped my right shoulder down toward the corpse beneath me and lifted my left. Feeling him shift his balance to avoid sliding off, I instantly corkscrewed the opposite way, jamming my left shoulder down, heaving my right up and twisting at the waist. I drove my right knee into the ground and pushed hard. We pivoted left, teetering as he fought the motion, but it was too late. Still clinging to my neck, he came over with me. We flipped. He was underneath now, on his back. I was on top, also on my back, but I had him pinned. Yet he didn't let go. If anything, his grip tightened, fueled by pure desperation. He was definitely struggling to breathe with my full weight pinning him down, and the hard ground wasn't helping him think straight. I twisted my hand, searching until I felt the smooth plastic of his gas mask. It was turned away, facing the street, an awkward angle. Then it clicked. He must have shoved it up on his head, wanting a clearer view while staying ready if the gas canister went off. I ripped it off and let it fall. My hand slid down his forehead, found the bridge of his nose, and I positioned my thumb over his right eye, my index finger over his left. I began to press, not with full force, not yet. He kept squeezing my throat, so I increased the pressure. A whimper escaped him. He thrashed his head side to side, trying to shake me off, but his grip held. I pressed harder, then harder still. I was maybe a hair's breadth from his eyes giving way, which under normal circumstances would have been a fine outcome. But this wasn't a normal situation. His being here was an unexpected gift. I couldn't afford to ruin it. I needed him coherent enough to talk, so I held the pressure steady, didn't push past that point. Instead, I arched my back, wedged my other hand between us, and moved it down. I grabbed him, squeezed and twisted, hard, tighter, until a raw scream tore from his throat and his hands flew from my neck. I was on my feet in an instant before any second thoughts could form. I stamped on his stomach, not to injure, just to keep him still for a second. I collected his gun, the discarded mask, and the gas canister, which had rolled free onto the top step, its safety pin still secure. His backpack yielded a water bottle, a coil of paracord, some kind of multi-tool in a tan leather sheath, a fancy folding thing with blades and screwdrivers, and a bundle of heavy-duty zip ties. I pocketed the tool and the ties, stowed the gun in the pack. Then I nudged his ear with my shoe. "That your car?" I nodded toward a black Lincoln Town car parked across the street. It looked like the one from the morgue. He strained to look, then gave a shaky nod. "Where's the key?" He pointed a trembling finger at his dead companion. "Get it." "No way," he whispered, his face turning ashen. "He's gone. I'm not touching him. If you're not getting the key, you're useless to me." I prodded his ear again, a bit sharper. "You want to end up just like him?" He didn't answer. Just rolled over, reached across the lifeless body, fished the keys from a pants pocket, and held them up, his hand unsteady. "Good. Now pick him up, put him in the trunk. I can't carry him. The body goes in the trunk. You can put it in there, or you can go in there with it. Your call." He shook his head. A defeated motion, then clambered to his feet and shuffled down the steps. Grabbing his buddy's wrists, he started to drag. The body reached the sidewalk, and a pistol clattered loose. He lunged for it, but he was sluggish. I pinned the gun under my foot and kicked him in the head, a light warning tap. It worked. He went back to dragging, leaving a smeared trail of dark, sticky blood across the asphalt. I waited until he was halfway to the car, then scooped up the pistol and added it to the backpack. He popped the trunk and wrestled with the dead weight, the limbs and head lolling grotesquely. Finally, he hauled the body to a sitting position, braced it against the fender, got behind it, and with a grunting heave, posted it in head first. He slammed the trunk lid shut immediately, as if to block any chance of being thrown in after it, and spun around. His eyes were wide, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His forearms were streaked with crimson. "Unlock the doors," I ordered. He fumbled with a button on his remote. 4 heavy thunks echoed in quick succession as the locks disengaged. "Now place the keys on the trunk." He complied, the metal clinking against the paint. "Get in, driver's side." I scooped up the keys, shadowed him to the car, and stayed close to prevent him from shutting me out. From my pocket, I produced a zip tie and let it fall into his lap. "Loop your right hand through the steering wheel." After a moment's hesitation, he wound the plastic around the wheel's rim, threaded the tail through the clasp, and drew it until the teeth began to catch. He slid his wrist into the opening and cinched it partway. "Tighter," I said. He took up a little more slack. I reached over, seized the loose end, and yanked it hard. The plastic dug into his skin. He let out a sharp gasp, left hand on the wheel. He placed it near the 10 o'clock position. I used a second tie to secure it. A firm tug on his elbow confirmed he wasn't slipping free. It would hold. I shut his door and slid into the seat directly behind him. "Where is Dendonker?" Silence. I pulled the guy's own mask over my head, taking my time to tighten the straps. Then I set the gas canister on the center console between the front seats. DS gas, according to your late friend. Like CS gas, but stronger. Is that accurate? He gave a stiff nod. "I don't buy it. This feels like a prop, a bluff. Maybe I should pull the pin and find out for sure." He began to writhe in his seat, jabbing his elbow out in a frantic attempt to knock the canister away. "No," he pleaded. "It's real. Please don't activate it." "Then answer the question." "I can't. You don't understand. Crossing Dendonker, it's not an option. Nothing is worth that." I gave the canister a light tap with my knuckle. "This stuff ruins your eyesight, doesn't it? Keeping your vision seems pretty worthwhile to me." He shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping him. "Let me tell you about a friend of mine. We worked for Dendonker for 5 years. This guy had one simple pleasure, a monthly trip to the Walmart 100 miles away for some spiced chai tea he loved. One time, the guy tailing him thought he saw someone in the store who looked federal. Just a hunch. That was all it took for Dendonker. How does someone just look federal? Who knows? A certain posture, a haircut. It didn't matter. The suspicion was enough. Around that same time, Dendonker was brokering a sale of 50 caliber rifles to a cartel boss from Mexico. The buyer wanted a field test before paying, so Dendonker had my friend stripped and tied to a post out in the desert, made all of us watch through binoculars. The cartel guy was a horrible shot. Took him over a dozen rounds to finally stop moving. Dendonker just left the body there. When they collected it 2 days later, I saw. Birds had taken the eyes. The rest was torn up by animals. I vowed then that I would never, ever end up like that. I tapped the canister again. He strained against his restraints, trying to turn toward me. "There was another time," he rushed on, "with landmines. Another drug lord wanted proof they worked. Dendonker planted a field and made some poor guy, I don't even recall his offense, walk through it. He made it about 10 feet. That was the demonstration. When I'm finished with Dendonker, he won't be hurting anyone ever again. That's a guarantee." I let my hand rest on the cold metal of the canister. "But this is your immediate problem in here?" I asked, my voice echoing in the cramped interior. The driver slumped forward, thumping his forehead against the steering wheel. Once, twice, a third time for good measure. "I couldn't tell you if I tried," he muttered. "I don't know where Dendonker is. Nobody does." "What do you know? Our orders were to bring you to the house. Someone else would collect you from there. Where they'd take you after that, that's way above my pay grade." "How would they know to come?" "I'd send a text. To what number?" He rattled off 10 digits with an Alaska area code, a burner obviously to hide its real location, and the message, the exact wording. "There isn't a script, just that we have you. How long after you send it do they show up?" A shrug. "No idea. Sometimes they're already waiting. Sometimes it's 5 minutes, 10 tops. Where do you wait? Inside the house. Where is it?" He described the same place I'd tailed the Lincoln to earlier. "Always that same house?" I pressed. "Never anywhere else?" "Never," he said, shaking his head. "It has to be there. Everyone comes and goes through that spot. As far as I know, there's no other way in or out. What's your deadline for delivering me?" "No deadline. We just keep at it until we catch you. Put your foot on the brake." He didn't move. I tapped the gas canister with a sigh. He stretched his leg and pressed the pedal. I pulled off the mask, tucked it into the pack, and dropped the canister in after it. Leaning between the seats, I cupped the side of his head with my left hand, pressing it against the window. With my right, I slid the key into the ignition and turned it. The engine rumbled to life. I shifted the lever into drive and settled back. Take me to the house. The faster Dendonker's men arrive, the faster I let you go, provided you don't do anything stupid. His fingers closed around the wheel, awkward with the zip ties but secure enough. It gave him something to focus on besides escape. He moved his foot from the brake to the accelerator and pulled away from the curb. He drove slowly along the front of the hotel, turned left at the corner, and headed toward the town center, steady compliant for about 50 yards until we reached the opening of a side street on our left. No, I can't do this. He suddenly wrenched the wheel, crossing his arms and twisting his bound wrists as far as they would go. He held the turn until we were facing the opposite direction, back toward the border, then straightened up and pressed harder on the gas, picking up speed. I drew my gun, leaned around his seat, and pressed the barrel to his temple. "Go ahead," he said, his voice flat. "Shoot me. Please, I want you to. We were level with the hotel again." He didn't turn. Instead, he drove straight ahead, bumping over the curb onto the rough, sandy scrub. A cloud of dust billowed behind us. The car slowed slightly, pitching and bouncing over the uneven ground. The sedan was too long and too low for this kind of terrain, but he kept going, showing no intention of stopping. We were aimed directly at the steel barrier. The speedometer hovered just above 20. This heavy car stood no chance of breaking through at that speed. The spikes were solid, thick metal undoubtedly set in deep concrete, designed specifically not to be breached. We probably wouldn't get badly hurt, but I leaned back and fastened my seatbelt just in case. I figured he was trying to disable the car. The radiator would surely rupture on impact, which would be a real problem in this heat. The engine would overheat in minutes. We'd never make it to the house. I considered knocking him out or applying pressure until he lost consciousness. But whatever I did, we were still probably going to hit the fence. The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on me. Here we were in a doomed car racing toward an immovable object, all because of some mid-level lackey's sudden crisis of conscience. It was almost funny in a brutally pointless way. This wasn't going to be a huge issue. Sonia had mentioned Michael kept 2 vehicles at the hotel, which was just a short walk away. I could take one of those with this guy stowed in the trunk. He still had a role to play, just not behind the wheel. 20 yards from the border, he jerked his left arm back violently, making the steering wheel shudder. Blood began to seep from where the plastic tie had cut into his wrist. 15 yards out, he forced his arm forward as far as the restraint allowed, then yanked it back again with even greater force and resolve. This time, a piece of skin near his thumb ripped away completely. He let out a sharp cry. I could see bone and tendon, blood poured from the wound. Maybe the blood acted as a lubricant, or maybe it was sheer, desperate strength, but he managed to wrench his hand free. 10 yards from the line, he shoved his freed hand into his pocket, pulled out a quarter, and pinched it between his thumb and forefinger, resting it dead center on the steering wheel. 5 yards out, he leaned forward, tilted his head back to expose his throat, and stomped on the accelerator. We slammed into the barrier head-on. The crash was immediately drowned out by the deafening blast of a dozen airbags deploying. One erupted from the door beside me, striking my arm with a searing, almost burning heat. My world went white like being swallowed by a cloud. As the bags began to deflate, the air grew thick with a fine, talcum-like powder that carried the sharp scent of spent fireworks. I unbuckled, shoved my door open, and climbed out. The engine was dead, replaced by a hissing sound and a plume of steam billowing from the crumpled hood. I wrenched the driver's door open. The man was slumped in his seat, his face blackened and burned, his eyes open and unseeing. One side of his jaw was grotesquely dislocated, hanging at a sickening angle. His shirt front was drenched in blood, and there was a terrible gaping wound in his throat as if he'd been shot, which, in a twisted way, he'd used the coin as a projectile and the airbag's explosive charge as the gun. Probably not the safety feature the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration had envisioned. I reached in, took his phone from his pocket, grabbed his backpack, and started toward the hotel. I made it about 15 feet before I stopped. The phone, I needed to use it, which meant I had to unlock it, and that presented a new problem. It was the kind with just a smooth screen, no keypad, no fingerprint sensor. I lifted it and the screen lit up, the device vibrating irritably in my palm. A message flashed, Face ID not recognized. Try again. Any phone that recognized my face would have some serious explaining to do, I thought. I turned and walked back to the wreck. Opening the driver's door again, I held the phone level with the man's nose. It buzzed in protest. I adjusted the angle. Nothing. The issue, I figured, was his shattered jaw. The phone had a stored map of his facial structure, and that map was now obsolete. The topography had changed. I tried pushing his chin up with my fingers to approximate his normal posture and aligned the phone. No luck. I nudged his jaw sideways and tried once more. The phone remained locked, buzzing with even greater indignation. A new prompt appeared, passcode required to enable Face ID. 6 small, hollow circles materialized in a tight horizontal row. Below them was a standard 10-digit keypad layout. I tapped the 0. The first small circle filled with gray, so a 6-digit PIN. The number of possible combinations was astronomical, making a random guess futile. I'd need some insight into the dead man to narrow it down. I hit 0 5 more times just on the off chance he was profoundly unimaginative. The remaining circles filled. The phone vibrated angrily again. Passcode? Incorrect. Try again. Maybe I would try again, but not standing there in the open. Staying in the sun beside a vehicle containing 2 bodies was not an option, especially when another path remained open. I moved to the back of the car and released the trunk latch. The second man was crumpled against the seatbacks, having been thrown forward by the impact. I leaned in, seized his belt, and hauled him toward me. A search of his pockets yielded another phone, also lacking a keypad and requesting facial recognition. I maneuvered the body onto its back, shifting it until the sunlight fell clearly on his features, then positioned the device near his face. It vibrated, unlocking itself, securing access to one phone was progress, but it was a temporary victory. I had no clue how long the unlock would last. 30 seconds, a minute, maybe 10. While I remained by the car, reactivating it with the dead man's face was simple. The real problem was that I didn't want to be near the car at all, nor did I want to use the phone here. My plan was to be in position at the house before sending the text to draw out more of Dendonker's men. I needed to observe their arrival, their numbers, their firepower. Getting there would take time, at least half an hour. My Chevy was still at Fenton's Hotel. I'd walked from there to the Red Roan, then on to the Border Inn. I'd have to backtrack to retrieve it, or perhaps find keys to one of Michael's vehicles. A couple of other tasks needed handling along the road as well. Given the situation, I saw no other choice. The message had to be sent now, and I'd deal with the consequences. If I arrived after them, so be it. I could still surveil the location and adapt my plan. It might alter some specifics, but not the final result. Frankly, given my current mood, it didn't matter how many guys Dendonker sent or what they were carrying. They were all going to end up in a hospital bed or a drawer at the morgue. I opened the Messages app, entered the number the guy had provided during his instructions, and typed out, "Prisoner secured, heading to house." I added ETA 40 minutes, thinking it might influence their movements, or it might not, but it was worth the attempt. Uncertain how long the phone would stay accessible, I dialed Walwork's number as I started toward the hotel. He picked up immediately. "Reacher here. I'm on a tight clock." Quick update. I questioned someone linked to a member of Dendonker's crew. She confessed to a plot involving a bomb at a Veterans Day ceremony. She insisted the device only releases smoke, part of some publicity stunt. Do you buy it? We know Dendonker's man built a real bomb. Fenton's work at TEDAC confirmed that. So either this woman was fed a story and a real bomb will be swapped in, or there's a separate operation entirely. What's the target location? She didn't know. All right, we'll play it safe. I'll issue a general alert. Good, anything on your end? That address you gave me? I traced the owner. It's another shell corporation. No visible ties to Dendonker or his other holdings, no other assets. And here's a strange detail. It changed hands a decade ago, right after Dendonker appeared in town. An old local press report says the prior owner was a decent elderly man who lived there for years. He was practically driven out. The house wasn't for sale and he didn't want to leave. Then some unnamed newcomer, presumably Dendonker, aggressively pursued it like the place was singled out. But why? Nobody lives there now. It's vacant. His crew uses it as a front. This town feels half dead. They could have chosen any number of spots. Why that specific house? Maybe Dendonker intended to live there and changed his mind, or had some other scheme for it that fell through. There could be 100 reasons. Maybe, I replied, the coincidence gnawing at me. It felt less like a random acquisition and more like a calculated move, a piece on a board I hadn't yet seen, but do me a solid. Look into who owns the houses next door. Check the entire block. See if anything unusual catches your eye. The call cut out right as I hit the steps to the hotel's main doors. The bloodstain was still on the ground, dried to a rusty brown crust. The one remaining door was shut. Someone had fetched the other and leaned it against the wall. I slipped through the opening. It left my eyes swept the lobby. The cowboy boots were back, propped on the reception desk. Same pair. Snakeskin with holes worn through the soles. Seeing them there was a relief. It meant crossing the next item off my list was going to be straightforward. The guy was slouched in his chair, vest hanging open, hat tipped down over his face, and he still wasn't truly asleep. His whole frame went rigid as I approached. He clearly hadn't expected to see me again. He'd probably assumed the blood outside was mine, I said. How much? The man fumbled with his hat, shoving it back, trying to play it off like he was just groggy from being startled awake. How much for what? For calling Dendonker, for telling him I was here. What was your cut? Nothing. I don't even know what you're talking about. I seized his ankles and yanked, his backside slid off the chair, and he hit the tile floor with a yelp. I vaulted the counter, landing with my legs straddling his hand shot up toward a small shelf hidden from the lobby side. An ancient L.C. Smith shotgun was balanced there, its barrel sawed down to maybe 6 inches, easy to handle and deadly at close range. Leave it, I said. He kept straining for it, so I kicked him in the face. Not a full blow, more of a shove with my boot, just enough to roll him onto his back. Then I stamped on his hand. A discouragement, in case he got any more ideas about that gun. How much? He writhed on the floor, cradling his smashed hand against his chest. No extra. He pays me every month, $500 cash. I report anything strange or anything his people staying here do. Sometimes he sends an alert, like this morning. I got a text with your description. I had to call when I saw you. I didn't have a choice, Mr. Dendonker. He's not a good man. There's always a choice, right or wrong. It's simple. You just figured you wouldn't get caught. You chose the money. You used lousy judgment. So here's what happens now. When you wake up, you leave town right away, and you never come back. I'll be checking. If I find you here, I'll make Dendonker look like a kindly old grandfather, are we clear? When I wake up, you mean like tomorrow? Tomorrow? Later today? Whenever it happens to be. I grabbed a fistful of his shirt and hauled him up to a sitting position, then I kicked him in the face again, with a bit more emphasis this time. I knocked softly on the door to room 212, aiming for a friendly sound. No answer. I tried again. Go away. It was Sonia's voice, but tight, strained. I couldn't tell if she was furious, heartbroken, or terrified. Then a cold, unwelcome thought hit me. Maybe one of Dendonker's men was in there with her? Someone could have slipped up while I was busy with the 2 downstairs. Who knew what exactly the desk guy had reported? She might have a gun to her head, which meant kicking the door in was off the table, severely limiting my options, until I remembered what Fenton had said about the name-game routine she and Michael used. Sonia and Michael had been a couple. Maybe they had a similar signal. I moved to the side of the door frame and knocked once more. Heather, you in there? Everything okay? A pause. Then I heard footsteps inside, light but dragging. A moment later, the door opened. It was Sonia. She was still in that yellow sundress. No gun in sight, She leaned out into the hallway, glanced both ways, and her eyes found me. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her cheeks were wet. "Reacher," she said, her voice thick. "Thanks for stopping by, but I'm okay. I really just want to be alone right now, so please go ahead and leave. I'm not here to check on you," I said. "I need your help." "Oh, all right. With what? Do you have a car, of course? Do you need to borrow it? Where's it parked? Out back in the courtyard." "Good. I need you to drive me somewhere." "Where are we going? Do you have a go bag ready?" "Always." "Why?" "Get it. And your keys. I'll explain everything once we're moving." Sonia's car was a tiny red Mini, and the name fit perfectly. I barely squeezed inside, even with the passenger seat pushed all the way back. It had white wheels and decals of the American flag on the roof and the curved edges of the side mirrors. Given the situation, I would have preferred something less noticeable, but at least it was small enough for the hotel's cramped parking area. This was an interior courtyard enclosed by the building itself, with a low archway leading to the street on the east. It was probably designed long ago for deliveries and to let some light into the inner rooms. The street beyond the arch connected to the same road the man in the Lincoln had used before his final U-turn. Sonia pulled out and turned left, heading toward town, and as she drove, I filled her in on everything that had happened since I'd left her room. She grasped the plan immediately. "I'll watch the back of the house," she said that way. "No one can slip out or in without being seen. But I have one question. If I spot someone, how do I alert you?" "Honk the horn." "Wouldn't it be better if I called or texted you?" "Honking would warn them too." "I don't have a phone." I pulled out the one I'd taken from the guy in the Lincoln's trunk. The screen was locked. At least not one I can use. Sonia reached behind her, grabbed her purse from the Mini's practically non-existent back seat, and balanced it on her lap. She fished around inside with one hand, pulled out a phone, and handed it to me. "Here, use this one." The phone was seriously old school. I flipped it open. One side had an actual physical keypad, the other had a small black and white screen. It didn't even ask for a PIN. "This is the phone Michael used to call me," Sonia said, closing her eyes briefly. "He had one just like it. I guess he was getting paranoid, too. He didn't like the idea of a lot of calls between numbers that Dendonker could potentially trace." Sonia drove me to Fenton's hotel. I switched to the Chevy and she trailed me through the maze of side streets until we reached the turnoff just north of the Target house. She peeled away then, and I continued alone to the street approaching from the south. There were no cars parked at the far end. In fact, there were no vehicles in sight at all. That could mean Dendonker's men had bought my false estimate of arrival time and weren't here yet, or they could be delayed for some other reason. It also meant I needed a different place to ditch the Chevy. Leaving it on the route they'd likely take was too risky. I turned around, drove back to the main road, and tried a residential street on the opposite side. An old RV was parked halfway down the block. It was a relic, looking like it hadn't moved in years. Its tires were flat, the windows were clouded with grime, and the paint was a faded mess of beige and brown stripes, all caked with sand and dirt. Its one useful feature was its size. It was easily big enough to hide a standard sedan behind it. I tucked the Chevy in on the far side and made my way back to the house on foot. The area was still clear of any vehicles. I moved in slowly, pushing through a thicket of gnarled trees between the Target house and its neighbor. I peered in through the first square window. No one inside. I checked each of the other windows in turn. No sign of anyone. Creeping around to the front, I ducked beneath the large window, moved past the door, and worked my way to the far side of the building. I checked the smaller bedroom's window, empty. The bathroom window was frosted, so I couldn't see a thing. I crouched low beneath it and finally tried the larger bedroom's window. It was empty, too. The whole place felt like a hollow shell, silently waiting. I reasoned that if they were already inside and hidden, they'd be anticipating the door opening for their partners to deliver me, so I circled back, careful to avoid the windows. I slid the key into the lock, turned it, crouched low, and pushed the door inward. My thinking was that anyone drawn by the movement would expect a person entering to be upright. They'd aim at head height if they were especially cautious, but no one was there to stare my way. No one was there with a gun. I entered and cleared the house room by room, even peering down through the hole in the floor. I was certain the place was empty. I had no vehicle for cover and no buildings or natural shelter nearby, so I went back outside and pushed into the thick cluster of trees, sitting with my back against the house wall. The leaves and branches were dense. If I stayed still and silent, someone could pass within a few feet and never know I was there. The clock in my head said if Dendonker's men were timing their arrival to match my fake ETA, they should show within 5 minutes. 5 minutes dragged by, no cars came, no one walked up the path, there was no word from Sonia. I stayed put, silent. Another 5 minutes passed, then another. The guy in the Lincoln had claimed he'd never waited more than 10. I gave it another 10 and another that made 30 minutes half an hour past the implied meeting time. The waiting itself didn't bother me. I'd have waited all afternoon, even all night, if it meant the right outcome. But I had no interest in wasting time. There was no sense camping by the waterhole if the big game had already been spooked. I checked the windows once more, just to be sure, still empty. So I made my way to the parallel street and spotted Sonia's conspicuous car immediately. I crossed over and folded into the passenger seat. It was a bust, I said. Damn it, Sonia frowned. What now? Any chance they approached from this side and saw you? No, she shook her head. Nothing's moved the whole time I've been here. I couldn't pinpoint the flaw. The plan should have worked. Maybe the text should have come from the other guy's phone. Maybe there was some special code phrase, or maybe the guy had been lying outright, which was exactly why I'd wanted to bring him along. But that wasn't possible, so dwelling on it was pointless. If Dendonker's crew wouldn't come out on their own, then it was time to make them come out on mine. Sonia argued. It won't work. You can't get in. You need a transponder. I know because Michael had one. He forgot it once and it caused real trouble. There's no lock, no keypad. The only other way is the intercom. You have to ask someone to open the gate. You think they'll open it for you? You think I'll wait for permission, I replied. I left Sonia to watch the back of the house and walked to the street where the large RV was parked. I got into the Chevy and headed west. Dendonker's company building stood alone at the end of a straight road, just as Wallwork had described. It was a simple square structure, steel frame, brick infill, flat roof, plain, functional, cheap to build and maintain, exactly the kind you see in business parks everywhere. A parking lot stretched out front with spaces for 20 cars, all empty. No movement showed behind the windows. Nothing about it suggested it was owned by a murderer, served as a hub for smuggling, or was about to be used to distribute explosives. There was just a sign beside the main door that read, "Welcome to Pie in the Sky, Inc." with a cartoon plane pictured on the other side. The aircraft had a cartoonish face where the cockpit should be, with wide, staring eyes and a broad grin beneath its nose. It was using one wing to scratch its swollen belly like a contented cat. I rolled up to the entrance, which was nothing more than 2 sliding panels set into a tall chain-link fence surrounding the property. The barrier was solid enough, heavy-gauge wire on sturdy posts spaced close together, but it was just a single layer. No secondary perimeter. It offered basic security, nothing more that made sense. If health inspectors or potential clients were expected, and if people like Wallwork could find pictures of the place online, then Donker wouldn't want it looking like a maximum security prison. I lowered my window. Beside me stood a white metal pole with 4 boxes mounted on it. 2 were at car window height. The other 2 higher up were clearly for truck drivers. Each set was identical, an intercom with a call button and a speaker behind a grill, and next to it, a blank white rectangle about the size of a keypad, probably part of an automated transponder system, nothing I needed to worry about. I reached out and pressed the intercom button. I wasn't expecting a reply, and I certainly didn't expect to be let in. What I wanted happened immediately. A security camera on a separate pole inside the fence swiveled until its lens was fixed directly on me. I stared right into it, hit the call button again for emphasis, and said, "I'm here. Come and get me." For good measure, I made a slow, deliberate, beckoning gesture with my hand. Then I reversed about 30 feet, turned the car around, and lined up the rear bumper with the center of the gates. Look, I didn't actually think I'd find a signed confession or a map to Dendonker's other hideouts just lying around, but in my years as a military policeman, I learned two things: never underestimate human stupidity and never discount plain dumb luck. AWOL soldiers were found hiding in their girlfriends' closets, stolen gear turned up in the trunks of personal cars. Besides, I was already on the scene. Why not give Dendonker one more thing to lose sleep over? I shifted into reverse, stomped the gas, and the Chevy tore both gates clean off their tracks with a shriek of metal. The sedan barely shuddered. No wonder these things were so popular with cops back in the day. I continued across the compound over 2 rows of parking spaces, slowed briefly to aim, then accelerated again and plowed straight through the building's main doors. The Chevy burst into the interior in a shower of glass and splintered framing. I braked, shifted to drive, pulled forward, and stopped, leaving the car pointed toward the ruined exit. I got out and listened. Silence. It was unlikely a place like this had a direct alarm to the police, but you could never be sure. I decided to work quickly and keep an ear tuned for sirens. I started in the office. Desks lined 3 walls, each with a powered-down computer and a 2-drawer pedestal, one for supplies, a deeper one for files. All were locked. I snagged a couple of paper clips from a pile of old correspondence in a filing tray, straightened them, and went to work on the nearest desk. A little raking, a bit of pressure, and the lock turned over. Inside was the usual office clutter: invoices, quotes, records of perfectly ordinary business. Flipping through, only one detail stood out: the dates. Nothing was more recent than 3 weeks old. So far, no police, no sign of Dendonker's crew. The front left corner of the building was a receiving area. It had a roll-up door, a raised loading dock for trucks, and metal counters along 3 walls, presumably for inspecting deliveries. The air smelled faintly of dust and old cardboard, a stark contrast to the violence of my entrance just moments before. They would require supplies for any meals prepared fresh, and from Fenton's observations, that included a variety of upscale foods and drinks. That day, however, the loading bay stood utterly vacant. There was no trace of law enforcement, nor any of Dendonker's men. A door on the left-hand side opened into a storage room. Every wall was lined with tall shelving units. Some shelves bore labels with various product names, while others only displayed barcodes. The inventory was sparse: a box of miniature sugar packets, the kind you might find at a diner, some potato chips, and several small bags of peanuts. It hardly felt like the bustling center of a thriving enterprise. The kitchen occupied the rear left corner, compact, spotless, and clinical. The counters were bare, the refrigerator empty. An adjacent room served as a prep area, crowded with shelves, packaging materials, and cardboard boxes. This was likely where orders for various flights were organized before being packed into transport containers. A series of whiteboards lined one wall, all erased clean. It appeared no jobs were currently in progress. The entire facility was logically arranged for efficient workflow, with nothing appearing out of order or raising immediate suspicion. Yet that very tidiness was telling. According to Fenton, any illegal outgoing shipments were delivered separately by Dendonker's crew and loaded directly onto trucks, while illicit incoming goods were swiftly removed. The lack of evidence didn't signify innocence, only that Dendonker was clever. The trucks were the final piece to inspect. I located the corridor leading to the garage and entered a large rectangular bay. 6 panel vans were parked neatly, nose in. They resembled those used by parcel delivery services, but these were white with red and blue accents and a cartoon airplane graphic on each side. Choosing one at random, I inspected its cargo area. It was pristine, as if recently pressure washed, the mark of a catering company obsessed with sanitation, or perhaps of someone meticulous about leaving no physical traces. The cargo areas were outfitted with racks running along both sides. The lowest and tallest section could accommodate the wheeled trolleys with drawers used by flight attendants, while the space above had ample room for containers holding the gourmet items Fenton mentioned. Or, for that matter, sniper rifles, landmines, or explosives. I wondered about the containers themselves. Were they standard issue or custom made with foam inserts to prevent damage? But then a more practical thought hit me. The type of container wouldn't matter much if there were no functional trucks to carry them. Here I was in a caterer's depot with a food storage room nearby surrounded by sugar. I could easily sabotage the vehicles, pour sugar into the gas tanks, take a wrench to the engines, sever cables/tires, but no, this was Dendonker's operation. Dendonker, who had sent men after me with CS gas, it was time to escalate things, literally. I returned to the kitchen, where a wall-mounted paper towel dispenser held a continuous roll. I tore off 6 lengthy strips, each about 6 feet long, and carried them back to the garage. After removing the gas cap from each truck, I fed 1 strip deep into each tank, leaving the excess trailing to the floor. Then I headed to the office. Grabbing the chair from the desk nearest the door, I swung it through the window. I took that same chair and proceeded to shatter the windows in every other room. I returned to the office and opened the damaged file drawer inside. I gathered a handful of papers, then carried them to the kitchen. Rolling them into a tight cylinder, I ignited one end using the stove, creating a makeshift torch. I moved quickly to the garage and touched the flaming paper to the strip of towel protruding from the nearest fuel tank. As the flame caught, I hurried toward the exit. The first explosion rocked the building just as I reached the Chevy, the sudden hiss of sprinklers and the blinding glare of perimeter floodlights filling the air. I slid behind the wheel, started the engine, and a second truck detonated behind me. Driving across the compound, I stopped on the road beyond the fence. Dusk was deepening, and fierce orange flames clawed at the darkening sky, casting frantic, dancing shadows from the cacti and scrub across the ground. I got out and walked back to the camera mounted on a fence post, wrenching it around until its lens was fixed on the burning structure. If Dendonker had any kind of alert system, I wanted to ensure he got a front row seat to the spectacle. Sirens wailed in the distance about 4 minutes later. Glancing in the rear view, I saw the right side of the building fully engulfed. The trucks were certainly lost, though parts of the building might survive, not my concern. I flicked the headlights to bright, noting how far their beams stretched on either side of the road. Doubling that distance for safety, I turned off the pavement and began a slow diagonal trek across the rough scrubland, putting enough terrain between myself and the road to avoid any emergency vehicles racing to the scene. Finding a suitable spot, I killed the lights and settled in to wait, then a vibration in my pocket. "The phone from Sonia," I answered. "Contact," she said, her voice tense. "A huge man, even bigger than you, just rushed out the back of the house. He went to the neighbor's garage, took an old Jeep similar to Michael's and sped off. He could be coming your way." I thanked her and ended the call. Shortly after, an emergency convoy roared past, a black and white Dodge Charger with its lights flashing, followed by 2 antiquated but impeccably maintained fire trucks, all gleaming red with brass fittings. They passed through the breach in the fence. The police car peeled left while firefighters spilled out and began their practice dance with hoses and pumps. Shifting my attention back to the road from town, I soon spotted a pair of weak, yellowish headlights. They belonged to a Jeep, older but in far better condition than Fenton's, with jerry cans strapped front and back and tools hanging from its sides. Mansour was driving. He entered the compound, parked between the fire trucks, and stormed toward the building. A firefighter moved to intercept him, but Mansour shoved the man aside and plunged into the smoky hole where the entrance had been. He reappeared 2 minutes later, striding directly to the same firefighter, grabbing him aggressively, clearly demanding answers. The officers began to approach him, their movements deliberate and slow. He released the firefighter and pivoted to meet them, firing off another round of sharp questions. They merely shrugged and shook their heads in response. Without another word, he strode over to the Jeep and got inside. The police trailed behind him, their hesitation palpable, as if considering whether to make a move to hold him back. but their effort was lukewarm at best. Mansour dismissed them entirely, and they offered no real resistance as he drove the jeep swiftly out of the compound. As he passed my position, I caught a glimpse of him on his phone, undoubtedly reporting the grim discovery. I waited until he was a good distance ahead before easing the Chevy forward onto the road. I accelerated, keeping my headlights off, and followed the distant red pinpricks of his taillights. The road stretched straight toward town, and I figured I'd manage fine unless some startled deer decided to dart into my path. Mansour turned left on the outskirts, then took two quick rights. I closed the gap to avoid losing him in the maze of streets. A couple minutes later, I saw his vehicle swing onto the street just north of the Target house. I drove past and took the next right. My phone buzzed almost immediately. Sonia again. "He's back," she said, her voice low, pulled into the neighbor's garage. "He's on foot now, heading for the house, unlocking the back door, okay? He's inside." I ended the call and pulled over, tucking the car into a shadowy gap between two streetlights about 30 feet from the house. A single light glowed inside, but no other vehicles were visible outside. He must have stashed one in a different garage. I scanned the neighboring homes, but nothing stood out as suspicious. I drew the gun from my waistband and trained it on the front door. For 20 seconds, nothing happened. Then the interior light went out. I rolled down my window, prepared to fire if he bolted outside, but he never appeared. The door remained shut. Another 20 seconds ticked by. I opened the phone and hit radio. Sonia answered instantly. "Anything?" I asked. "The lights are off." "Did he come out your way?" "No. Your side?" "Nothing, you're sure?" 100%. "All right. Stay sharp. If he comes near you, shoot first. We can sort out the details later." I closed the phone, slipped it into my pocket, and stepped out of the car. Mansour must have spotted my tail after all. Or maybe he'd noticed Sonia's vehicle. Whatever the reason, something had clearly spooked him. Now he was hunkered down inside. I could wait him out. The house didn't look like a five-star hotel, and he didn't strike me as the patient type. Certainly not as patient as me, but then again, looks can be deceiving. I had no idea how long he'd stay put. Every minute he delayed was another minute Fenton might not have, and there was no guarantee he'd exit from my side. He could slip out the back, force me into a chase, or worse, go after Sonia. The last thing I needed was two hostages to rescue, so I opted for a more direct approach. I moved diagonally from the sidewalk to the front right corner of the house, crouched low, and crept beneath the window. I passed the front door, continued around to the far side, ducked below the first bedroom window, and paused outside the next room, the bathroom. It's always the best point of entry. Nobody lingers in a bathroom, and if someone is in there, they're in a pretty poor position to put up a fight. I pulled the knife I'd taken from the guy at the border inn from my pocket, discarded the sheath, and unfolded the largest blade until it clicked firmly into place. It felt sturdy. I reached up and worked the blade into the gap between the two sash panels, found the lock, and applied steady pressure until it turned and disengaged. I put the knife away, switched the gun to my other hand, and raised the lower window pane just an inch to peer inside. It was dark. The room appeared empty. No movement, no sound of breathing, no running water, just that familiar, steady drip, drip, drip I'd noticed before I eased the window all the way open and slipped inside. For a long moment, I just stood there, listening. The house was silent, empty. I gave my eyes time to adjust to the gloom before moving. The main room was vacant. So were the large bedroom, the small one, and the kitchen. Every external door was locked. Flipping on a light revealed nothing useful. That left one last spot to check. Returning to the bathroom, I pried the mirrored front off the medicine cabinet. The glass was old, its silver backing speckled and worn, but it would serve my purpose. Back at the gaping hole in the main room floor, I stopped a yard back and angled the mirror downward. I saw the furnace and the water heater, but no sign of Mansour. Methodically, I worked my way around the opening, starting left of the ladder and moving clockwise, examining every inch of the cellar from above. Nothing. The man had vanished without a trace. He must have heard me forcing the window and seized the chance to slip away. I decided to check in with Sonia in case he'd exited out the back and stumbled upon her. As I set the mirror down and reached for my phone, a faint mark on the floor caught my eye. A single, massive footprint, size 18, maybe even 20, pointing toward the front door. I scanned for others along that path but found none. Crouching low, I shifted my perspective and saw the truth. The trail actually led in the opposite direction. He'd entered through the back, circled the hole, reached the ladder, turned and climbed down. His shoes must have been soaked from the sprinklers or fire hoses at Dendonker's place, still damp enough to leave that one print at the top. They'd dried completely during his time below, explaining why he left no trail coming back up. The drying part made sense. What didn't was why he went down there at all to hide, maybe. But this guy didn't strike me as the type to cower. There had to be another reason. The thought of going back underground was about as appealing as a root canal, but whatever drew him down was my only lead. I grabbed the ladder and descended, moving faster now. If those rungs could hold his weight, they could damn well hold mine. At the bottom, I found another oversized print. It showed where he'd turned and walked to the wall directly beneath the bathroom, then stopped, leaving a pair of prints side by side. After that, nothing. The trail simply ended. I spun around, gun raised, half expecting him to come charging from behind the furnace or water tank. Maybe the prints were a decoy, a setup for an ambush. But no one came. The cellar was empty. It was as if the man had walked straight through the wall. I turned back and knocked on the wall with my knuckles. Maybe there was a hidden compartment or a safe room. But the sound wasn't hollow. It was dense and solid, far sturdier than you'd expect in a place this old. For a second, the whole situation felt almost laughable. Here I was, tapping on walls in a dusty cellar, chasing a ghost who wore clown-sized shoes. Shaking off the absurdity, I moved to the section beneath the smaller bedroom and rapped again. The note was lighter, emptier. The wall beneath the larger bedroom sounded thin and flimsy. I returned to the center and tried once more. I hadn't imagined it. Compared to the rest, it was like a fortress wall. I drew the knife and opened the largest blade. I drove it into the wall. The wood was ancient, dry and brittle. The point went in, but only about 3/4 of an inch before it struck something unyielding. Metal, I tried again. 6 inches to the right, same result. I moved another half foot and another. Every attempt was met with that same solid resistance. On the 10th try, however, the blade sank deep, all the way to the hilt. 6 inches beyond that spot, it did the same. Moving to a narrow seam between the panels, near where I'd first hit metal, I wedged the knife in and pried sideways. A section of the surface wood splintered free, but a ragged strip remained stubbornly attached. I repeated the process a foot lower with identical results. This was the original lumber, I was certain, but it was bonded to something beneath with an astonishingly powerful adhesive, something metallic. It had to be a door. There was no other logical conclusion. Yet I saw no handle, no keyhole, no visible means of opening it. I began a methodical search, starting at the top left corner and working my way across and down, pressing with my fingertips over every square inch. I was looking for a hidden button, a secret panel, anything that might conceal a lock. I found nothing. I checked the adjacent sections of wall with no better luck. I kicked the surface. It didn't budge or even make a sound, the impact muffled by the wooden veneer. I turned, raised my knee, and slammed my heel back into it, the same move I'd used at Fenton's hotel. It didn't leave a mark. Frustration was starting to simmer, a quiet anger replacing the focused curiosity. Seriously, who designs a panic room you can't actually panic your way into? I began to search farther along the walls, then stopped. Putting the controls far away made no sense. If someone like Dendonker had a safe room, he'd want immediate access. The whole point is for emergencies, which implies a serious lack of time. You wouldn't sprint to a distant corner of the cellar to fiddle with some Rube Goldberg mechanism. Even typing a pin could cost precious seconds. Besides, codes can be guessed, discovered, or given away under pressure. A remote control would be a smarter solution, like for a car, then I remembered. Sonia mentioned the gate at Dendonker's plant was operated by a transponder. If he trusted that technology for one critical part of his operation, why not for another? If this door needed a transponder, then Mansour must have one. I didn't know what they looked like. My mind flashed back to the morgue that morning, searching Mansour's pockets to his key ring. Transponders served the same purpose as keys. Keeping one there made sense. And on his ring there was that odd square of black plastic. I dismissed it as a generic key fob. The guys at the tree had similar ones. I pulled out the Chevy's keys. Its ring held nothing like it. The guy I took it from probably wasn't important enough, which presented a beautifully circular problem. The only way to get a transponder was to take one from Mansour. But if I could get my hands on him to take it, I wouldn't need the transponder anymore. My best bet was to wait for him to come out, trick him into emerging, or lure another one of Dendonker's men down here and hope he had enough clout to raid a transponder. Clout, power, status. And in some contexts a slang term for electricity. If the door lock was triggered remotely by a transponder signal, it needed power. I walked over to the wall near the water tank where the fuse box was mounted. It was a decrepit, ominous thing made of dark, scuffed wood looking like an accident begging to happen. I opened its door. Inside was a row of old-fashioned porcelain insulators, each cradling a length of exposed fuse wire. All 6 appeared intact. All 6 looked equally ancient and forgotten. There were no labels, no markings, nothing to indicate what any of them controlled. I decided the fastest way to handle the fuses was to just throw the main switch. My hand was halfway there when I spotted it, a pack of matches tucked into the bottom right corner. It always struck me as odd, the things people stored near their electrical panels. You'd think a flashlight would be the go-to item, not the very thing that could start a fire. I shook my head, struck a match, and flipped the master switch. Darkness swallowed the first floor, and the cellar seemed to shrink, its boundaries defined only by the small dancing circle of light from my match. In the sudden quiet, I heard it, a soft, distinct click from the wall beneath the bathroom. It was a mechanical sound, precise and out of place. I moved back to the section I'd been working on with my knife, drew my gun, and leaned my weight into the wall. It resisted. I threw my shoulder against it and felt a slight give, just an inch. It wasn't just locked, the whole panel was on a powered mechanism, now dead. I pushed harder and the gap widened inch by stubborn inch until a sliver of dim orange-tinged light seeped through. I dropped the match, crushed it under my heel, and listened. Absolute silence, no shifting weight, no breath, nothing. After a full minute of waiting, I threw my whole weight against the door again, widening the crack enough to crouch and peer through. To the right was a brick wall, its whitewash flaking off like old skin, the mortar crumbling. The floor was the same old tile, no sign of Mansour. I braced for a counterattack, for the door to slam back into me or yank open, but nothing happened. The space felt utterly vacant, devoid of even the subtle energy of another person. I gave it 2 more minutes, just to be certain, then forced the opening wide enough to slip through. The room beyond was empty, completely. The other walls were brick, similarly decayed, but the west wall under the bathroom window was mostly gone. A hole roughly 6 feet by 5 gaped open. A steel beam braced the top, a necessary support to keep the house from falling in. The edges were jagged where bricks had been carefully removed, giving it a cartoonish snaggle-toothed look. Beyond was a curved passage of pale yellow brick like a giant dry pipe. A single cable ran along its ceiling, powering a string of bare bulbs that cast a weak, golden light. Set into the floor was a narrow track, the kind used for mine carts. The tunnel ran level to the left for about 100 yards before beginning a gradual ascent out of sight. The right side appeared to have been sealed off with newer brickwork. Mansour had clearly chosen the open road. My phone had no signal in there. I had to retreat to the main cellar to get bars. The moment it connected, I called wall work. "I need a map of the town's water and drainage systems," I said without preamble. There was a pause on the line. "I can probably pull something up online," Walwork replied. "What's the situation? I'm in the basement of that shell company house. I found a hidden entrance to a passage, an old storm drain or sewer. The man I was after is gone. He went down it. I need to see where this leads." "All right. Take a look at this drain. Does it seem old to you or more recent? Definitely not new. I can't pin down an exact year, but I'd guess 75, maybe 80 years old, could be even older. I'm not an expert on these things. Got it. That time frame suggests it was likely a Works Progress Administration project. From what I've read about this town's history, the WPA was very active here back in the 1930s. They constructed buildings, paved roads, added public facilities, and focused heavily on upgrading the sewer and drainage systems. That was their initial purpose for coming here. The town developed in two separate sections with a gap in between, something odd about its growth from an old trading post. The southern part sits on higher ground. After heavy rains, the old drains would fail. Water would overflow and rush downhill, flooding the northern section. It caused serious damage. Sometimes the sewers would back up too, which was even worse. Technically, that southern area is part of Mexico, but the flooding problem affected the U.S. side. Back then, the government had a broader view. If the United States identified a problem, they fixed it, no matter where it was, and everyone benefited. If the WPA did the work, there should be documentation. Absolutely. That's the government for you. They probably tracked every paperclip. The real question is, where are those records now? Did they survive? Are they only on paper? Or were they digitized and uploaded somewhere? I doubt anyone would prioritize the time and expense to do that. They have to exist. Dendonker must have seen them. You mentioned he went to great lengths to acquire this specific house. There's a reason for that, and it's not the scenery, believe me. He must have discovered it provided access to what is essentially a network of tunnels. That's a reasonable assumption, but we can't assume he found the information online. That's the issue. If it was on paper, in a book, or an archive, he had a year to track it down. The woman you're looking for doesn't have that luxury. He could have been digging through libraries, municipal records. Do you have time for that? And wherever it was, how many copies existed? He might have stolen them or destroyed them to cover his tracks. Are you saying it's a lost cause? No. I'm saying I'll look into it. Just don't get your hopes up too high. I walked back outside and knelt beside Sonia's car. She rolled down the window, and I saw her eyes were red and puffy again. "I'm sorry," she said. "I just had this wild moment where I imagined you coming out to tell me you'd found Michael, that he was somehow all right after all." I stayed quiet. "You didn't? Did you?" "No. I wish I could say otherwise. Did you find anything at all?" "An entrance to a tunnel. I don't know where it goes. Not yet." Sonia reached for the door handle. "I'm coming with you." "No, this looks like the sort of place you might not walk back out of." "I don't care." "Well, I do. But you're going in anyway." I nodded. "I have to. Michael's sister could be on the other end." "Michaela?" "That's right. I hope you find her. I hope she's okay. Do you know her?" "No, we've never met, but Michael told me all about her. I used to imagine that one day she might be my sister-in-law." I waited until the red glow of Sonia's taillights vanished around the bend before returning to the house. At the top of the ladder, I hesitated. A cold shiver crept across my shoulders. I shook it off, climbed down, passed through the hidden door, and stared into the tunnel. The rails appeared to stretch into a distant point, a simple trick of perspective, but it made me all the more determined to learn where they led and why they were there in the first place. Dendonker must have installed them. They served no purpose in a working sewer or drainage line. Besides, they looked new, or at least newer than the old bricks surrounding them. There was no rust. The steel gleamed, recently polished by metal wheels rolling along the tracks, probably some kind of cart, likely used to transport Dendonker's smuggled goods. If that was the case, the tunnel must connect to a storage area, another property he controlled, or maybe an abandoned pumping station, but that logic felt flawed. Why not simply drive shipments to and from a depot above ground? Why go through the extra trouble of moving everything underground and loading it here? It demanded unnecessary effort. The extra resources and time didn't seem to lower the risk, but I was focused on finding that other location. My plan was to surprise Mansour there on his own turf, hitting him from an angle he'd never anticipate. The idea of tracking him through this tunnel held no appeal. The alternative was to wait on wall work and his search for a map, but his confidence was low and the timeline was a complete unknown. I felt for the matches in my pocket, picked up the dulled mirror, and slipped through the gap into the passageway inside. The air was cool but utterly stagnant, thick with dust that coated my throat. The instinct to rush or retreat was strong, but I made myself move with deliberate slowness, settling into a quiet rhythm, stepping on every third railroad tie and pausing in the shadows between the dim ceiling lights. After 100 yards, the floor began to slope upward, and the purpose of the rail track clicked into place. From the bottom of the incline, I could see the tunnel stretching another 400 yards, climbing in a dead straight line. I mentally mapped the border against the house and the distant buildings Fenton and I had seen when we first arrived. It all fit. I imagined the Works Progress Administration crews from the last century facing their twin enemies, water and gravity. They couldn't vanish the water or make it flow uphill, and they needed to stop it from flooding the town's northern half. Their solution was lateral thinking, making gravity work for them by linking the drainage networks to those Depression-era engineers. It was just a practical fix for a natural issue. They weren't thinking about borders or cartels. They saw a town arbitrarily split by a map line and believed they were improving lives. How ironic that their civic project now looked like a smuggler's paradise. No wonder Dendonker picked this spot. The man was clearly no amateur. As I climbed, the evidence of more recent work became apparent, newer dished brick patches sealing off old, smaller channels. Dendonker hadn't just gotten lucky, he'd done his research, probably unearthing old diagrams. The original system must have resembled a tree with a main trunk and smaller branches collecting runoff from the south. The genius move was severing those branches, leaving the central tunnel bone dry. What a beautifully simple, utterly selfish piece of engineering. Did he ever consider the consequences for the town? Probably not. Maybe the population had dwindled, or rainfall patterns had changed. Maybe the old floods were creeping back. Frankly, I doubted a man like Dendonker lost a minute of sleep over it. He was content to patrol beneath the boundary, his small train shuttling whatever he pleased through the forgotten underbelly of a drowsy town. The original passage stretched 420 yards before it terminated, or perhaps that was its true beginning, where the ceiling peaked and gravity took the water away. I reached a barrier of the same pale, crumbling bricks. The tracks, however, didn't end. They made a sharp left turn and vanished into a new opening, framed by a steel beam overhead and the rough scars of chipped masonry pressing close. I angled my mirror around the bend. The rails extended just 10 more feet, stopping at a rail cart parked before a concrete wall. It was a four-seater, or a decent hauler for cargo, perfect for boxes of various sizes, the kind Dendonker might discreetly load onto private aircraft. A thick, heavy-duty cable snaked from the cart's side all the way to a gray utility box on the far wall. Battery-powered, obviously a smart choice. Pressing a button beats pushing a loaded cart up an incline any day, then movement in the mirror. A man, familiar but not Mansour. It was the second guy from last night under the streetlight by the fence, the one with the broken ankle. He was seated behind an old-fashioned teacher's desk. His plaster-casted foot protruded from the knee-hole. A clipboard lay before him, beside a chessboard set up for a new game, which he ignored. His arms were crossed, head tilted back, neck tendons taut. He fidgeted, radiating tension. I lowered the mirror before he noticed, fished my keys from a pocket, and selected one at random. I dragged it against the brick, a short scratch, then a long one, then another short. No reaction. So I continued, etching out 4 words in Morse code. Run for your life? A bit dramatic, maybe, given his condition. Hobble for your life might have been more fitting. Whether he decoded it or not, curiosity got the better of him. I heard the distinctive tap-thump of crutches approaching. His head appeared around the corner, then his shoulders. Surprise flashed across his face briefly. As he stepped forward, I seized a fistful of his shirt below the neck, twisted for leverage, and slammed him back against the wall. The impact drove the air from his lungs. He sagged, gasping, dropping a crutch to clutch the back of his head. "Let go," he whispered hoarsely. I tightened my grip, the fabric biting into his throat. "I'll yell," he strained, finding a shred of volume. "Get help, others will be here in 2 seconds." "Really?" I said. "How many? There were 4 of you last night. How did that turn out?" He struggled to draw a breath. "Go ahead, I hope your buddies do come. I hope Dendon comes. Let's see if he's impressed." From what I understand, when you're on guard duty, you're supposed to stop intruders, not let them waltz in and then start whimpering. He exhaled slowly, a sharp, resentful hiss escaping, but he didn't shout. "Wise choice," I said. "Here's the new plan. I ask a few questions, you answer, and Dendonker never learns how spectacularly you failed at your one job." "Not a chance. I'm not telling you anything." "All right." I hooked my foot behind his standing leg and swept it out from under him. He tumbled down beside the tracks, landing in the narrow space between the rail and the wall. I seized the leg of his pants just above the ankle and yanked it up to my waist. My knife came out. I selected a blade with a serrated edge, a miniature saw, and slipped it between the plaster cast and his skin. New plan. The cast comes off. Remember the sound your bones made yesterday? You screamed like a banshee. I'm betting that was louder than any shout you can muster. Should be enough to bring Dendonker and his crew running right to us. Saves me the trouble of tracking them down, you're bluffing. I started working the blade. It sliced through the brittle material without any resistance. For a second, the guy was hypnotized, watching the little cloud of white dust puff out and drift to the floor. "Stop." His voice jumped an octave. "All right, what do you want to know?" "The woman Dendonker took Michaela Fenton. Is she in this building?" "I believe so. You believe? I haven't laid eyes on her, but I overheard some of the other guys talking the way they said it. She's definitely here." "Where? Specifically?" "Dendonker's side of the complex, I think. What is this place? It looks like an old schoolhouse, or used to be. No kids around now, that's for sure. That's all I've got. This is my first time here. I was never permitted through that tunnel before today. What's Dendonker using it for? Storage, mostly for the merchandise he flies out. I've seen the shipping containers. Think there's a workshop here, too. Maybe an office. What are they building in the workshop?" The guy averted his eyes and stayed silent. I started sawing at the plaster again. Dendonker had a specialist working in there. That's all I know. I paused the knife. "Building explosives." "Could be, probably. Listen, I made it my business not to find out. Some knowledge is a dangerous thing. Fine. How many people are on site?" "Dendonker himself. 3 guys with him at a minimum. A handful of locals, maybe 6, don't know them, never seen them before today. I don't think Dendonker fully trusts them. They handle the cooking and the grunt work. Then there's the 3 guys who went into town. We're still waiting for them to return. Don't bother waiting." I folded the knife and slipped it back into my pocket. "They aren't coming back." I released his leg. He barely managed to keep his ankle from smacking into the concrete, then rolled onto his hands and knees, struggling to get his good foot under him. "What did you do to them?" He hopped awkwardly for a moment, retrieving his crutches. I just shrugged. "Let's just say your colleagues have a real talent for finding trouble." The guy shuffled as if heading back toward the desk, then spun with sudden desperate energy. He raised the crutch in his right hand and lunged, aiming to drive the tip into my stomach. I shifted 6 inches to the side, caught the crutch midway down its length, stepped in, and threw an uppercut. It lifted him clean off his feet. His other crutch clattered to the ground, and his body followed, landing limp and heavy on his back between the rails. I rolled him over, secured his wrists with a plastic zip tie, and pulled an old but well-kept 1911 pistol from his waistband. Bending his good leg at the knee, I used another tie to fasten it to the belt loop at the back of his pants. Then I hauled him up, dumped him into the rail cart, and tossed his crutches in after him. The desk he'd been using sat at the edge of a vast boiler room. 4 enormous furnaces stood in a row along one wall, facing 4 massive water tanks overhead, a jungle of giant pipes, some insulated, some painted snaked in every direction, obscuring the ceiling. In the far corner was a door, the only visible exit besides the tunnel. I crossed the room and opened it, finding a wooden staircase. It had once been painted white, but now patches of bare wood showed through at the center of each step, worn smooth by time. It seemed Dendonker's facility was handling a lot more activity than the planners had initially expected. I made my way up the stairs, taking my time, placing my feet close to the edges to minimize any sound. At the top was another door. I paused, listening intently, but heard only silence. The handle turned without resistance, and the door swung inward, depositing me in a corner of a massive kitchen. The space was built on an industrial scale, all gleaming stainless steel and white ceramic tile. Rows of commercial stoves, ovens, and microwaves stood alongside vast food prep stations. One wall was lined with enormous refrigerators, the opposite with storage cupboards. Out of curiosity, I opened a cupboard door. It was packed floor to ceiling with tiny cans of baked beans, hundreds of them. They looked like single-serving portions, the kind you might give to a picky child. It was a bizarre sight, given the sheer size of the professional equipment surrounding it. A low-serving counter, probably built to a child-friendly height, separated the kitchen from the dining hall. It spanned the entire width of the room, with a hinged section folded back on the left, which I slipped through. The hall beyond was vast and shadowy, with a ceiling that soared a good 20 feet overhead. A single bulb glowed weakly near the center, doing little to pierce the gloom. Underfoot, rectangular wooden blocks were laid in a precise herringbone pattern. The only furniture was a single, lonely-looking white plastic table surrounded by 6 cheap chairs, a sad replacement for the long, sturdy refectory tables this place was clearly meant to hold. Talk about a downgrade from grand institutional ambition to sad patio furniture. Someone really cheaped out on the decor. It was almost funny in a depressing sort of way. A set of solid double doors was set into the right-hand wall. The rest of that wall, however, was floor-to-ceiling glass, divided by narrow metal frames. A harsh white light was flooding in from somewhere outside. I moved forward to investigate and then froze. The darkness of the dining hall was my only advantage. It kept me hidden from 2 men stationed at the far end of a glass corridor that began beyond those double doors. I recognized them instantly, the same suited figures who had accompanied Dendonker at the morgue. They were perched on stools, guarding another identical set of doors. The corridor itself was a bright 8 by 20-foot glass box illuminated by a double row of fluorescent tubes running its full length. 3 raised vents were spaced evenly along the ceiling, each man cradled an Uzi, an interesting if somewhat outdated choice. Not the most lightweight, not the highest rate of fire, and certainly not boasting the finest barrel rifling. If I were in their position, I'd have opted for something like a Heckler & Koch MP5 variant, but I wasn't in their position. I was in mine, alone and staring down the barrels of 2 submachine guns. The odds were not in my favor. The glass passage likely led to a mirror image wing of the building, Dendonker's domain, if the armed guards were any indication. Approaching directly through that fishbowl would be suicide. I needed another way in, which meant going outside and circling the structure. First, I had to find an exit. At the far end of the dining hall away from the kitchen were 2 doors. The right was labeled principal, the left vice principal. Both offices were utterly barren. No furniture, no wall hangings, no closets, and crucially, no external doors. My attention shifted to the 3 doors on the wall opposite the windows. I tried the nearest. It opened into another expansive, poorly lit room. It was the same width as the dining hall, but longer, stretching back into darkness, and notably, it contained no kitchen to the right of the offices. A raised platform extended like a stage. Opposite, a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view outside, with a set of double doors centered in the glass. The remaining walls were fitted with climbing bars, and 3 ropes hung coiled from a central beam overhead about 10 feet up. The space felt like it was once a multi-purpose room, part auditorium, part gym, but now it served as a storage area for Dendonker's aluminum containers. They came in various shapes and sizes, some with wheels, most piled haphazardly at the far end. Nearer to me, 4 rectangles were marked off on the floor with tape, each labeled with white duct tape letters out, prep, in, and onward. The out and in sections were empty. A single container sat in prep, while 2 were placed in onward. I opened the one in prep first. It was a wheeled unit, roughly 6 by 3 by 4 feet, and completely empty. Moving to onward, I found 2 smaller containers, each sealed with metal tags wired through their latches. I broke the seal on the nearest one and lifted the lid to find it packed tight with used $20 bills. The scent was sharp and sweet, a good sign they were genuine. The second container was lined with molded blue foam and filled with identical plain beige cardboard boxes. I pulled one out at random and opened it to discover 32 white plastic bottles with child-safe caps. A label on the side read in black and purple print, Dilaudid hydromorphone instant release 8 milligrams, 10 tablets. Finding nothing immediately useful, I turned and headed for the glass doors. Outside, the low orange glow of floodlights washed around the building's side. Ahead lay a parking lot with spaces for 40 vehicles, though only 2 were occupied. A pair of black Cadillac Escalades, dusty and fitted with dark-tinted windows. They sat low and level on their suspensions, suggesting added armor. Beyond them stood a double fence, 2 20-foot-tall chain-link barriers running parallel, with a 25-foot gap between them. Doubling the fence meant doubling the effort and exposure for anyone trying to cut through. I scanned for cameras and spotted one mounted on every other fence post, all fixed and facing outward. Seeing no movement, I started around the building to the left. As I neared the corner, I heard the sound of running, multiple people, but in bursts with stops and starts and quick turns. Mixed in was a hollow, rhythmic thumping. I crouched and peered around the edge. The strange light came from a pair of tripod-mounted floodlights, the kind used at construction sites, illuminating a long rectangle of packed dirt that ran along the side of the building, past the glass corridor connecting the 2 halves. 4 shirtless young men in baggy shorts were playing soccer barefoot. I drew my pistol, held it discreetly behind my thigh, and stepped into the light. They paused and looked over. The nearest player gestured for me to join them. I gave a polite wave, thanks, but no, and continued skirting the edge of their makeshift field. As they resumed their game, one attempted a flashy move that sent the ball bouncing off the dirt and rolling between the buildings toward the glass corridor. He jogged after it. While I kept moving, the night air feeling suddenly heavier with the weight of what I'd just seen inside, the men inside with the Uzis didn't move. Maybe the glare from the windows kept them from seeing, or maybe they were just numb to any outside noise. From a bird's-eye view, the school complex formed a perfect capital H. The assembly and dining halls made up one vertical leg. The glass corridor was the crossbar, and Dendonker's section was the other upright. I was counting on that second wing having plenty of access points. It did, doors on each short end, 4 more along the long side, plus 4 large windows, each about 6 feet tall and 20 feet wide, useless every single one. They were sealed tight with half-inch steel plates, fastened by industrial-grade bolts, designed to keep out looters at a high-security site. Prying them off was impossible. Climbing was out, too. All the downspouts had been cut off 15 feet above the ground. Even ramming the wall with a vehicle wouldn't work. The perimeter was littered with massive concrete blocks, each roughly 4 feet wide, and reinforced with rebar, spaced just 3 feet apart. You'd need a tank or serious explosives to get through. I had neither, which meant the glass corridor was my only shot. Time for a new plan, something a little more inventive. Between the long side of the building and the fence lay nothing but a wide stretch of that strange, spongy asphalt, maybe an old playground surface. It felt eerie underfoot, a silent relic of kids who'd played there decades ago. Rounding the corner, I spotted a crude shed built from white-painted cinder blocks with a corrugated metal roof. A sturdy new padlock secured the wooden door. One barred window sat at head height, no glass. I lit a match, reached in, and immediately snuffed it out. The space was crammed with artillery shells, at least 20 rows of 15, rusted, dented, and corroded. not something I wanted to mess with on a tight schedule. 10 feet farther stood a smaller cube-shaped metal box, each side no more than 3 feet. A line of inch-wide holes ran along the top edges. The front was hinged and slightly ajar. I pushed it open, struck another match, and peered inside. Empty. But recently used, the stench was overwhelming, like wet animal fur and decay. Maybe it had held livestock, or maybe it was part of Dendonker's interrogation toolkit. Either way, it was the last place you'd want to be trapped, especially under a blazing sun. After finishing my loop, I slipped back inside. I moved through the assembly hall, crossed the dining area, and knelt before the doors to the glass corridor. I knocked firm, military style. 3 possible outcomes played out in my head. They'd ignore me, they'd call for backup, or one would come to check. Ignoring me got me nowhere. Backup might create a distraction I could use, but I was banking on option 3. My hope was that one guy would hang back while the other approached. He'd open the left-hand door, pulling it inward into the corridor. Then either his weapon or his head would appear in the gap. I didn't care which. I'd seize whatever came through, yank him into the room, snap his neck, and do it fast before the door could swing shut. I'd take his Uzi and fire through the opening. Once the magazine was empty, I'd switch to a pistol if needed. Assuming the guy who stayed behind didn't already look like a block of shredded cheese, after that, the next step would be getting whatever key or transponder he had to open the second set of doors. Then I could finally see what or who those guys were guarding, most likely Dendonker, and with any luck Fenton, too. There was no answer to my first knock, so I tried again. A moment later, I heard footsteps, heavy and deliberate. The door swung open, the left one just as I'd guessed, and Mansour stepped through. He didn't hesitate or peer out cautiously, he just strode right into the hallway. I straightened up as the door began to swing shut, but that was the least of my concerns. Mansour spun to face me, a grin spreading across his features. His left cheek was a mottled blue, swollen and bruised, a souvenir from my elbow earlier that morning. I threw a quick jab, aiming to add to the damage, but he saw it coming. He sidestepped smoothly and came right back at me, moving with shocking speed for a man his size. His knee came up high, and almost instantly his massive foot snapped out toward my stomach. If it had connected, it would have felt like taking a bowling ball to the gut. My organs mashed, my body thrown back against the door, maybe even through it. Game over right then and there. I wasn't about to let that happen. I danced to the side, slipped around his kick, and launched myself forward. Grabbing his thigh, I pinned it against my side and drove the heel of my hand up into his chin. His head rocked back from the impact. It was a solid hit, not my best ever, but enough to put most guys flat on their backs. I felt him start to topple, and for a second I thought the job was halfway done. I loosened my grip on his leg and shaped up to kick him once he was down. That was my mistake. He was falling, but it was deliberate. He threw both arms around me, locked his hands behind my back, and pulled me over with him. There was no resisting. He had at least 100 pounds on me, and momentum was on his side. We landed in a tangled heap, face to face with me on top, but the instant his back hit the floor, he levered with his legs and twisted at the waist. My arms were trapped, nothing to brace against but empty air, and in a flash our positions reversed. Now I was pinned beneath him, unable to move or even breathe. I was in serious trouble, and he knew it. All he had to do was hold on and let his bulk do the work, but he grew impatient, or maybe he wanted to show off. He pulled his arms free, slid his knees forward, and raised his chest just enough for me to suck in a desperate gasp of air. Then he leaned down, grabbed my head with both hands, and I felt his thumb searching, homing in on my eyes. I didn't know if he meant to blind me, crush my skull, or just slam my head into the floor, and I wasn't waiting to find out. Gripping his wrists, I whipped my arms down toward my waist while pushing hard against the floor with my feet, driving my hips upward. A normal opponent would have been catapulted right over my head, landing winded and stunned on his back. This guy barely rose 6 inches, but it was enough. I rolled out, got onto all fours, and sprang to my feet. Mansour was already halfway up, so I kicked him in the gut, the kind of kick that would send a football sailing out of a stadium and clear across the parking lot. It flipped him onto his back. He sat right back up, so I kicked him again, this time in the side of the head. He went over, rolling away, and I followed. As he tried to get back on his feet, I remembered the first rule. When you get your opponent down, you finish him. No hesitation, no second chances, no mistakes. One more kick was all it would take. I pulled my foot back, picked my spot, and then heard the door open behind me. "Stop!" The voice was a man's, raspy and whispery. It was Dendon. The voice drew closer. "Move, and she dies. Then you do." I glanced over my shoulder. Dendon was there, and he wasn't alone. The man in the pale suit stood at his side, Uzi in hand. Fenton stood on Dendonker's opposite side, leaning heavily on a weathered wooden crutch. The fabric of her right pant leg hung loose and empty below the knee. A coarse rope was looped around her neck, the other end gripped in Dendonker's right hand, pinched between his sole remaining finger and thumb. In his left he held a knife with a long, narrow blade, the kind favored by British commandos during the Second World War, designed for a single efficient purpose. Its sharp tip was pressed against the soft skin of Fenton's throat. "Don't listen to him," she rasped, her voice raw. "Just kill the bastard. He won't." Dendonker's eyes shone with a cold intensity. He invested far too much effort to track you down. He wants you breathing, and even if he had a sudden change of heart and decided you weren't worth the trouble, he's no fool. He knows his own speed with his hands and feet, but he also knows he's not faster than a 9mm bullet. Regardless, there's no need for any of that drama. I have a proposal, something simple. Agree to it, and we all walk away without a scratch. No one else gets hurt. So, what do you say, Mr. Reacher? Care to hear my terms? The truth was, I had absolutely zero interest in Dendonker's terms. Less than zero. But I had a powerful disinterest in being shot by his hired hand. And seeing Fenton bound and under the knife didn't sit well with me. Not one bit. "Drop the rope," I said. "Drop the knife. Then you can say your piece. Beyond that, I'm not promising anything." Dendonker insisted on talking in what he referred to as his office. To get there, we had to pass through the double doors, traverse the glass-walled corridor, and proceed through another set of doors at the far end. The man in the dark suit unlocked them, holding his keyring up to a small white square on the frame, a transponder likely similar to the one I'd found on Mansour back at the morgue, though I was too far away to be sure. The man didn't enter. He stepped aside, allowing Dendonker to push the right-hand door open and go in first. I followed with the pale-suited man close behind me, close, but not close enough for me to easily grab him or the Uzi he carried. We entered another corridor that ran perpendicular to the first, stretching the entire width of this section of the building. An exit door stood at each end, their handles removed, presumably to accommodate the heavy steel plates bolted over them from the outside. One wall was floor-to-ceiling glass overlooking the empty dining hall. The opposite wall was plain white, interrupted by 4 identical doors, 2 on each side of the junction. Each door had a window, the glass reinforced with steel wire and obscured on the other side by yellowing newspaper clippings, all in Spanish. Dendonker turned right behind me. I heard footsteps diverging in the opposite direction. Glancing back, I saw Mansour gripping Fenton's elbow, steering her away. His hand made her arm look like a fragile twig, but she was moving under her own power. There was no immediate sign they had harmed her further. A fortunate thing for them, Dendonker passed the first door and stopped at the second. He fumbled with a standard key in the lock, entered, and flipped a switch. Overhead, 6 pairs of fluorescent tubes sputtered to life. The room was clearly a former classroom. To the right was a walled-off square area with 2 doors labeled boys and girls. Directly ahead, a wide window and another door were boarded over from the outside. On the left-hand wall hung a chalkboard, wiped clean. The ghostly outlines of where children's desks had once stood were visible from scuff marks on the floor, arranged in a horseshoe pattern opening toward the chalkboard. It looked like there had been 5 desks on each side. The only furniture that remained was the teacher's desk, solitary and out of place in the center of the room. A sudden sharp memory hit me, the smell of chalk dust and old wood entirely at odds with the current tension. Dendonker moved behind the desk, as if claiming a throne. the absurdity of the setting not lost on him, a smirk playing on his lips. The room was cramped and dim, lit only by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. In the far left corner, a small desk was wedged at an angle, a dining chair with a faded orange plastic seat beside it. A circle of 6 identical chairs occupied the center of the space. Against the right wall sat a worn leather couch, flanked by a low bookcase crammed with physics textbooks. A couple of French novels lay discarded on top. Nearby, an olive green army cot stood with a single pillow in a plain white case and a sheet stretched taut. A footlocker rested on the floor. The air was stale, devoid of any window. It wasn't a place meant for comfort or concentration. Dendonker gestured to the wall. Assume the position, feet apart. I doubt this is a new experience for you. Give me a second. I moved past the man in the light suit and into the boys' bathroom before he could react. It was a tight space, 2 stalls, 2 urinals, 2 small basins, and 2 hand dryers. Everything was chipped and worn but clean. There were few hiding spots. I had 2 pistols and a blade on me, items I could easily replace. The phone was my real concern. I'd used it to call Wallwork and Sonia, the last thing I needed. Was Dendonker scrolling through the call log for a fleeting moment? I considered smashing it and flushing the pieces, but I doubted the water pressure would handle it. A failed attempt would only highlight I had something to hide. Better to play it straight. The phones I'd taken from his men were wiped clean. He expected that discipline. Mine would just look the same. I silenced it, navigated the menu to delete all recent calls, and tucked it away. I waved a hand under the dryer to hear its rumble, then stepped back into the classroom. Dendonker was pacing between the doors, fidgeting like an impatient child. I turned, placed my hands on the wall, and stood still while he patted me down. His search was methodical, a little slow but thorough. He returned my passport and cash, but kept my toothbrush and other personal items. "Come," he said, moving to the ring of chairs. "Sit." I ambled over and took the seat facing him. Dendonker didn't speak. He just sat there, knees pressed together, hands on his thighs, head tilted, staring. He looked like a nursing home resident waiting for a therapy session to begin, oddly curious about the new participant. If he thought his silence would make me spill my guts, he had the wrong guy. After 2 minutes, he gave up. He ran his remaining finger and thumb through his thin hair and licked his lips. "So, down to business, but first a question. Who do you work for, Mr. Reacher?" "No one. Fine. Freelance then. Who hired you?" "No one did." "Someone did, and I already know who it was. You can say the name. You're not breaking any trust, just confirming what I already know. No one hired me." Dendonker locked eyes with me. "Nader Khalil? Yes, you can just nod. You don't have to say a word." "Never heard of him." Dendonker was silent for a beat, his expression unreadable. I couldn't tell if he was relieved or annoyed. "All right," he said, shaking his head. "Let's refocus. My proposition, it's simple, easy to execute. No one gets hurt. You and your friend walk away clean the moment it's done. How does that sound?" I said nothing. All it involves is driving and a little heavy lifting. Easy for a man your size. It'll take 3 days. I'll provide the route and cover meals and a hotel for both nights. Decent places, then at the destination, you drop off a single item, see? Nothing could be simpler. I take it we have an understanding. We don't. Perhaps I didn't properly explain the other option. Dendonker gestured toward the man with the submachine gun. "This is a vast desert, full of creatures that clean up messes. No one would ever locate the remains. Yours or your companions?" My answer remains no. I'm not your courier, and losing 2 lives is preferable to sacrificing 50. I'm not following. Dendonker feigned a look of puzzlement. "How would 50 lives be at risk? The package you want delivered, I know exactly what it is." Lines deepened on Dendonker's brow. "The device is completely safe. You have my word." I stayed silent. "Whatever rumors you've heard, if you believe it's dangerous, your information is wrong." Dendonker rose to his feet. "Come with me. See it for yourself." Dendonker walked ahead, leading me down the hall to another abandoned classroom. It mirrored his office in every way, the same dimensions, the same layout, even the same tiny restrooms for children. The same wide window and emergency exit were sealed shut with steel plating, bathed in the same unforgiving fluorescent light. Another military cot was pushed against the wall, this one with a green wool blanket and two flat pillows. But instead of a circle of chairs, the center of the room looked like a mechanic's garage had exploded inside it. A folding metal workbench stood there, a pair of safety goggles dangling from the handle of its vise. Next to it was a trolley chained to two gas cylinders, one large, one small, oxygen and acetylene, I assumed linked by a coiled hose ending in a torch nozzle. Four olive-drab tool chests on wheels, scuffed and battered from hard use, sat with their drawers and latches facing out. This equipment had clearly been around the block. Dendonker moved to the left-hand wall near the chalkboard, positioning himself at the head of a row of artillery shells. There were 9 in total, arranged in 3 clusters of 3. In each set, one shell pointed straight up, one angled left, and one angled right. Each trio is mounted on a low metal tray with 4-inch sides and a caster at each corner. This is what we're discussing. Dendonker indicated the shells. One of these they produce smoke. That's all. Perfectly harmless. Nothing dangerous about them. I kept my place by the door. Dendonker blinked slowly, then gazed off into the middle distance as if working through a difficult equation in his mind. All right, I see the issue. Here's what we'll do. Choose one. I didn't budge. The initial idea was to use 3, but we concluded one would make the point more effectively. Less is more, right? So, pick one. We'll take it outside and activate it. You'll witness with your own eyes that it's benign. It struck me that if Dendonker was willing to waste one of his devices, it would be foolish to stop him. That would be one less problem to handle down the line. I walked over to the line of contraptions and studied each one. I noticed each shell had a ring of half-inch holes drilled just below where the nose cone met the body. From one hole in each shell protruded a black rubber tube, snaking down to a pump mounted at the center of each tray. Each pump was connected to a battery, the kind you'd find in a riding mower or a compact car. Each battery was also wired to a watch and a cell phone. The watches were digital, Casios, just the bare faces without straps. A model so familiar it brought a sudden sharp memory of my brother Joe wearing one back in the early 90s. They were fixed to the left-hand shell of each set. The phones taped to the shells on the right were old brick models with physical keypads and tiny monochrome screens. They looked dated but tough, probably a backup in case the watches failed. I had half expected to spot some obvious flaw or variation in one of them, but they were all identical, a cold, meticulous uniformity. The setup felt too perfect, like a magician's trick where the deck is already stacked. I half expected Dendonker to nudge me toward a specific unit. The way a street hustler guides a mark, my instinct was to avoid any choice that seemed preordained. Yet I saw no tell, no subtle scratch, no misplaced smudge of dust. The 3 devices were utterly identical. Dendonker took a step back, his posture still, his face a blank slate. What's the holdup? He gestured along the row without favoring anyone. They're all the same. Pick one. In moments of uncertainty, I default to logic. 3 devices, 2 prime numbers between 1 and 3. My finger went to the second unit. Dendonker pulled out his phone, barked an order, and within 2 minutes Mansour appeared at the workshop door. Dendonker indicated my choice and commanded it be moved outside. Mansour ambled over, gave the machine a cursory glance, then gripped the central column. He hauled it away from the wall and maneuvered it toward the exit, pointedly ignoring me the entire time, like rival cats in an alley, deliberately looking past each other. We must have made a bizarre parade. Mansour pushing the bomb ahead, Dendonker following, then me trailed by the Uzi-toting guard hanging back at what he deemed a safe distance. Not a word was spoken as we filed through the double doors, down the glass-walled corridor, across the silent dining hall and empty assembly room, and finally out into the parking lot. Mansour rolled the device until it was even with the 2 SUVs. Night had nearly fallen, his silhouette blurring at the edge of the light bleeding from the tall windows. The distant orange glow from the soccer field was gone. The players had packed up for the evening. The only sound was the faint skitter of wheels on asphalt. Dendonker made another call demanding the floodlights. Suddenly the building was ringed by a brilliant mote of light. Mansour nudged each wheel with his toe, locking them in place, then retreated to stand beside his boss. Dendonker dialed a number and extended the phone to me. Care to do the honors? I shook my head. Fine. He pressed the call button, snapped the phone shut, and slipped it into his pocket. Just watch. 10 seconds passed, 20, then came 3 sharp electronic beeps from the device, a pump whirred to life, building to a steady hum. Smoke appeared, first a wisp of white from the central shell, thickening into a dense, kettle-like plume. Then blue smoke poured from the right shell, weaving with the white but keeping its color distinct. Finally, the left shell joined in, gushing vibrant red smoke that billowed up immediately, matching the others in volume. See? Just smoke? Dendonker strode forward until he was a couple of yards away. With a theatrical wave of his arm, he fanned each colored stream toward his face, inhaling deeply. He kept it up for a count of 10 before coughing and stepping back. Scratches the throat a little, I'll admit, but it's not toxic. No explosion, no real danger, so... Are we good? I waited another full minute until the last of the smoke dissipated. The blue hung on the longest, but all 3 shells had produced a staggering amount. The entire space between the building and the perimeter fence was now filled with a swirling, patriotic haze. I had to admit I was impressed. When Sonia first described Michael's scheme, I'd imagined a pathetic little puff, a cheap party trick. This was something else entirely. The colors were faint, a brief flicker you'd hardly notice. Not the kind of spectacle to hold a crowd's attention, whether they were watching in person or on a screen. But set one of these off during a major event. There was no chance the audience would miss it. Happy now? Dendonker shot me a hard look. Are we ready? A doubt was creeping in. Perhaps I'd been too quick to dismiss Dendonker's offer. Let me get this straight, I said. You want me to take one of these, drive for 3 straight days, and then just abandon it somewhere? Exactly. Dendonker gave a single, firm nod. That's the entire job. And where is somewhere? You'll receive instructions 1 day's worth at a time. 3 days on the road. That was enough time to reach deep into Canada or push far down into Central America. But practically speaking, with that kind of range, the destination was almost certainly on the East Coast, Washington, D.C., perhaps, or somewhere near the White House or the Pentagon. All right, I said. But what's the purpose? Why have me leave it at all? I have my reasons. They are not your concern, and they are not open for discussion. The only decision here is who drives the truck. You do it and you walk away free when it's over, or you refuse, and I find another driver. What about the woman? Her life is tied to yours. You choose to live, she lives, you choose otherwise. Fine, then she comes with me, in the cab. She can help drive, help navigate. Dendonker shook his head. She remains our guest until your task is complete. So you don't trust me. Dendonker stayed silent. That's fair, I said. I don't trust you either. How do I know you won't kill her the second I'm over the horizon? Dendonker considered this. A reasonable question before you depart. I'll return your phone. I'll also give you a number. You may call it at any time to speak with her and verify her condition. You let a prisoner just hang onto a phone all day. Don't be absurd. One of my men will bring the phone to her when you call. I would have preferred knowing exactly which of his men would answer. I wanted to guarantee it would be one specific guy, but I had a strong suspicion who it would be, or at least what part he was meant to play. Given the situation, I decided that would have to be good enough. My mother was French. I was born on a base in Germany. I've spent my life moving between posts in countless countries, hearing a cacophony of tongues. Some languages sound comforting, almost familiar. Some I can piece together. Others are just noise. The words coming from Dendonker's mouth sounded like plain English. But I knew they were speaking a different language entirely, one I was fluent in. He wanted a patsy to do his dirty work, to place the device for him. He'd keep Fenton breathing until it was positioned. Then he'd kill her, and me. Maybe the truck he provided would be rigged to blow. Maybe a sniper was already scouting a perch, but one way or another, there was no version of this where Fenton or I were allowed to survive. I understood Dendonker's proposal perfectly. I was certain of it. But whether he understood mine when I agreed was a completely different matter. It was an answer he wasn't going to enjoy. The demonstration was finished. Our terms were set. A rising wind snatched at our jackets, and the desert night was turning cold with no reason to linger outside. We moved back toward the building. We filed inside in the same order as before, but two things had changed. First, Mansour wasn't pushing a bomb ahead of him. He'd left its scorched, smoking shell out in the parking lot. The second change came when we reached the end of the glass corridor. We passed through the double doors, and Mansour turned left. Dendonker went right, heading for his office. I stopped dead. The guy with the Uzi nearly stumbled into my back. "Move it, idiot." Mansour had stopped at the first door and was working the lock. I let a second pass, then stepped up beside him. The guy with the Uzi shuffled along in my wake. Mansour shoved the door inward. I crossed the threshold, and he planted a hard push between my shoulders, fingers splayed, putting his full force behind it as if to drive me straight through the opposite wall. A petty revenge for our earlier clash, no doubt. He probably envisioned me sprawling face first, looking foolish in front of the guard with the Uzi. He must have been sorely disappointed. I'd caught his reflection in the glass panel, saw the motion a split second before it landed. I braced my foot, leaned back into the shove, and hardly broke my step. The room was a mirror image of Dendonker's office and the workshop, bathrooms on the left, chalkboard on the right. The only furniture was an army cot, bolted dead center to the floor. Fenton was perched on its edge. She snatched her crutch, hauled herself up, and managed a single hobbling step toward me before the door slammed shut at my back. Footsteps pounded away down the hall, only to return half a minute later. The door flew open, and a mattress came sailing through. I sidestepped to avoid being hit. It was a thin, striped thing in cream and olive, marred by countless stains and marks, likely the bare mattress from the workshop bed stripped of its linens. Sleep-tight jerks, Mansour growled, slamming the door again. The key turned in the lock. This time, two sets of footsteps faded down the corridor. Fenton maneuvered around the crumpled mattress, closed the distance, and threw her free arm around me, pulling me close and pressing her forehead to my chest. "I can't believe you're actually here," she murmured, her voice thick. Then she let go and stepped back, her expression shifting to one of sheer exasperation. "You shouldn't have come, you know that, right? What were you even thinking? I'm the human version of a bad penny. Turns up when you least want it. This isn't a joke," she hissed, her eyes darting around the bare walls. "Now we're both in it, deep. Honestly, there might not be a way out of this for either of us." I shook my head. "Don't worry, it's all going to work out. Give it 3 days, we'll be home free." Fenton held up a hand, then pointed to her ear before making a slow circular gesture to indicate the room. Her message was clear. They're listening. "All I can say is thank you," she said aloud, her tone deliberately flat. "And I'm sorry I dragged you into this mess. Don't mention it. I hoisted the mattress and dropped it about 6 feet from the cot. And seriously, don't worry." I mimicked her listening signal. "I've made a deal with Dendonker. I do a job for him, and he lets us both walk." "Oh," Fenton said, rolling her eyes with theatrical sarcasm. "Wonderful. That's incredibly reassuring." After using the bathroom, I returned to find Fenton had dragged her own mattress off the cot frame and placed it on the floor next to mine. She'd spread her sheet to cover half of each mattress and allotted us 1 pillow apiece. "Want to kill the light?" she asked. I flipped the switch and navigated the sudden darkness until my foot found the edge of my mattress. I lay down, head on the pillow, but kept my shoes on. I didn't trust Dendonker as far as I could throw him, and it was all too easy to picture Mansour and his crew cooking up some half-baked middle-of-the-night scheme with me as the target. A moment later, Fenton settled down. I heard her crutch clatter against the concrete. She lay still for a beat, then wriggled over onto my half of the combined bedding, nestling in close. Her breath was warm on my neck, then her body twisted oddly, as if seized by a spasm. Something rough and foul-smelling, a stench of diesel and damp mildew dropped over my head. It was her blanket folded multiple times, judging by its weight, clearly meant to muffle sound. Her whisper was barely audible. "Where are we? You don't know?" I whispered back. "They bagged my head, made me climb down a ladder, felt like maybe we went through some kind of tunnel, stairs were visible at the far end of the space. We're in Mexico. This isn't a tunnel, it's a drainage culvert. It runs directly under the border. How did you know to find it? Finding people is what I do, you know that. I thought your specialty was catching people. Looks like we're the ones who got caught this time. It's a temporary setback. Don't worry about it. Why are you even here? I heard you were in a bind. I figured you'd return the favor if our positions were reversed. You came to help me? That, and to settle things with Dendon. Fenton let out a long breath. It's just I was hoping for something else. Never mind. It's a foolish thought. What were you hoping for? I was hoping you had news about Michael. That he might still be alive. I stayed silent. After a pause, Fenton spoke again. So what's the plan now? Dendon releases me in the morning. Then I come back for you. You think he'll keep me alive that long? I'll make sure of it. Why would he agree to that? Because he believes he needs to. It's the only way he gets what he's after. What kind of deal did you make with him? One that won't play out the way he imagines. How can you be sure? Because I have no intention of playing fair. Fenton didn't answer. She leaned her head against my shoulder, but I could feel the anxiety coiled tight within her. Sleep was nowhere near. Reacher? She lifted her head again. You'll really come back? You can bet on it. I know I shouldn't ask for more, but when you do, will you help me with one last thing? What is it, Michael's body? Help me find him. I need to bring him home to give him a proper burial. I took a moment before responding. It was a natural request, one born of grief and loyalty. Refusing felt wrong, but the practicalities were daunting. His remains could be anywhere, scattered across the desert, reduced to ashes or lost in some unmarked grave. I wasn't eager to promise a search with no end in sight. Don't worry, she said, as if sensing my hesitation. I think I know where to look. The man at the tree mentioned the usual place. I know exactly where that is. The air beneath the blanket was growing thick and warm. Fenton started to lift her arm to push it aside, but I gently stopped her. Hold on, I whispered. I need to ask you something about Michael. Was it true he enjoyed puzzles, riddles, cryptic hints? I suppose so. I never really shared that interest. I'm too literal-minded, too analytical. It was one of our few differences. Take crossword puzzles. Michael adored them. I can't stand them. I get too hung up on the details, always finding reasons the clues don't line up. They frustrate me to no end. Without waiting for another question, Fenton threw the blanket off. We lay there quietly, side by side, drawing in the slightly cooler air. Then she rested her head on my shoulder once more, rolled onto her side, and draped her left arm across my chest. She grew still, except for a faint tremor that traveled down her back. I raised my arm and curled my hand around her shoulder. She nestled her face against my neck, and the scent of lavender drifted from her hair. Suddenly, the lumpy pillow, the thin mattress, and the unyielding floor didn't seem to matter. Spending the night here with Fenton was a definite improvement over the morgue and its grim contents, though honestly I'd have preferred a proper hotel room. Reacher? Her voice was barely a whisper now. Is this really going to work out? Without a doubt, I told her, for both of us. I felt Fenton's muscles gradually loosen and her breathing slow into a steady rhythm, but when I tried to slip into sleep myself, it wouldn't come. My mind was racing with questions and uncertainties. About Dendon, about the elaborate act we were both performing. I'd nearly gotten him kidnapped. I'd taken out several of his men, torched his operation, and breached his secret headquarters. By all rights, he should have been furious, vengeful, out for blood. Instead, he'd laid out his proposition as calmly as if he were hiring a shop clerk. I was clearly missing a piece of the puzzle. The only question was how large that missing piece might be. Dendon could have easily tasked one of his seasoned smugglers, Someone from the very crew Fenton had been assigned to monitor to deliver the explosive. That would have been the simple, logical move. He had deliberately steered clear of that road. Not once, but twice. First, by selecting Michael, who wasn't even a specialist in that area, to move the device, and now with me. His goal was clear: keep this operation separate, shield the rest of his network from contamination. He was driven to see it finished. Both points were obvious, yet neither fit with the idea of helping Michael stage some harmless demonstration. My theory was that there was another player in the game, someone who had come to Dendonker with a specific goal: to unleash chaos on Veterans Day. Someone with enough money to buy his cooperation or enough leverage to compel it. Dendonker already had Michael under his wing. According to Fenton's source, he'd hired Michael to assist with landmine sales. Michael was in a fragile state back then. It wouldn't have taken much for Dendonker to gently steer him into believing the protest was his own brainchild. So Michael designed the devices, built them, tested them, then something shifted. He got spooked, reached out to his sister in a panic. I never met Michael, didn't know him, but it's hard to picture anyone in his shoes willingly scrapping an operation they'd poured so much into, unless something at its core had changed, or unless he'd misunderstood it from the very beginning. Take the smoke mixture, for instance. Maybe Dendonker planned to spike the final batch, or maybe his mysterious backer did. Over in that shed behind the school, Dendonker had stockpiled hundreds of artillery shells. 300, easy. Any one of them could be hiding chemicals, mustard gas, sarin, all sorts of horrors that might have been what Michael stumbled on, the revelation that snapped him out of it, the discovery that ultimately got him killed. If I was right, Dendonker and his crew were in for a long night. The device wouldn't just need moving through the tunnel and hauled to the surface. It would need to be tampered with, loaded with poison, packed with extra explosives, or altered to become deadly in some new way. All without their expert bomb maker's help. But whatever Dendonker had planned, it wouldn't matter anymore. Not with the demonstration in play, because he hadn't just agreed to prep another device for transport. He'd also promised me the keys to its truck. That meant 2/3 of his immediate arsenal would soon be out of commission. Only one device would remain, and we'd handle it. Just as soon as Fenton was safe, I managed 5 hours of sleep. My eyes opened at 7. Half an hour later, the key turned in the lock, the door swung open. Fenton jolted awake and scrambled back to her own mattress. The lights buzzed on. The man in the pale suit stepped inside, covering us with his Uzi. The one in the dark suit followed, balancing 2 trays. He set them on the floor between the bathroom doors. Each held a plate of congealed orange globe and a cup of coffee. 30 minutes, the pale-suited man said, his words slightly slurred, his jaw clearly still bothering him. Be ready, don't make us wait. They backed out and locked the door. I fetched the trays while Fenton dragged her mattress onto the bed frame. We sat together and sipped the coffee. It was weak, lukewarm, and someone had gone and put milk in both cups. Not an encouraging start. The food was worse. The orange mush turned out to be baked beans, nuked into oblivion and now cold, forming a rubbery skin. Fenton pushed hers away, so I ate both portions. Old rule, eat when you can. They returned in 28 minutes. I was lying on my mattress, feigning sleep. Fenton was in the bathroom. On your feet, the pale-suited man ordered, holding the door open. Let's move. I rose, stretching with a yawn before making my way toward him. 3 days, I said as I passed the restrooms, then stepped out. The man in the dark suit took the lead, with me in the middle and the other guard trailing behind, his Uzi at the ready. We moved through the double doors, down the glass-lined hallway, cut across the empty dining hall, and entered the kitchen. He gestured to a door in the far corner.
You know where to go.
Manser was waiting at the foot of the stairs. Without a word, he turned and started into the tunnel, motioning for me to follow. We walked side by side in silence, the stale tunnel air filling our lungs. Following the old rails, we passed in and out of dim yellow light pools until we reached the opening in the wall that led back into the house. Mansour went through first. The small anteroom was even darker. The motorized door was shut, a small button like a doorbell set into its frame. Mansoor pressed it. A motor hummed to life and the door began to swing open, rotating a full 90 degrees. We stepped through into the cellar. Mansoor waved a key fob near a rough section of the wooden wall, and the door groaned shut behind us. He then nodded toward a ladder. I climbed up first, he followed, brushed past me, and led the way through a door beside the kitchen. Parked on the street, right where Sonia had left her car the previous day, was a U-Haul truck. It was a standard size, neither gleaming new nor particularly dirty. The sides were decorated with scenic images of national parks, a smart choice, utterly common, practically invisible. Mansoor walked over to it, reached into his pocket, and pulled out Sonia's phone. "Here," he said, handing it to me, "there's a number saved. Call it, and you can speak to the woman. She stays safe as long as you do exactly what you're told." I opened the phone. Mansoor had just returned and navigated the menu to the saved contacts. There was a single entry. I dialed, and after 2 rings, a man answered. His voice was unfamiliar. "What's going on?" he said. "Why are you calling already?" "Put Fenton on," I said. "Already? You've got to be kidding me. I was told any time." "Is your definition different?" "Fine, hold on." I heard the scrape of a chair on a wooden floor. Then footsteps, 5 of them unhurried, an average stride. A door opened. More footsteps, 8 this time. Keys jangled. Another door opened. The guy called out, "Hey, phone call, make it quick, okay?" The door stayed open. He didn't move. After about 10 seconds, I heard the rhythmic squeak and thump of Fenton moving across the floor with her crutch. Another 10 seconds, and her voice came on the line. "Yes, miss me yet?" I asked. "I'm adjusting to the heartbreak," she replied dryly. "Excellent. Stay tough. I'll call again soon." I ended the call and slipped the phone into my pocket. Mansoor handed me a stack of $20 bills. "For food and gas. 500 should be enough. The motels are already taken care of. I put the money away." Next, he passed me a handwritten note with directions. First, the route to I-10 heading east, then onward to a motel near a town called Big Spring, Texas. "A room is reserved in your name. A fax will be waiting for you when you check out in the morning. Your instructions for tomorrow. Keep a low profile. Stay out of trouble." He handed me a key. "One last thing. If I ever see you again, you'll do what?" I walked to the back of the truck and rolled up the tailgate. "Hand me your rear end so I can kick it all over again." A single item sat in the cargo bay, an aluminum container on wheels. It looked identical to the ones I'd seen in the prep area of the school assembly hall the day before. Same dimensions, about 6 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 4 feet tall. The container was identical to the others in every way except for the stark black lettering stenciled along its flank. "Premier Event Management." I ran my fingers over the words. The paint was dry and smooth. Up in the top right corner, a smaller line of digits followed the same font, 6 numbers, a hyphen, then 4 more, a serial number most likely, or some kind of inventory code. The size was more than adequate to house a device built around 3 artillery shells. I was certain of that, but confirming its contents was impossible. The lid was sealed shut, secured by a row of 8 heavy, shiny new padlocks. A series of holes, each about 1.5 inches across, had been drilled near the top of the sides, and the whole unit was strapped to the truck bed's anchor points with 6 thick orange cargo straps pulled taut. Figuring out what was inside was going to be someone else's headache. "You need to move." Mansoor was pacing a nervous track beside the vehicle. "And don't forget, if you stop, we'll know you stray from the route, we'll know you tamper with the device, we'll know do any of that, and there will be consequences, but you won't be the one to suffer them. The woman will. I'll handle it myself. I'll even make you a video." I found myself weighing this guy's actual value to Dendon. What would happen if I took 60 seconds to finish the conversation we'd started yesterday? The urge to find out was powerful, but I shoved it down. Now wasn't the time to risk the mission, not with Fenton still in their hands. Besides, patience has its own rewards. I slammed the tailgate shut and secured the latch. In that case, there are 2 ground rules. First, I stop for coffee. Often, that's non-negotiable. Second, I'm taking a quick detour down the street behind the house. I left my car there yesterday. There's something in it I need. What? Fenton's suitcase. Why do you need that? I don't, but she will. Once I deliver this package and Dendonker lets her go, we've got plans. Mansour paused, clearly realizing his dilemma. He couldn't admit Dendonker had no intention of releasing Fenton, or I'd have no reason to cooperate. The parallel street, he finally asked. That's the one. He started toward the passenger side. Fine, I'm coming with you. The driver's seat was already adjusted all the way back. The mirrors were set, the controls simple. I started the engine and pulled away from the curb, taking it slow on the first block, easing around the next couple of turns. At the end of the street, I wrestled the long vehicle back and forth until it was turned around, then pulled in behind the Chevy. I climbed down. Dendonker had kept my keys after searching me, so I couldn't open the trunk. Instead, I opened the driver's door and popped the release. Mansour was already at the back, lifting the lid. He'd unzipped Fenton's suitcase by the time I got there, rummaging through her neatly packed belongings, spilling a few items. He seemed satisfied there was nothing inside that could threaten their bomb or their plan. He ran his hands around the case's exterior one last time, then zipped it, lifted it out, and set it on the sidewalk. All right, take it. Now, get going. I stepped past the suitcase and opened the car's rear door. There's one more thing she's going to require. I grabbed the backpack I'd recovered from the Lincoln after the wreck near the border inn. Wait! Mansour's face darkened. What's in there? Just this. I pulled out Fenton's prosthetic foot and held it up toward him. It's kind of hard to walk without it. He recoiled. Fine, take that too. Now get out of here. Fenton had a point about people getting spooked by anything involving injuries. Mansour proved that. He was so rattled he didn't even check the rest of the bag's contents. Leaving Mansour to head back, I followed Dendonker's directions. They wove me through the last confusing side streets at the town's edge and onto the long, straight road, passing the tree. That's where I first ran into Fenton. No ambush was waiting there today. No one was around at all. Living or otherwise, I drove slow and steady like some old-timer taking his classic car for a Sunday cruise. I was conscious of what was riding in the truck bed. I didn't need it going off if I hit a bump, and I sure didn't want to get stopped with it. Police patrols seemed unlikely out there, but it's the surprises that get you. I watched my mirrors the whole way, checking for a tail. Nothing. No dark sedans. No beat-up Jeeps. So I scanned the sky, too, looking for small planes or choppers or drones. Again, I saw Zip, which figured. I believed Mansour about them monitoring me, but they'd probably just slap a GPS tracker on the bomb or the truck, or both. Fine by me, that wouldn't do a thing to stop me. In fact, I was counting on it. The back roads took me through scrubland and desert for 40 minutes before I reached the highway. Traffic was thin. I set the cruise at 55 and kept checking mirrors, sky, no followers, no observers. After 20 minutes, a truck stop appeared. I pulled in, filled the tank, and went inside to pay. I grabbed a coffee to go, hot black this time, and asked the clerk for change for the payphone. The kid, maybe in his early 20s, looked at me like I'd just insulted his whole family. Guess that wasn't a request he heard every day. Maybe ever. 2 phones were outside, fixed to the end wall of the building under matching curved plastic canopies for weather protection or maybe a little privacy. Either way, it didn't matter. It wasn't hot, it wasn't raining, and no one was close enough to eavesdrop. I ducked under the nearest canopy. The wall underneath was plastered with little ads, mostly for escort services. Some were tasteful, most not so much. I ignored them, picked up the receiver, and dialed Wallwork. Dead. I tried the second phone. This one had a dial tone. I punched in the number again, and he answered on the second ring. Sorry, Reacher, he said. That drainage map? I hit a wall. There's nothing. Forget it, I said. The research part is done. I filled him in on how I got the truck, what it was carrying, and where I was headed for the night. I'll be there around 9, local. Can you meet me? Wallwork was quiet for a beat. It won't be simple. I'll have to call in some favors, but to secure the device, yeah, I'll make it work. You'll fly? Have to? I'm stuck in middle of nowhere, Tennessee. Can't drive to Texas in time. All right, when you land, don't let the helicopter leave and tell the pilot to refuel, top it off. Why? I need a ride somewhere. Can't do that, Reacher. You're a civilian. The Bureau isn't a charter service. I don't need a charter. I need to reach Fenton before Dendonker kills her. Silence again from Wallwork. And I need to get Dendonker. I'm the only one who can. Unless you want him to walk free, there might be a way, Wallwork said after a long pause, on one condition. When you get Dendonker, you turn him over to me alive. Got it? Two more things. You can't move that truck until morning. That part is crucial. Fenton's safety hangs on it. Also, I need you to bring me 5 specific items. Wallwork took down the list and ended the call. I poured another coffee, settled into the truck, and pulled back onto the highway. It wasn't a speed machine, it wasn't loaded with extras, but driving it was oddly peaceful. It simply did its job. Mile after mile, hour after hour without complaint or fanfare. I kept a steady pace. Arizona faded into New Mexico, and New Mexico surrendered to Texas. The road ahead was a straight, endless ribbon above. The sky was an immense dome, mostly clear blue brushed with faint, wispy clouds. All around, a sea of gray-green scrub stretched to the horizon, sometimes flat, sometimes rolling, sometimes broken by distant, jagged peaks that never seemed to grow nearer or farther away. I fueled up whenever the gauge dipped below half. I watched for anyone paying me too much attention. No one did, and I called Fenton at irregular intervals. The same man answered each time, following the same ritual when he brought her the phone. His chair scraped 5 steps. A door opened 8 more steps, then the sound of Fenton's door being unlocked. I pictured him coming from the adjoining room, the one at the end of the hall, the only one whose interior I hadn't seen, not yet. I pulled into the hotel at 9:05. It was the first in a row of 4, nearly identical except for the franchise sign. The building was a 2-story rectangle with small windows and a flat roof. The office occupied one end, a cluster of air conditioning units huddled at the other, partly screened by a row of scrawny bushes. Parking spots lined one wall, with an overflow lot between this building and the next. It was empty. So I took a space at the far end of the last row. I stepped out, stretched, locked the truck, and walked to the front desk. A woman sat behind the counter, completely absorbed in a book. She didn't notice me until the phone on her desk rang, a complicated-looking device covered in buttons and lights. She reached for the receiver, then paused when she saw me. "They can call back," she said with a smile, "or leave a message. Sorry about that. How can I help? I have a reservation under Reacher." She woke her computer and tapped a few keys. "Here you are, prepaid online booking, just the one night?" I nodded. "May I see some ID, please?" I handed her my passport. She flipped to the information page and squinted. "This is expired, sir. Correct. No good for flying overseas, but still valid for identification. I'm not sure." I gestured toward her computer. "Look it up if you don't believe me. Check the federal guidelines." She hesitated, her hand hovering above the keyboard. Her doubt was plain. I could almost see her weighing the hassle, processing a refund, explaining a turned-away guest to her manager, messing up the occupancy stats. "That won't be necessary, Mr. Reacher." "I'm sure you're right," she returned the passport. "How many room keys will you need?" "Just one." She opened a drawer, took out a credit card-sized piece of plastic, fed it into a machine on her desk, and tapped more keys. A small light switched from red to green. She retrieved the card and handed it over. "Room 222. Would you like me to write that down for you?" "Not necessary." "All right, the breakfast bar is in the lobby, open from 6 to 8. For any questions, dial 0 from your room phone. I hope you enjoy your stay with us and come back soon." With that, she returned to her book. I returned to the truck and settled on the rear fender, resting my head against the tailgate. Closing my eyes, I let the cool night air wash over my face. Time slipped by 10 minutes, then 15. The sound of engines broke the quiet, not one but several. I opened my eyes to a procession of 5 identical silver sedans, Chrysler 300s, gliding into view. The lead car curved into the lot, the others trailing behind before fanning out and lining up neatly in front of me. The driver of the nearest vehicle stepped out. It was Walworth. He strode over, handed me a white plastic bag, and shook my hand firmly. "Reacher, good to see you." He gestured toward the truck. "The package is inside, exactly as agreed. Outstanding." Walworth flashed a thumbs up to the men in the adjacent car. "We'll handle it from here." I unlocked the door, retrieved the backpack, and passed the key to Walworth. "There's a suitcase in there. Fenton's. Can you keep it secure until tomorrow?" Of course, Walworth took my elbow and guided me a few steps away from the others. "Listen," he said, his voice dropping, "I believe we have a mutual trust, so I'm going to lay it all out." After we talked, I reached out to my former supervisor, the one now with TEDAC. "He's en route. We're going to lock down this area, and he'll inspect the device right where it sits. I know I told you we wouldn't move the truck until morning, but unless he can guarantee there's zero public danger, I'm going to have to break that promise." I stayed silent. "Consider it, Reacher. What if that thing detonates? What if it releases a toxic cloud or radioactive material on one side? We have those catastrophic risks. On the other, a woman who deliberately walked into danger. A woman you might not be able to rescue regardless of when we move this truck." Chapter 46. "Absolutely not." The pilot stared at the spot I indicated on the map and shook his head emphatically. "No way. I refuse. Crossing into Mexican airspace without clearance is not an option. It's completely out of the question. It will not happen under any circumstances. Is that understood?" I was taken aback, a touch let down, but not the least bit confused. So I saw no reason to answer. A couple of mechanics were observing us, along with the agent who had driven me from the hotel to the airfield. They lingered at a careful distance, close enough to catch every word if the pilot decided to shout, but far enough not to seem like they were eavesdropping. The mechanics were pretending to study a handheld device without a keyboard, while the agent fiddled unnecessarily with his phone. Their act was transparent. They were clearly tuned into our exchange, savoring the brewing conflict. The pilot's attitude was needlessly aggressive, a fact the onlookers had also noted. They were waiting to see how this would play out, whether words would suffice or if things might escalate into a physical altercation, something to add a little excitement to their night. "I'll fly you right up to the border," the pilot stated. "But we stay on the American side. I will not be involved in an illegal crossing, so don't ask me again. Are we clear?" "Fine," I said. "Los Gemelos, the U.S. side, let's just get moving." When I first devised this plan, I'd counted on having until at least 8, maybe 9 in the morning to execute it. That would have been ample time. But if Walworth's specialist insisted on relocating the truck overnight, then Donker would find out. I was sure of it. Which meant he'd also know I'd betrayed him. That wasn't a problem for me, but it was a death sentence for Fenton. Every second counted now. The mechanics finally looked up from their screen and ambled toward an open hangar door. The agent pocketed his phone and slid behind the wheel of his silver Chrysler. The pilot climbed into the helicopter's cockpit. Its outline was unmistakable. A Sikorsky UH-60M, the civilian variant of the Army's Black Hawk. The helicopter looked different than I recalled. It had more antennae and wheels instead of skids. Its color was a glossy black instead of a dusty green, giving it a long, sleek, and predatory appearance, more like a hunter than a utility vehicle. A small index number was visible on the tail, but there was no agency marking, only a subtle United States in gray lettering toward the rear of the fuselage. I tossed my backpack into the rear compartment, climbed in after it, slid the doors shut, and buckled into a rear-facing jump seat before putting on the headset. The pilot ran through his pre-flight checks, and once the rotors were spinning and the aircraft began to bounce eagerly on its suspension, his voice came through the intercom. "Sorry about that performance back there," he said. "I needed those guys to remember me refusing to cross the border. Just in case." "In case of what?" "In case you get caught. Here's the plan. I'll attempt a landing right by the barrier, just like I said. But we'll be out in the desert where the wind is tricky. At the last second, a gust will push us off course, just a few yards south. Thermals are spotty there, so we'll drop down to about 3 feet off the ground. I'll hold it there for a couple of seconds. My wheels won't touch Mexican soil. No harm, no foul. But if you, without my knowledge or permission, decide to take advantage and jump out spontaneously, there won't be a thing I can do about it. You think that'll actually work? Of course. It's how we always do it. The whole journey from Dendonker's school headquarters to the hotel in Big Spring, including the walk through the tunnel, took just over 12 hours. Coming back with a 2-mile trek from the unauthorized drop zone took a little under 5. The flight itself was smooth and uneventful. The pilot knew his stuff, flying fast and straight. I managed to doze off as much as the rattling fixtures and the constant thrum of the rotors would allow. I jolted awake when we suddenly dropped about 20 feet. Guess the pilot was committed to his role. That was my signal. I unbuckled my harness, tossed the headset aside, and hauled the door open. Noise and a fierce downdraft rushed into the cabin, nearly pulling me out. I couldn't see the ground. 3 feet, he'd said, jumping into pitch darkness wasn't exactly appealing, no matter the drop. Then I felt the helicopter start to rise again. Time was up. I stepped out, my feet hitting solid earth, and immediately ducked down, staying low until the roar and the wind were no longer right overhead. My first move was to check my phone. No word from Wallwork. They must not have moved the truck yet. I pulled a black hoodie from my backpack, the first item I'd asked Wallwork to get for me, and slipped it on, partly for cover and partly to fight the chill of the desert night. Then I started moving quickly but carefully. The ground was all sand, grit, and gravel, tricky to cross without making noise. It was dark, and the terrain was uneven, rising and falling, unpredictably, littered with holes, channels, and cracks, a perfect setup for a broken ankle. I had no idea what might be out there with me, snakes, scorpions, spiders, none of which I wanted to meet up close. Coming from the west, the glow of the U.S. Sight of town was off to my left. I kept moving until I was as close to the school's outer fence as I dared, mindful of the cameras. The building was dark, both halves, its ground swallowed by shadow. The only exception was the glass corridor blazing with light. There was no way to approach it without being seen, and no other way into Dendonker's side of the building. I checked my phone again. Still nothing from Wallwork. The time was 1:55 in the morning. Normally, I would have found a place to hole up and wait until 4 in the morning. That was the hour the KGB always favored for their raids when people are at their lowest psychologically. They had the data to back it up. But that night, waiting wasn't an option. I didn't have the time for perfect conditions. 2 hours was more than enough for the TEDAC analyst to get spooked and demand the bomb be relocated. More than enough for Fenton's luck to run out. I took out my phone and dialed the number stored in it. The same man answered, his voice slurred with sleep. His first word was, "No. I haven't asked for anything yet," I said. "You want to talk to the woman again?" "That's right. Put her on." "No, put her on. Are you out of your mind? It's the middle of the damn night. Go to sleep. Call back when the sun's up. Anytime, remember? Has the definition changed in the last day? Should I wake Dendonker and ask him?" He grunted. I heard rustling, probably a sheet being thrown off, then footsteps. 7 this time, not 5. A door opened. I moved up to the fence line, stopping at the base of a post topped with a camera, and set my backpack down. More footsteps echoed, 8 more, then Fenton's door opening, his yell for her to take the call. After another minute, her voice came on. "Reacher? Why are you calling now? What's happening?" "Everything's fine," I said, "but I need you to do something critical. In a moment, I'm going to set the phone down without hanging up. I need you to keep talking like we're having a normal conversation. I'll be back before you know it. Can you do that okay, I suppose? But why? Don't worry. It'll make sense soon enough." I placed the phone on my pack and started to climb the post. Getting a handhold was simple enough. I just gripped the fence where it attached on either side. My feet were another matter. The diamond gaps in the wire mesh were just a fraction too small for my shoes. The toe caps wouldn't quite fit. I tried with my right foot first. It slid straight out and hit the dirt. I tried again. Same result. Then I found that if I jammed my toe in hard and angled my foot up sharply, I could get it to hold. I did the same with my left, raised my right, and kept going. I didn't fall, but it was agonizingly slow. Every second counted, and I had no idea how long Fenton could keep her end of the charade going. Frankly, if I'd misjudged the guard who handed her the phone, it was already over. I climbed until my chest was even with the top of the fence, my calves screaming from holding my weight at such an unnatural angle. Gripping with my left hand, I reached up with my right and took hold of the camera. I tried to turn it counterclockwise. It was stuck fast. I twisted harder and my right foot slipped, then my left. Suddenly, I was dangling by my left hand. I grabbed the fence with my right, forced both feet back into their holds, and straightened up. I took a fresh grip on the camera and twisted again. This time, I felt it give. Just a little, but it was movement. I kept the pressure steady. The camera shifted 1/8 of an inch, then another. I kept at it until it had rotated a good 20 degrees. Then I climbed down slowly, making it to the bottom without falling. I picked up the phone and held it to my ear. Fenton was in the middle of a story about her aunt, a jar of orange marmalade, and a particularly stubborn TSA agent. I moved left along the fence until I was midway across the section, set the pack and phone down again, continued to the next post, and started to climb. It was just as awkward as the first. My right foot slipped twice before I reached the top, my left foot once. I took hold of the camera, giving it a firm twist. This one rotated with less resistance. I turned it 20 degrees to the right before climbing down and shifting to my side. Picking up my phone, I was met with total silence. No Fenton, no man, just an empty quiet. I slipped the phone into my pocket and strained to listen for any sound from the structure. Perhaps the man had seen through Fenton's performance. Maybe he'd simply grown impatient, snatched the phone, and returned to his bed. But the crucial question was, when? How long ago had he retreated to his room? If he'd made it back before I finished with the cameras, I'd soon hear boots on the ground, men taking positions with their submachine guns. Then the floodlights would blaze, outlining me against the desert like a paper target. I dropped into a crouch, muscles coiled, ready to sprint. Nothing stirred. I pulled out my phone again, checking for messages. Nothing from wall work. Not yet. If my calculations were right, I should now be sitting in a blind spot between the adjusted camera feeds, provided no one had been staring at the monitors during the rotation, and if not, they'd never noticed the subtly altered desert vista now on their screens. Staying low, I retrieved Wallwork's second tool from my pack, a pair of bolt cutters. I snipped out a section of the wire fence, a square just wider than my shoulders, but I didn't go through immediately. Instead, I lay flat and studied the ground between the inner and outer fences. I needed to see if it was level or if there were any suspicious mounds. Dendonker had been dealing in landmines. If he'd kept a few for personal use, this would be the perfect spot to plant them. The terrain wasn't flat, not even close, but the dips and rises could have been natural, shaped by wind or rain or the original construction crew. It was impossible to tell for sure. So I took out Wallwork's third item, a knife. Its blade was long and broad, 10 inches by 2 at its widest. I slid the tip into the sandy soil and pushed it forward, slowly and gently, keeping it as level as possible so no part went more than an inch deep. It met no resistance. I pulled it out and repeated the process 6 inches to the left. Again, nothing. I kept going, methodically defining a 2-foot-wide path I could trust. Then I crawled forward, placed my knees on the line my probing had marked, and tested the ground another 6 inches ahead. It was painstaking work. I was advancing at about a foot per minute, roughly 15,000 times slower than my helicopter ride. The whole time, I expected a text from Wallwork to buzz through, and there I was, completely exposed in a fenced-off kill zone, utterly vulnerable to any patrol. The single consolation was that I hadn't found any mines. I was starting to feel paranoid. I made it 10 feet in, with 15 left to go, when the tip of my knife struck something hard, something metallic. I froze, holding my breath, and eased back on the handle. Those first few millimeters were critical. The moment contact broke, if it was a mine, but it didn't explode. I still wasn't safe, though. Removing the knife the rest of the way could send shock waves through the dirt. The slightest shift could be fatal. The object remained inert. I forced myself to breathe and started over, a foot to the right. After that, I moved even more deliberately. I located 3 more suspicious objects, but finally reached the inner fence intact. I cut another hole, crawled through, and hurried to the long rear wall on Dendonker's side of the building. I moved to the boarded-up window of Fenton's room. I doubted anyone else was in there with her, and she wasn't likely to sound an alarm if she heard me. From my backpack, I withdrew Walwork's 4th item, a weighted hook with 4 rubber-coated claws. The hook was secured to 25 feet of rope. I retreated a few steps, gripped the line 3 feet from the hook, and swung it in a wide circle several times to test its weight and balance. With a practiced motion, I sent it sailing upward. It arched over the parapet, vanished from sight, and landed with a solid thud. I gave the rope a tentative tug. It slid smoothly until the hook snagged firmly on the roof's edge. Satisfied, I began the ascent, hands hauling on the rope, boots braced against the brickwork, a reverse rappel. I hauled myself over the ledge, coiled the rope, and moved silently across the rooftop toward the glass-enclosed walkway. The suited men with the Uzis were at their posts, both of them, a hopeful sign that Dendonker was inside. I appreciated efficiency. Taking out 2 problems at once suited me perfectly. Through the glass ceiling, I could see the tops of their heads. They were slumped on their stools, each propped against one of the double doors, utterly motionless. Perhaps they were in a weary daze, or, if I was incredibly lucky, fast asleep. My backpack held 2 captured Berettas from the border inn. Shooting them would be convenient, but risky. The structural glass was thick and strong. A bullet might penetrate, but its path would deflect, likely missing the mark and sacrificing my only advantage. Surprise, all I'd accomplish is alerting 2 armed men. I might get one, but the other would probably get me. Those weren't odds I favored. So I retrieved Walwork's last gift, a pair of wire cutters. Clamping the handle between my teeth, I lowered myself onto the glass roof and froze, listening. The guards didn't stir. I crept forward to the ventilation grate, snipped around the bug screen's perimeter, and checked on the men again. From my pack, I took the gas mask and fitted it over my face, then pulled the pin on the DS gas canister. The spoon flew off, the metal grew warm. It was the real deal, not a prop. A stroke of luck, given the circumstances. Still, I paused, uncertain how fast they'd react. If they burst through those doors, I'd have a serious problem. 5 seconds passed. Then tendrils of white gas began to curl out. I dropped the canister through the vent. It clattered on the floor and rolled. The men jerked upright, scrambling to their feet. Almost instantly, they were clutching their throats and clawing at their streaming eyes. One tried to run, disoriented, and slammed face first into the glass wall before collapsing. The other writhed and screamed. I swapped the wire cutters for bolt cutters, severed the vent's corner posts, and wrenched the entire grate free, tossing it aside. Leaning into the opening, I shot each man twice in the head. Insurance, I tucked the pistol into my waistband, lowered myself down, and dropped the last few inches into the corridor. Moving quickly, I retrieved the keys and Uzi from the nearest body, collected the second submachine gun, and slung it over my shoulder. Using the transponder, I unlocked the door, pushed it open, and stepped through, shoving the mask up onto my forehead. Maybe 8-9 seconds had passed since the first shot. Not much time for a countermove, yet there was Mansour already charging down the next corridor. An orange chair was overturned outside Dendonker's office door. He must have been stationed there as a guard. Now he was a human battering ram, head down, arms wide, closing the distance too fast for me to bring the Uzi to bear. I moved forward, thinking I could latch onto some part of him, shift to the side, and use his own momentum to send him flying into the window or the wall, or at least trip him up. But the hallway was too tight. He was too big. His shoulder slammed into my chest like a wrecking ball. The impact lifted me off my feet. I landed hard on my back, partially cushioned by the pack, and skidded across the polished floor. One of the Uzis clattered against the glass. I lost sight of the other. All the air was driven from my lungs, and for a second I couldn't draw a breath. My ribs screamed as if they'd been electrified. The only thought in my head was to get up, to get off the ground before he could stomp me with his boots or pummel me with his fists. I scrambled upright, and that's when I saw Dendonker. He was already vanishing into the glass corridor, and he was wearing my gas mask. It must have been torn off when I fell. Mansour trailed behind him, maskless. You had to hand it to Dendonker. He certainly knew how to inspire that kind of blind loyalty. I snatched up the Uzis and took off after them. I'd just reached the double doors when a noise from behind made me spin around. A man had emerged from a room on the far side of Fenton's. It had to be the guy I'd spoken to on the phone. He'd used the moment I was recovering from Mansour's hit to sneak all the way to her door. The sound was his key turning in the lock. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, a gun in his hand. I turned and sprinted back. The door swung shut. The newspaper taped over the glass blocked my view, but I could hear everything from inside. A sharp cry, the sound of something breaking, a single gunshot, and then an abrupt silence. I kicked the door open and charged in, ready to empty the Uzi's magazine into the intruder. Instead, I found myself staring at Fenton. She was standing near the bed without her crutch, aiming the man's own gun straight at me. The man himself was sprawled on the floor, half on the mattress I'd used and half on the wooden boards. His right wrist was bent at a sickening angle, clearly broken, and the top of his skull was gone. "Looks like we'll be needing a new place to stay tonight," Fenton said, lowering the weapon. "Looks that way," I agreed, stepping fully into the room. "You okay?" She nodded and sat on the edge of the bed, more or less. I opened my backpack and handed her the prosthetic foot, the one Dendonker's man had delivered to the cafe. Then I turned toward the door. "Thanks," she said. "Then where are you going?" "To get Dendonker, if he's still here." I stopped just outside the double doors, drew a couple of steadying breaths, and then pushed through. I sprinted to the far end of the glass corridor and burst into the dining hall. A breeze was moving across the roof now, helping to pull the gas out through the damaged vent, but Dendonker's chemical concoction was strong. Even that brief exposure left my eyes burning and raw. I fought the urge to rub them, forced myself to stand still until the blurriness began to fade. Then I started my search. I skipped the kitchen and the offices. Dendonker wasn't the hiding type. He'd want a way out. There were two options, the tunnel or the SUVs. I crossed the assembly hall and peered through the window. The parking lot was empty. No sign of the Cadillacs, no sign of Dendonker or Mansour either. I went outside and hurried to the main gates. They were shut fast and solid, but out on the rough road beyond, I could just make out four tiny red dots. Two pairs, the same configuration. Taillights. The lead vehicle seemed to be sitting lower on its suspension as if weighed down by something heavy. But that was just a guess. I couldn't be sure from that distance, not with the way they were jolting through the fading light. It didn't really matter. They were shrinking toward the horizon, and there wasn't a thing I could do to stop them. Fenton was waiting in the hallway when I returned to the building's opposite wing. She was walking with a careful, pained limp, her newly repaired foot clearly troubling her. She had moved past the adjacent room's door and paused when she heard my footsteps approaching. "There's someone else here," she whispered, her voice low and urgent. "Another captive. I don't believe he's doing well. How can you be sure?" I asked. "Remember when you'd call?" The man with the phone always stood in the open doorway during our conversations. Once after we finished, I was handing the phone back and I spotted two figures down the hall. They were coming from the right, walking together. One was Dendonker's massive enforcer. The other was a man I didn't recognize, carrying a worn-out black leather bag, the kind doctors use. He was speaking Spanish. He said something like, "You need to ease up. He can't handle much more. Give him a break for a couple of days, 48 hours, minimum." Who was he talking about? I don't know. What did Dendonker's man say? He sounded irritated, said Dendonker would never agree to a delay, that he needed to know where it was, and time was running out. Fenton shook her head, frustrated. "I have no idea what they meant, so where are they keeping this other person?" I assumed he'd be in the room next to mine. I just checked. It's empty, just a bed and a wall of security screens, no place to hold a prisoner. So there has to be another location. She began to move forward again, each step a visible effort. I followed, matching her slow pace. The whole endeavor felt hopeless. This corridor had to be a dead end, just like the one past Dendonker's office with its tightly boarded exit I'd seen while scouting. But as we neared the end, I noticed something off. The final classroom's wall didn't meet the perpendicular hallway wall in a clean line. Instead, there was a shallow recess, a setback of about a foot, a clever distraction from another door. It was solid wood, with a sign that read El Conserje, the janitor. The lock was flimsy, nothing a solid kick couldn't handle. The door swung open to reveal a set of wooden stairs painted white and less worn than the kitchen stairs leading to the tunnel, descending into another basement. I flipped the light switch and started down, Fenton close behind. The space below was split into two sections, 1/3 for janitorial supplies, the other 2/3 once meant for maintenance. That area had been hastily cleared, tools and lockers shoved aside to make room for a single army cot. An IV stand stood beside it, a tube running from a bag of clear fluid down to the arm of the man lying there. His body was shrouded by a sheet, but his head was exposed. His face was a mess of swelling, cuts, scabs, bruises, and burns. A grotesque lump dominated his forehead, and patches of his hair were gone. Fenton let out a choked scream, shoved past me, and rushed to the cot. She looked ready to gather him into her arms, but stopped herself, gripping his hand instead. One word escaped her, soft and laden with guilt and anguish. "Michael." I moved closer, half expecting to find a corpse and already dreading how I'd get Fenton to leave if that were true. But after a moment, one of his eyes fluttered open. "Mickey!" His voice was a dry, ragged whisper, barely there. "You got my warning, you came?" Then his eyes shut and his head lolled to the side. Fenton felt for his pulse. "He's alive! Help me get him up!" It was a brutal decision. Michael looked like he shouldn't be moved an inch. My instinct was to find help and bring it to him. But the specter of Dendonker loomed large. He couldn't discover that Fenton had found Michael. And clearly Michael possessed something. Dendonker desperately wanted information, a location, something. Dendonker would be back for him, or he'd send his men, and we'd be trapped down there with a man who could barely breathe. We couldn't hold that cellar, not for long. Evacuation was our only real choice. I lifted Michael's sheet and all and carried him toward the stairs, Fenton trailing behind with the IV bag. We took it slow, careful not to jostle him, and once we reached the corridor, we diverted into the room where she had been held. I settled Michael on the bed, and Fenton stayed with him while I returned to the glass hallway. Using one of the Uzis, I blew out the windows, half a magazine per side to help clear the gas faster. Then I went back and called wall work. He answered right away, his voice wide awake. I figured he was pulling an all-nighter with the TDAC team. I told him Fenton was secure and they could move the truck whenever ready. I mentioned we had a casualty and asked how long it would take to get agents to the medical center in Los Gemelos. Once Dendonker found Michael missing, he'd send people looking, and the nearest hospital was the logical first stop. Wall work did some quick mental math. "I'll need to make calls," he said. "But best guess, I could have a couple of agents there within 4 hours. If you're worried about him, can you stick around unofficially until then?" "I don't see why not," I said. Maybe my luck was turning. Maybe Dendonker would come looking himself. Mansour, too. The thought of them walking free didn't sit right. "How's it going on your end?" "Good, just got off the phone with Quantico. After what I told them, they're mounting a major push to bring Dendonker in, a full-court press worldwide if needed. And the bomb, my guy's just wrapping up. He's finished the inspection and is prepping it for transport. We're flying it out first thing. Any blowback for dragging him out there? None, the opposite, actually. He's in hog heaven, keeps snapping photos and videos, emailing them back to his lab. Says it's the most interesting thing he's seen in years. Because of the gas? Not exactly. He doesn't have a definitive read on that yet. Says it's too risky to tamper with the shells in the field. He doesn't think they're harmless. He knows they're not because of what they were coated with. VX, the deadliest nerve agent ever concocted, cooked up in Britain back in the 1950s. I don't remember all the chemistry, but I know what the V stands for. Venom, and the name fits. A few years back, two women smeared a tiny amount on Kim Jong-nam's face at the Kuala Lumpur airport. He was Kim Jong-un's half-brother. Maybe he was making moves behind the scenes, or maybe someone just said he was. Either way, he was dead before he reached the hospital. I said, "Does your guy think Dendonker laced the smoke with VX? He'll confirm at the lab, but look, all the shells showed signs of recent tampering, and VX isn't a gas like sarin, it's a liquid thick like oil or honey, easy to pour inside. It just needs a heat source to vaporize it. Something like the reaction that makes colored smoke. That smoke would then help disperse the poison. You couldn't design a better delivery system if you tried. Is that a coincidence? Seems unlikely. No wonder your guy's excited. I can practically see the gears turning. He's already thinking about the papers he'll publish, the law enforcement conferences he'll keynote, but that's not all. He also found something tucked away in the electronics, a third way to detonate the bomb, on top of the timer and the cellular trigger. What kind of third way? A transponder. Common enough hardware, apparently, but not usually used like this. I know the guy's a jerk, but this Dendonker must be seriously inventive and meticulous, a VX nerve agent coding plus triple redundant systems for a single task. That's not cutting corners. That's eliminating every possible variable. After wall work hung up, a pang of guilt settled in my gut. I hadn't mentioned that Dendonker wasn't the bomb maker. Michael was. He was the creative, thorough mind behind it. Normally, TEDAC would have connected the dots once they entered the details into their system. Aside from the last-minute VX edition, the components and assembly methods would have mirrored Michael's first bomb, the one that also contained a transponder with his print on it. But that link wouldn't be made now. Fenton had seen to the destruction of the earlier evidence. Keeping quiet probably made me complicit in some federal offense, but it didn't weigh too heavily. Michael's bomb-building days were done, and if the FBI followed through, Dendonkers would be soon, too. Fenton was eager to move, but I persuaded her to hold on while I made one last call to Dr. Houlier's cell. I wasn't sure if the medical center had round-the-clock staffing, and I didn't want to arrive with Michael only to find an empty facility. Dr. Houlier assured me he'd make certain someone was there. He sounded evasive, so I pressed him, and he finally admitted he was already back in town and would come treat Michael personally. He even offered to fetch us in an ambulance. The idea was tempting, but it came with risks. Someone might spot him and tip off Dendonker, inviting retaliation depending on how long Dendonker stayed free. A more immediate issue, though, was our lack of transportation. All we had was the Chevy still parked outside the house, a vehicle we had no keys for. So I gave Dr. Hollier the address and told him I'd call when we were ready for pickup. Dr. Hollier arranged for us on the pediatric floor, a considerate choice. Instead of standard rooms, there were small suites designed so parents could stay with their ill children. A pair of nurses assisted Dr. Houllier in settling Michael into the hospital bed. They hung additional IV bags, checked his temperature and blood pressure, examined his eyes and ears with specialized devices, applied various creams, and gently probed him in numerous places. Eventually, Dr. Houllier expressed satisfaction. He believed Michael would recover, though it might take time. He warned that someone would come by hourly for observations, then left us to get comfortable. Fenton took an armchair, pulling it close to Michael's side and curling up with her knees to her chest. I took the other bed. It was nearly 5 in the morning. I'd been awake for 22 hours and was utterly drained, yet a quiet sense of accomplishment lingered. Fenton was safe. Michael was alive. The bomb had been neutralized and was en route to the experts for analysis. For a moment, I allowed myself to believe that things in the world were fundamentally all right. It's amusing how spectacularly wrong a person can be. I was jolted awake at 1 minute to 7 by my phone. 1 second I was deep asleep, the next completely alert as if a switch had been flipped. Some primal reflex to anything unnatural or threatening, And the electronic shrieking certainly qualified. It was the FBI. One of the special agents from Walwork's team assigned to guard Michael was calling. Her unit had reached the town's outskirts, and she needed directions for the rendezvous. I provided them, then lay back and closed my eyes. A debate started in my mind, the allure of a shower versus the appeal of not moving an inch. Both sides had merit, but neither won out because my phone rang again. This time it was Walwork. "Big news," he said, his voice charged. "The photos and samples from Dendonker's bomb, one just paid off. The transponder had a fingerprint. They've got an ID. The TEDx guys are calling it a solid match, solid enough to hold up in any courtroom." I asked. "Michael Curtis, correct?" I had a feeling the day was about to take a sharp turn for the worse for Fenton and her brother. I decided to get ahead of it. Who? No, it was Nader Khalil. "I don't recognize that name. That was honest. I'd heard it before, though. Dendonker had accused me of working for him. Khalil is major league huge. I hear the system went haywire when his name popped up. He's a terrorist, operates out of Beirut, comes from a whole family of them. His father was one, killed by police. His brother was another, died in a more infamous way. He was driving the truck that bombed the Marine barracks. Nader himself has been tied to a dozen atrocities, but they never had the evidence. Until now, it was a bizarre echo from the past. Khalil's brother dying just yards from me in that blast, but something about the current situation felt off. If Michael built the bomb, how did someone else's print end up on a component? Walwork wasn't finished. There's a global manhunt for him now, unlimited resources. The guy is finished. It's only a matter of time. Maybe Khalil supplied the parts Michael used, I considered. That could explain the fingerprint. Walwork pressed on. The hunt is worldwide, but there's a more immediate worry. The TDAC team is concerned Khalil might still be in the U.S., or perhaps Dendonker stole the parts I thought, or cheated Khalil somehow. That could explain why he was expecting payback. Walwork continued. TDAC is afraid Khalil is planning a bombing campaign here, and they believe Dendonker is assisting him. His family had roots in Beirut too, remember, his mother at least. They believe all this based on one fingerprint and a loose link to a foreign city? No, because this is the second of Khalil's bombs they've found. Where was the first? I'm not certain of the location. It was a dud. Sent to TEDx a few weeks back for analysis. It shared enough identical features for them to be sure it came from the same maker. Did it have a transponder? No, and it didn't release gas. But the components were from the same source. The wiring methods were identical. The design was the same. There are enough signatures to convince them, more than enough. This is the trouble when a lie gets too much air. It expands even a lie by omission. The smoke bomb was Michael's work, so if TEDx linked it to another bomb by the same maker, it had to be the last device Fenton handled, the one Michael sent as a distress call. TEDx didn't know that one also had a transponder, or that Fenton destroyed it because of Michael's print. If they knew, they'd draw a very different conclusion. I was sure of that. I was about to tell Walwork to ask him to brief the TEDx team and clear up the confusion, but I hesitated. That persistent doubt in the back of my mind, which started when Fenton told me about finding Michael's message with the card and the condom, grew louder with Dendonker's odd reactions. Now, with all this talk about Khalil, it was a roaring in my ears. Walwork was quiet for a beat, then said, "So, they're worried about what Khalil is planning. They think Dendonker is helping him, and you're the only one who's had direct contact with Dendonker. Reacher, I'll just say it straight. The higher-ups at TADAC want to speak with you. I wasn't buying the idea of cooperation, not when Dendonker seemed to think Khalil might have sent me to kill him, but there was a link between them, and that recipe promised nothing good. I'd seen Dendonker's operation firsthand, where he lurked, how he worked, and exactly why he needed to be taken off the streets for good. I replied, "Okay, tell them to get in touch. They prefer a face-to-face meeting. Reacher, they don't trust phones." I stayed silent. Consider their position. If this situation deteriorates, we could be looking at significant casualties, a substantial loss of life. If that tragedy occurred and you were in their place, could you forgive yourself for not thoroughly debriefing the sole person with direct on-the-ground intelligence? He wasn't wrong. They just need an hour of your time. 2 maximum. So what's your answer? I'm not sure. When would this happen? Today. Where? TEDAC. It's located at Redstone Arsenal outside Huntsville, Alabama. How am I supposed to get there in one day? That's got to be over 1,500 miles. They're sending a plane. Truthfully, it's already been dispatched. It's waiting for you now. There's an airstrip about an hour's drive from Los Gemelos. 4 agents are en route to secure the man you recovered. One of them will give you a ride. I found myself wondering if it was the same strip used by Dendonker's people for moving contraband. And after the meeting, they'll fly you anywhere you want to go within the continental U.S. San Francisco. Absolutely, if that's your choice. It is. All right, I'll make it happen. Oh, and one more thing. This might amuse you. A fax arrived for you at the hotel. Came in at 12:34 a.m. from Dendonker. He stated the operation was paused. You were to remain in place and to keep the item under direct supervision. The discussion had stirred Fenton awake. She was still in the armchair beside Michael, so I moved to sit on the edge of his bed and updated her. Well then, Fenton said once I'd finished, seems you'll get your ocean view after all, a government jet. You're really redefining cross-country hitchhiking, aren't you? I said, I'm hoping Michael recovers fully. I'll make sure they know how you both helped. She shook her head. Just for Michael, I made my choices. I'll deal with the consequences. Can you memorize a phone number? You're keeping that phone? No. The number is for someone else. A woman named Sonia. I met her while I was searching for you. She assisted me, and she was important to Michael. You should call her. Tell her he's alive. She was important to him? How important? I shrugged. Very, from what I gathered. They met in a hospital in Germany. Seems they've been a pair ever since. I watched Fenton processing this new information. She clearly hadn't known about Sonia. The timeline clicked into place. Her own connection with her brother had begun to fray right around when he and Sonia must have gotten together. She asked quietly, what's she like, this Sonia? Will I even want to like her? I hope you do. She could very well be family someday. Chapter 52. The aircraft was ready when we arrived at the airfield. It was parked near the runway's end, set apart from the scattered crop dusters and small training planes. It was a Gulfstream model, all severe lines and a deep reflective black paint job that made it look like it was breaking the sound wave while standing still. It bore a tail number, but like the Sikorsky I'd taken from Texas, there was no specific agency marking. Just the words United States. The agent showed her credentials to the gate's video intercom, then drove us straight onto the tarmac, pulling up near the jet. Its engines were already whining softly, and as we curved around the tail section, I saw the air stair was deployed. Within half a minute, I was inside, buckling into a seat. Moments later, we were airborne. No safety demonstrations, no waiting in a queue for departure, and no other passengers. The interior felt more like a flying command center than a plush charter. There was ample pale wood paneling studded with every conceivable type of plug and data port. 12 seats, upholstered in dark blue leather, could rotate, small tables folded down from beneath the windows. A projector was mounted to the ceiling facing a display screen. A coffee machine hummed in a galley nook. I poured myself a cup and then settled back, intending to rest. The flight was tranquil and steady. The pilot kept us at a high altitude, moving swiftly. We were in the air for just under 3 hours. I came to as the plane started its final approach. The touchdown was smooth, the taxi brief, and a car was already idling by the stairs when I stepped onto the tarmac. The airfield sits in the northwest section of the Redstone Arsenal, while the TEDAC facilities are way over in the southeast corner, a solid mile's distance. The FBI driver assigned to me stayed silent the whole trip, weaving through a maze of NASA labs, Army installations, and other Bureau outposts. I figured chauffeuring disheveled civilians wasn't exactly a coveted assignment around there. He eventually stopped next to a row of polished knee-high security posts and gestured toward a glass-fronted structure across the way. In there, he grunted, Ask for Agent Lane. 3 security guards in contractor uniforms were waiting inside. The first, stationed at a reception desk, asked for my identification. I handed over my passport. Its expired status didn't seem to concern her. She just placed it on a scanner. A minute later, a nearby machine whirred and produced a laminated pass bearing my photo, the day's date, and a 2-hour expiration window. After clipping it to my shirt, the next guard offered a plastic bin for my personal items. I dropped in my wallet and phone, and he fed them through an X-ray. He asked for my shoes, which I added to the conveyor belt. The third guard then waved me through an arched metal detector. It remained silent. By the time I had my shoes back on and my belongings returned, a fourth man had appeared. He looked to be in his early 40s, dressed in a dark gray suit and tie, with an ID badge hanging from a lanyard around his neck. "Supervisory Special Agent James Lane," he said, extending his hand. "It's a mouthful, I know. I'm leading the new task force we're standing up. I appreciate you making the trip. I'm hoping you can provide some insight. Follow me, I'll get you oriented." A flagstone path led away from the security building, climbing 2 matching sets of stone steps to a broad, flat plaza dotted with wooden picnic tables under gray umbrellas. 2 structures flanked the area. Lane pointed to the one on the left. It was a large, gray, rectangular block, utterly plain. "We call that one the building. So much for government creativity, right? Remember the end of that Indiana Jones movie with the Ark of the Covenant? The giant warehouse where they stash the crate? That's the inside floor-to-ceiling shelves, wall to wall, over 100,000 evidence containers. Every component from every device we've examined in the last 18 years. The place is nearly at capacity. We've already started digging the foundation for another one, but that's not our destination." Lane moved toward the building on the right. This one had 2 distinct sections. A single-story part with a flat roof, stone walls, and tall windows, butted against a taller section with a slanted roof, white walls, and no windows at all. The effect was oddly predatory, as if the second part was attempting to consume the first. "This is where the real work gets done," Lane said, pausing at the entrance. "The labs are here. Along with the less thrilling necessities, administration, meeting rooms, that's where we're headed, I'm afraid." He used his badge to unlock the door, then guided me down a main hallway to a room marked Conference 1. Inside was a space roughly 15 by 20 feet, dominated by a rectangular wooden table surrounded by 11 chairs. They all faced the far wall, which was a plain white surface I assumed doubled as a projection screen. 3 closets were built into the right-hand wall, windows lined the left, and the carpet was a muted textile interpretation of a Jackson Pollock painting. Lane took the seat at the head of the table facing the blank wall. "Apologies for the standard visitor treatment," he said. "I've read your file. I'm fully aware of your service record. I wish I could show you everything rules, though. We didn't have time for the proper approvals." Over 200 personnel operate out of this facility. The hardware we house is incredibly difficult to source, and we maintain a global collection of intelligence critical to counterterrorism. It might not look like much, but strategically, it's a prime target. Frankly, it's what I'd go after. That's why our protocols are strict, and we can't bend them. I appreciate your understanding, naturally. Let's get to it. Khalil's print. It's a mixed blessing. The upside is we can officially apprehend him if we can locate him. The downside is his presence here means he's operational, and we need to shut him down immediately. Our challenge is focus. The list of possible targets is endless. We have to find a way to narrow the field. The device you recovered will be here within the half hour. It might offer a direction, or it might be a dead end. We'll have to see. Either way, the process takes hours, so we're gathering every scrap of intel we can. My first thought is delivery. A car bomb, a truck, a plane, a vest, even a parcel. Khalil has options. Did anything from your encounter point to a method? Dendon was moving contraband through a private aviation catering scheme at minor airfields. That pipeline is mostly closed now. He was oddly detached about it, as if he'd already mentally checked out and was on to the next scheme. The question is what that scheme is. I don't believe he and Khalil are partners. My read was that Dendon was scared of him. These types are a strange breed, inherently paranoid. They begin as loners and spend their lives in a frantic dance to stay invisible, never hitting the same store twice, cycling through anonymous online vendors. They end up jumping at their own shadows. It might mean nothing, but even if they've had a falling out, there could be traces left from when they were aligned. The aviation connection is the only lead I have. All right, second angle, materials. Is he using precursor chemicals, ammonium nitrate, fuel oil, nitromethane, or more specialized compounds like TATP or ethylene glycol dinitrate, even military-grade explosives like C4? Lane paused, his gaze locking onto mine. On a related note, the Beirut barracks attack used precursors. You were there? Well, after all this time, we've uncovered new evidence. We should have a breakthrough on that case soon. There was an odd cadence to his words. Especially you were there. It hung in the air, not quite a question, not quite a fact. It triggered a faint, nagging memory. I'd heard a similar phrasing recently, but the context eluded me. Lane brought me back. Mr. Reacher, materials, artillery shells, I said. Dendonker had a stockpile, at least 300, locked in a shed at that deserted school he was using as a base. Any indication of what's inside? No? No code book? If they're captured enemy stock, they're often intentionally mismarked. A code book is the only way to be sure. I shook my head. Fine, give me the coordinates. I'll get a team to secure them now. The third angle, detonation. We know his first device used 2 methods, timer and cell phone, standard. The incoming device uses 3, timer, cell, and a transponder. That's not standard. Is he building in extra redundancy, or is he just toying with us? I don't know yet. I stayed quiet. Do you understand how transponders function?
I know their purpose, I said. The mechanics are less clear. Think of a car's ignition. When you turn the key, a chip in the vehicle emits a radio signal. A transponder embedded in the key automatically sends back a coded response. If that response matches the expected signal, the chip completes the electrical circuit. That's the fundamental reason you can't just hotwire newer vehicles.
Even if you manually connect all the correct wires, there's no transponder to answer the car's chip, leaving the circuit broken and the engine dead. And this bomb could operate on the same principle. That's my assumption, though I haven't examined the device yet. I need to see it to be certain. But if Khalil has truly perfected this method, it represents a terrifying escalation. Picture a high-value target with no set routine. You conceal an explosive device somewhere along a potential route. Then you secretly place a transponder on his keychain or slip it into his coat. Countless other people could pass by the bomb without incident, but the moment he comes within range, detonation. All right, but you said the transponder is in the key, not the car itself. Exactly. The chip inside the car starts the conversation. The key provides the answer. So the chip in the bomb would act like the car's chip, initiating the signal. Correct. I'll confirm that once the device arrives, but I can't envision another functional method. What's the effective range for these signals? It varies wildly. By design and purpose, aircraft use them for automated identification over many miles. For a keyless entry system, you'd want a range of mere millimeters so your door doesn't unlock from across the parking lot. If you're putting one in an explosive device, you'd likely aim for a similarly short range, unless you were using a massive bomb and civilian casualties were part of the plan. Lane had that infuriating habit again. His tone was so flat, I couldn't tell if "you put one in a bomb" was a hypothetical or a confession. And it clicked. His cadence reminded me of Michael, specifically when Michael first spoke to Fenton after we found him. He'd either stated, "You came," or asked, "You came," right after another strange phrase. "You got my warning?" Fenton had interpreted the whole thing as a desperate cry for help, an SOS. But that wasn't the same thing at all. I thought about what she'd actually discovered, the evidence that led her to that conclusion, and I got to my feet. I need to make a call. Excuse me, right now? Lane glanced at his watch impatiently. The bomb squad is minutes away. I'll have to step out to meet them. Can't this wait? It cannot. I walked to the far corner of the room and dialed Dr. Houllier. "This is urgent," Dr. Houllier answered, and I asked to speak with Michael. "I'm afraid that's not possible," he said. "He's unconscious again." Again, correct. He was briefly awake earlier, but he wasn't communicative. Nothing coherent anyway. Just some muttering about finding a purpose or a target it was hard to make out. I thanked him and ended the call, then immediately redialed and asked for Fenton. "Please, it's critical. I need to speak with her now." Fenton came on the line after half a minute. "What is it? Be quick." "I don't want to leave, Michael. I need you to focus on a single question," I said. "Don't speculate. Only answer if you are absolutely 100% certain. Understood?" "Understood. Go ahead." "The condom you found inside Michael's message, what was the brand? Trojan, you're sure?" "100%. A condom and a business card. A Trojan and a red roan, which is a type of horse." Michael hadn't been sending a crude message. He'd been desperately trying to warn his sister that the device sent to TDAC for analysis was a Trojan horse. But Fenton had misunderstood everything from the very beginning. She'd operated on two critical errors. First, that the bomb containing Michael's message was ever meant to detonate, and second, that the transponder inside it was its trigger. I was now convinced neither was true. The explosive mechanism was merely a delivery vehicle. Its sole purpose was to transport the transponder to a secure location, a place only a suspected bomb could access. And the transponder's function wasn't to trigger the device it arrived in. It was meant to activate something else entirely, which it never did, because Fenton became fixated on Michael's fingerprint. She never considered it was a guarantee the package would reach her desk, or that it also served as his signature on the warning. She always hated puzzles. She was too literal, too by the book. She took the evidence at face value, saw it as absolute proof of guilt, and so she had it destroyed. Fenton had taken out the first transponder, but a second one was on its way, hidden inside the smoke bomb. It was only minutes from arrival, headed straight for the building I was standing in, a building filled with 200 employees, irreplaceable equipment, and evidence you couldn't put a price on. No wonder Dendonker had been so frantic to get me to move that device for him. He'd wanted it delivered to TEDAC all along. Lane was glaring at me, his patience clearly worn thin. "You interrupted this meeting to talk about condoms? What is wrong with you? Michael's original bomb had reached TEDAC weeks earlier, its transponder still active at the time, but the building hadn't blown. That meant whatever it was meant to trigger hadn't been here yet. It must have shown up later." I leaned forward. "Over the last 3 weeks. Have any new devices come into the facility?" Lane checked his watch again, naturally. "Anything especially large?" "I can't disclose that." "It's classified, Lane. Come on, this matters. Why should it? It's a complicated story. A source who enjoys being cryptic sent a warning. The transponder in the device that's about to land isn't meant to be set off itself. It's meant to trigger something else that's already here." Lane gave a dismissive smile and shook his head. "That doesn't add up. For that to be true, the corresponding receiver would need to already be on site. And I can tell you for a fact, no such device has arrived. You're certain? You mentioned some evidence sits for a while before it's processed. We triage. Some items do wait for full analysis, that's correct. But we don't just toss them in a storage room when they come through the door. They don't vanish behind the sofa. Every piece that's waitlisted gets a preliminary exam at delivery. Photos are taken, components logged. Transponders are rare. If anything containing one had arrived, I would know. These initial checks, they happen without fail. Priority items go directly to the analysis team for documentation. It's built into their workflow. Everything else gets that first look. No exceptions." Lane paused, his expression shifting slightly. "Well, actually, there was one exception. A truck bomb, a real city killer. It came in from overseas. The vehicle was too big for any of our bays here, so as soon as it arrived, we had it moved out, sent it to our old facility at Quantico. Massive space, you could park dozens of trucks in there. What if something new came in while we've been talking?" "I suppose it's possible." Lane pulled out his phone, had a quick conversation, and hung up. Nothing new today. The uneasy feeling at the base of my neck grew sharper. When Khalil's device gets here, you need to stop it. Don't let it inside. Out of the question, why not? You didn't let that big truck bomb in, that came by road. It already had a security escort. Khalil's device is coming by air, it has no escort. We can't just send it out on public roads without one. What if there's an accident? It's packed with chemical agents. People could die because we diverted it on a whim against all protocol with no solid justification. But a knock cut me off. A younger agent stepped in, crisp and eager. Sir, it's here, the device from Texas. Good. Lane stood and moved toward the door. You stay with Mr. Reacher. I'll be back once the device is processed. After he left, I turned the pieces over in my head. Lane had called that truck bomb a city destroyer. Not a comforting label. I was glad it wasn't here anymore, and it had to be the device Michael's bomb was meant to trigger. It was the only one that skipped inspection. All the others had been cleared of transponders. Then another thought hit me. The truck being turned away might explain Dendonker's sudden shift. Why he told me to keep the smoke bomb at the hotel. If he had eyes on Tedak, he'd have known sending a second transponder was pointless. I looked at the young agent left in the room. That city destroyer, the one too big for the workshop, when exactly was it turned away? I need the precise timing, right on schedule. Allow me to confirm that for you, sir. The agent made a call after a flurry of nods, hand gestures, and shifting expressions. He hung up. The vehicle is still on site, sir? It never actually departed. One of its support vehicles had a mechanical failure, and a replacement hasn't arrived yet. What's its current location? It's positioned in the service alley between this facility and the main administration building. When did it get here? Approximately midnight last night, I believe. Understood. Contact Agent Lane immediately. Instruct him that the new delivery is not to enter the compound. No exceptions. If your concern is the vehicle's presence, sir, please be assured it has been secured, standard emergency protocol. It was equipped with 3 independent arming mechanisms, all of which have been neutralized. Was one a remote transponder? Negative, sir. The systems were cellular, magnetic, and light-sensitive. Call Lane now. There's no time for details. The agent dialed, listened, then shook his head. The line is engaged, then reached the driver. All right. What's his contact number? I don't have it. His name? I offered nothing but a shrug. Not an issue, the agent said, already tapping at his phone. I'll access the internal network and locate the transport roster. We're out of time. What model is the vehicle? It's former military, an M35 2.5-ton cargo truck, I believe. Which is farther from us right now? The truck's location or the main gate? The main gate? Then you head for the gate. Go now. Run. Keep trying, Lane. By any means necessary, intercept that delivery. I exploded into motion, charging down the corridor, through the exit doors, and into the narrow gap between the buildings. The truck sat there, a silent, ominous shape. I forced myself not to consider its payload. Reaching the driver's door, I yanked the handle. It didn't budge. That was strange. These old workhorses rarely had locks. Then I saw the crude modification. A heavy padlock, its hasp fed through a hole punched in the door panel, undoubtedly bolted to the inner frame. My eyes swept the area. A landscaped border ran along the building's foundation, filled with smooth white decorative stones. I seized the largest one I could find, hefted its weight, and brought it crashing down on the lock. A second blow shattered the mechanism. I tore the broken lock free, discarded it and the stone, and hauled myself up into the cab. The seat was a fixed, unforgiving bucket, making it a clumsy fit. I depressed the clutch pedal, my mind racing to recall the startup sequence for a vehicle I hadn't driven in years. There was no ignition key. I scanned the dashboard, a confusing array of unmarked knobs, levers, and dusty gauges. The few labels I could see were in Arabic, useless to me. Then I spotted a lever near the center that sparked a memory. I rotated it counterclockwise about 20 degrees until it stopped on the left. A knob with a spade-shaped handle protruded. I pushed it firmly inward. Finally, I slapped a red button mounted low on the right side of the dash. The ancient diesel engine groaned, cranked, and then rumbled to life with a cloud of exhaust. Finding first gear awkwardly positioned where second usually is, I released the parking brake and eased up on the clutch. The truck lurched forward with a metallic shudder. Directly ahead was a service road leading to a roll-up door at the rear of the lab. Taking it would only bring me nearer to the very threat I was trying to intercept. So, at the alley's end, I swung the heavy steering wheel left, skirting the administration building, then left again to drive along its far side. I came upon the employee picnic area, a sea of tightly packed tables and sun umbrellas. There was no clear path. With a grimace, I drove right over a cluster of them, wood splintering and metal screeching. Spotting a dirt track to the right, running behind a row of 8 newly constructed buildings adjacent to the complex, I angled toward it. The road was likely a construction leftover, and it was empty. A chain-link fence stood in the way. I accelerated, smashed through with a jarring crash, straightened out on the other side, and pushed the accelerator harder. The wail of sirens pierced the air behind me. In the violently shaking side mirror, I could just make out 2 black sedans, light bars flashing on their roofs, closing the distance with ease, but taking me into custody wouldn't solve their problem. They needed to neutralize the threat. I had no idea what their exact plan was, or if they understood the truck's deadly cargo. I couldn't gauge their level of desperation or their sheer foolishness. By my estimate, I was roughly 1,000 feet from the lab complex, about the full width of the TDAC campus. That should have been sufficient distance from the smoke bomb signal. The sedans were nearly on my tail. One vanished from my mirrors, likely attempting to creep up along the passenger side. Then 2 more appeared, blocking the road directly ahead. That was my cue. I lifted my foot from the accelerator, downshifted twice, applied the brake, and guided the heavy vehicle to as smooth a halt as I could manage. I pulled off my shirt and dangled it out the window. It wasn't a white flag, but I hoped the message of surrender was clear enough. The following hour was spent in a featureless room labeled Conference 1 with 2 silent armed guards. Their quiet suited me just fine. I resumed my seat from earlier, leaned forward, rested my head in the crook of my arms, and mentally ran through some Magic Slim guitar riffs followed by a bit of Sean Holt. I didn't stir until Lane entered. He walked to the head of the table and placed a small, grimy black box on it, a tangle of colored wires sprouting from one side. "Mr. Reacher, I owe you thanks and an apology. Because of you, today was a very bad day for some very bad people." He gestured to the device. This was recovered from the so-called City Destroyer. It's a transmitter receiver coded to the transponder in the smoke bomb. Had those 2 signals connected within range, there would be no more Redstone Arsenal, no more us, possibly thousands of casualties. I remained silent. "One question," Lane said, taking a seat. "How did you know?" Michael's frantic warning had been the crucial piece, combined with Dendonker's panicked maneuvers, but those were threads I had no desire to pull, as they'd only lead to a tapestry of questions I wasn't interested in weaving. So I simply shrugged. No genius required, just a lucky hunch. And the motive? Was Khalil trying to destroy evidence stored here? Trying to destroy evidence? Yes. Khalil? No. I had no concrete proof for that, only a gut feeling. It meant my plans for the West Coast were officially on hold. "He is not coming," Fenton stated. Again, she'd first said it when she met me at the dusty airstrip an hour from Los Gemelos, repeating it right after she slid behind the wheel of Dr. Julier's Cadillac. She said it 3 more times as the big car floated down the long, straight roads into town. She said it parking outside the house, walking through the tunnel, checking that the money and drugs were still secure, confirming the last smoke bomb was gone from Michael's workshop. And as we settled against the back wall of the old school's assembly hall, every time my reply was identical. "He will. How can you possibly be sure? He's out of options. His plan failed spectacularly. That means he can't remain in the United States, and he certainly can't go back to Beirut. His face will be on watch lists from here to Timbuktu, so he needs to vanish, permanently. To do that, he'll need every single dollar he can grab and every asset he can liquidate. What if the FBI already bagged him? He tried to level Tedak. They'll be hunting him with a passion you can't even imagine.
Oh, the Bureau wants him, no doubt.
But they're looking for a needle in a nationwide haystack. You didn't tell them where to look. I said nothing. Outstanding. A gold star for conscientiousness. But what if they found him anyway? Or what if you're wrong? What if you misread the whole situation and his plan didn't actually fail? Then he won't come. Fenton jabbed an elbow into my ribs, and we settled into the long, silent wait. It was nearing 7 p.m. 12 hours since the phone jarred me awake, 6 since I'd breached the city destroyer. The sun hung low, painting everything its fading rays touched in brilliant shades of orange and dusky pink. The view was honestly spectacular. If this kind of display only happened once a century, people would pilgrimage here to witness it and talk about it for generations. The colors deepened by the minute, shadows stretching long and thin across the dusty floor. The last of the daylight bled away, leaving the sky a flat, dull gray. Then 2 wavering points of light pierced the gloom, low on the horizon. They grew, steadied, and resolved into the twin beams of an approaching vehicle. Headlights, Fenton and I slipped back into the dining hall, leaving the heavy doors open just a sliver. We watched through the gap. Minutes ticked by, then the tall windows flared with a sudden blinding reflection before plunging back into darkness. The outer doors groaned open, and Mansour entered, with Dendonker a shadow at his heels. They made a beeline for the stacked aluminum containers, the ones holding all the money and the pills. Fenton moved first, stepping out with one of the confiscated Uzis leveled. She aimed it squarely at Dendonker's center mass. "You," she said, her voice cold and flat against the wall, hands where I can see them. Dendonker, ever the pragmatist, complied without a word, pressing himself against the cool brick. I turned my attention to Mansour. He just grinned, a wide, unsettling flash of teeth, and beckoned me forward with a casual flick of his fingers. "This doesn't have to happen," I told him. "You know how this ends. Be smart, go wait in the car. I'll send your boss out when we're finished, provided he's still in one piece." Mansour's response was theatrical. He raised both arms high above his head, then began to sweep them down and out in a slow, deliberate arc, his fingers pointed like blades. It was all showmanship, some kind of martial arts posturing meant to look intimidating. Honestly, it was kind of pathetic. I wasn't there for a performance review, so I didn't let him finish his little dance. I shot forward and drove my foot into the side of his right knee, a blow meant to shatter bone. He grunted the sound more of surprise than pain and lashed out with a wild, looping punch. I ducked under it, buried a fist in his kidney, and followed with an uppercut that snapped his head back for a normal man. That would have been it. Mansour stumbled off balance and would have gone down if he hadn't crashed backward into a freestanding climbing frame bolted to the wall. The whole structure shuddered, the metal bars groaning as they absorbed the impact and bounced him forward, saving him from a knockout fall. He held up his hands, palms out. All right, you win, I'm done." He took a shaky step toward me, then another, his breathing labored. It was a ruse. On the 3rd step, he exploded into motion, a right fist rocketing toward my face. I parried it and sidestepped, which was exactly what he wanted. His left hook was already on its way. I saw it too late, managed to turn and take most of the force on my shoulder. The impact was staggering, like getting clipped by a truck. As he wound up with his right again, I planted my feet, pivoted back toward him, and drove my elbow into the side of his head with everything I had. His mouth went slack. I reversed my momentum and smashed my fist into his other temple. He wobbled, his legs turning to water. This was the opening. I wasn't about to let sentiment or mercy waste it. I jabbed his face 3 times fast with my left, stinging shots that made him reel. Switching stance, I drove a powerful reverse punch deep into his stomach. He folded over, gasping, and I straightened him up with a brutal knee to the jaw. As he staggered back, I closed the distance one last time and slammed the heel of my palm up under his chin. His head snapped back and cracked against the wall. His eyes lost focus, his legs gave out, and he crumpled to the floor, ending up in a kneeling slump, utterly defeated. He held that precarious position for a second, and before gravity could finish the job, I drove my left foot into the side of his head. The impact sent him spinning down, his chest hitting the floor, arms splayed wide, his face wedged into a gap at the bottom of the climbing frame. I was fairly certain he was finished, but I never assume. I moved in close and brought my heel down hard on the base of his skull. I felt the sickening crunch of his spine giving way. There was no doubt left. Chapter 56. Dendonker stood frozen, his eyes locked on the body. His face was a pale, blank mask. Fenton kept the Uzi trained on him. I stepped forward, patted down his jacket, and found a small revolver, another NAA-22S. I tucked it into my waistband. I gave Mansour a chance to walk away, I said. I'll give you the same offer with one stipulation. What's that? You tell me everything? No lies? Dendonker ran his tongue over his dry lips. What do you need to know? How did you obtain a transponder with Nader Khalil's fingerprint? I didn't. Michael and Khalil were working together behind my back. I believed Michael's story about a simple smoke protest. I had no clue there was anything bigger happening. Fenton raised the Uzi. Should I take the shot? Dendonker threw his arms up as if they could stop the bullets. I seized his wrist and hauled him around the other side of the climbing bars, forcing him to his knees. I gripped the back of his head and shoved his face to within an inch of Mansour's. Think hard, I said. Is this how you want to end up? I bought the fingerprint. Dendonker blurted, twisting away from the corpse. It took years and a small fortune, but I finally found someone willing to betray Khalil. I let him stand. How did the exchange happen? I used a woman from my catering staff. I sent her to Beirut with the cash. She brought it back fixed on a piece of clear tape, lifted from a drinking glass. Transferring it to the transponder was simple. When? A few weeks back? Dendonker gestured toward Fenton. That's why I hired her. I actually had to send 2 women. One stayed in Beirut as part of the deal. Did she know she wasn't coming back? Of course not. Neither did the one who returned. She was told there'd been an accident. What about the rest of your crew? I heard you had 6-5, not counting Fenton. One was conspiring with Michael. She fled. 2 are still with me. The other 2 are retiring. I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. Fenton was edging toward the exit, right on schedule. I said, so you used the print to frame Khalil. He was never actually involved. Dendonker nodded. He's been trying to kill you for years. Some old grudge, which is why I always check the bodies of anyone who comes for me. It's not paranoia. He's sent others after me multiple times. I kept hoping one day he'd come himself, fail, and I'd finally be free. What started the feud? Dendonker wet his lips again. Khalil's father blamed me for his other son's death. Khalil took up the cause when his father passed. His brother died driving a truck bomb. His father and I were rivals. I was young and ambitious, looking for a fast track to the top. He was in my way. I thought losing his son would break him, that he'd fade away and I could step in. Dendonker shrugged a hollow gesture. I was wrong. It only made him harder, more determined. You made his son drive that bomb? I didn't make him. I guided him to the choice. I doubt his father appreciated the difference. Dendonker shook his head. So you saw a chance to get Khalil off your back. That's what all this is for. Exactly. It was the only way to buy my freedom. From where I stand, you planned it in 3 acts. First, you had Michael build you a bomb, a dud, and leave it where it would be discovered. The device contained a GPS chip allowing confirmation of its arrival at Tedak, along with a transponder. You were aware the components would be examined, the specifics documented, and the parts cataloged. Dendonker gave a slow nod. The second phase involved the vehicle-borne explosive. It was meant to reach Tedak and be activated by the transponder from Michael's device. I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. Fenton signaled that she had located what she needed in Dendonker's SUV. Dendonker nodded once more. A single question remains. How does one acquire a weapon of that magnitude? Dendonker offered a casual shrug. The same way you acquire anything of consequence, money. So the vehicle bomb detonates, obliterating Tedak. Then comes phase 3. The smoke device is discovered, housing identical internal technology plus Khalil's fingerprint. That was the intended sequence. Yet the initial transponder failed to trigger the explosive. Correct? It should have functioned. I have no explanation for its failure. I allowed a smile, fighting the urge to inform him the transponder hadn't failed. It never had the opportunity. Fenton had neutralized it weeks prior, but I held back, needing to keep his attention. He had far heavier questions awaiting him. Instead, I said, then why attempt to intercept the smoke bomb? Why not ensure it reached TEDx so its transponder could complete the task? The smoke device possessed the same transponder. It would have triggered the truck bomb, that's accurate, but I couldn't risk devaluing the fingerprint. Devaluing it? Precisely. It was extraordinarily costly, $2 million on a reliable employee. It might have survived the blast, but an explosion of that scale, it could have been utterly obliterated. Consider the aftermath. 100,000 fragments of evidence scattered everywhere. The fingerprint could have survived only to be buried among the debris, lost forever. All right, tell me what you did after the demonstration I witnessed. What did you add to the smoke bomb before loading it into the truck for me to transport? I added nothing. Why would I? Because you didn't want the fingerprint to be wasted. The T in TEDx stands for terrorist, not protester or attention seeker. Those agents are specialists. They don't rouse themselves for a mere puff of smoke, so unless you enhanced the bomb somewhat, it would have been routed to a local field office at best, perhaps just the police department. There it would languish on an evidence shelf, gathering dust long after you're gone. I disagree. TEDx would have taken it due to the media attention. I added not a single thing. You didn't coat the exterior of the canisters with VX nerve agent? Where would I obtain VX? You didn't pour VX into the canisters? Fenton re-entered the room, lingering near the exit. She peeled off a pair of latex surgical gloves and stuffed them into her pocket. Dendonker stated, VX is a weapon of mass destruction. I wouldn't go near it. And the third smoke bomb, the last one remaining in your workshop, you didn't fill it with VX? I don't even know its whereabouts. Dendonker gestured toward Mansour. He disposed of it. He didn't specify where or how. You added nothing to either device. You don't know the location of the third bomb. That's the account you're sticking with? It's not an account, it's the truth. I paused, offering him one final opportunity to come clean. He didn't take it. So I said, fine, I choose to believe you. Then I can leave in a moment. There's still one point I don't grasp. You want to destroy a location and pin it on Khalil. But why must that location be TDAC? There are countless softer targets available. Dendonker fell silent for a beat. I believed if I struck part of the FBI, they'd take it personally. They'd leave no stone unturned, ensuring the fingerprint was discovered and... No, I shook my head. Here's what I believe. You learned there was evidence against you held at TEDx. Something that hadn't yet surfaced but was about to. Then you were offered Khalil's fingerprint, and you saw your opportunity. 2 birds, 1 bomb. Dendonker offered no reply. I know what that evidence is. I've connected the dots, but I need to hear you admit it. And I want you to apologize. Do those 2 things and you can walk away. Dendonker said nothing. I gestured toward Mansour's body. Do them, or that's how you'll leave this world. Your choice. He drew a long, shaky breath. All right, the Beirut barracks. I didn't build the device, but I trained the men who did. Components passed through my hands. You were an instructor. That's how you selected the driver. Exactly. It's also why I recognized your name at the morgue. You received the Purple Heart that day. I read the reports afterward. Go on. And I'm sorry. I apologize to all the wounded, for all the dead. I glanced at Fenton. She gave a slight nod. All right, I said, stepping back. You're free to go. Dendonker seemed rooted in place, his eyes darting around the room, searching for the trick. He didn't move for half a minute. Then he started for the door, first a walk, then a frantic, scuttling rush. He didn't stop until he reached the Cadillac, threw himself inside, fired the engine, and aimed for the gate. I pulled out my phone. A missed call notification glowed on the screen from a number I'd never seen. But thanks to Fenton's little fishing trip, I knew precisely what it represented. I hit the callback button. Fenton watched me. Are you certain you want to do that? Why wouldn't I? If Dendonker's telling the truth, he'll be fine. He lied about not knowing where the third device is. I doubt he's being honest about the VX nerve agent. Then that's his problem. I'm still giving him more of a chance than he gave those 241 Marines in Beirut. The Cadillac halted at the inner gate. My call connected. The heavy gate began to grind sideways, the gap widening just enough for a car. The Cadillac didn't move. The gate finished opening. Still, the car sat idle. Then its brake lights died. It crept forward, barely faster than a stroll. Its horn suddenly blared a long, desperate note. The vehicle trundled ahead, veered slightly left, and bumped solidly into a fence post. The horn continued its mournful wail. Fenton looked at me. Want to check? To be sure he really did add VX to the smoke grenade. I shook my head. No chance. That car isn't airtight. Dendonker's exactly where he deserves to be. And I have no intention of joining him. I ran into Michaela Fenton about 12 hours later on the road leading out of town. I was walking, she was in her Jeep. She roared past me, then cut hard to the left, blocking my path. Her front fender stopped a hair's breadth from the trunk of a stunted, twisted tree, an ugly thing with sparse leaves, but the only thing taller than my knee for miles in any direction. You left without saying goodbye, she said. I shrugged. Everyone was asleep. I tried calling you. I don't have that phone anymore. Dropped it in a trash can, I figured. That's why I came looking. Had a feeling I'd find you on this road. It's the only road out of town. Still aiming for the ocean. I won't stop until I get there. Any chance you'll change your mind? I shook my head. In that case, she said, I want to thank you. So does Michael. He's awake, he is weak, but talking. Did he say what he had that Dendonker wanted so badly? He called it his insurance, a code book detailing the contents of every shell in Dendonker's stockpile. Dendonker needed it to get top dollar when he sold them off. Where was it hidden? He said he rolled it up and stuffed it inside the crossbar of a soccer goal at the school. Smart? There's something else, Fenton added, a new, lighter note in her voice. I called Sonia, she came back, and you know what? I do like her. Maybe she will be my future sister-in-law, and if she is, that's all right with me. I said nothing. Fenton tilted her head. You won't stay even one more day? No point. You'd be sick of me in 10 minutes, begging me to leave. I doubt that. Right, I said, turning to walk again. You'd probably just shoot me instead.